If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The link is also in the video's description. Star Wars: The Truce at Bakura by Kathy Tyers. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. Dedication. I can't think of Star Wars without remembering the opening fanfare from its soundtrack. I can't imagine an Imperial Star Destroyer's long, triangular silhouette without hearing ominous triplet rhythms. And who can picture the Mos Eisley Cantina without that inimitable jazz band? It is with grateful admiration that I dedicate this novel to the man who composed the musical scores for the 3 Star Wars movies, John Williams. Chapter 1. Above a dead world, one habitable moon hung suspended like a cloud-veiled turquoise. The eternal hand that held the chain of its orbit and dusted its velvet backdrop with brilliant stars, and cosmic energies danced on the wrinkles of space-time, singing their timeless music, neither noticing nor caring for the Empire, the Rebel Alliance, or their brief, petty wars. But on that petty human scale of perspective, a fleet of starships orbited the moon's primary. Carbon streaks scored the sides of several ships. Droids swarmed around some, performing repairs. Metal shards that had been critical of spaceship components and human and alien bodies orbited with the ships. The battle to destroy Emperor Palpatine's second Death Star had cost the Rebel Alliance heavily. Luke Skywalker hustled across one cruiser's landing bay, red-eyed but still suffused with victory after the Ewok celebration. Passing a huddle of droids, he caught a whiff of coolants and lubricants. He ached, a dull gnawing in all his bones from the longest day of his life. Today. No, it was yesterday. He had met the Emperor. Yesterday he had almost paid with his life for his faith in his father. Yet a passenger sharing his shuttle up to the cruiser from the Ewok village had already asked if Luke nearly killed the Emperor, and Darth Vader, single-handed. Luke wasn't ready to announce the fact that Darth Vader had been Anakin Skywalker, his father. Still, he'd answered firmly. Vader killed Emperor Palpatine. Vader had flung him into the second Death Star's core. Luke would be explaining that for weeks, he guessed. For now, he merely wanted to check on his X-Wing fighter. To his surprise, it was overrun by service crew. Behind and above it, a Magna crane lowered R2-D2 into the cylindrical droid socket behind his cockpit. "What's up?" Luke asked, standing to catch his breath. "Oh, sir," answered a khaki-suited crewman, disengaging a collapsible fuel hose. "Your relief pilot's going out. Captain Antilles came back on the first shuttle and went on patrol immediately. He intercepted an Imperial drone ship, one of those antiques they used for carrying messages back before the Clone Wars. Incoming from deep space." Incoming. Someone had sent a message to the Emperor. Luke smiled. "Guess they haven't heard yet. Wedge wants company? I'm not that tired. I could go." The crewman didn't smile back. "Unfortunately, Captain Antilles touched off a self-destruct cycle while trying to release its message codes. He's manually blocking a critical gap." "Cancel the relief pilot," Luke exclaimed. Wedge Antilles had been his friend since the days of the first Death Star, where they'd flown in the final attack together. Without waiting to hear more, Luke spun toward the ready room. A minute later, he was hopping back and pulling up one leg of an orange pressure suit. Crew were scattered. He sprang up the ladder and into his inclined padded seat, yanked on his helmet, then touched on the ship's fusion generator. A familiar high-energy whine built around him. The man who'd spoken climbed up behind him. "But, sir, I think Admiral Akbar wanted to debrief you." "I'll be right back." Luke closed his cockpit canopy and ran an Alliance record speed check of his systems and instruments. Nothing flagged his attention. He switched on his comlink. "Rogue leader, ready for takeoff." "Opening hatch, sir." He punched in the drive. An instant later, the dull ache in his body turned to ferocious pain. All the stars in his field of vision split into binaries and spun around each other. Crewers' voices babbled in his ears. Dizzily, he reached down inside himself for the quiet center Master Yoda had taught him to touch. To touch. There. Exhaling one trembling breath, he measured his mastery of the pain. Stars shrank into singular gleams again. Whatever had caused that, he'd deal with it later. Through the force, he quested outward and found Wedge's presence. His hands moved on the X-Wing's controls almost effortlessly as he steered toward the end of the fleet. On his way, he got his first good look at the battle damage, the swarming repair droids and tow vessels. Mon Calamari's star cruisers were plated and shielded to withstand multiple direct hits, but he thought he remembered several more of the huge, lumpy crafts. Fighting for his life, his father, and his integrity in the Emperor's throne room, he hadn't even felt the gut-wrenching force disturbances from all those deaths. He hoped he wasn't getting used to them. "Wedge, do you copy?" Luke asked over the subspace radio. He vectored out among the big ships of the fleet. Scanners indicated that the nearest heavy transport was cautiously moving away from something much smaller. 4 A-wings swooped along behind Luke. "Wedge, are you out there?" "Sorry," he heard faintly, "almost out of range of my ship's pickup. You see, I've got to—" Wedge trailed off, grunting. "I've got to keep these 2 crystals apart. It's a self-destruct of some sort." "Crystals?" Luke asked, to keep Wedge talking. There was pain under that voice. "Electrolyte crystal leads. Leftovers from the old Elegance days. The mechanism's trying to push them together. Let 'em touch? Poof! The whole fusion engine." Tumbling slowly above the blue glimmer of Endor, Luke spotted Wedge's X-Wing. Alongside it drifted a 9-meter-long cylinder bearing Imperial markings, fully as long as the X-Wing and almost all engine, a type of drone ship the Alliance still couldn't afford. For some reason, the drone gave him an eerie foreboding. The Empire never used such antiques anymore. Why hadn't the sender been able to use standard Imperial channels? Luke whistled. "No, we don't want to blow that big of an engine." No wonder the transport was moving away. Right. Wedge clung to one end of the cylinder, wearing a pressure suit and connected to the X-Wing by a life support tether. He must have blown his cockpit air and dove for the cylinder's master control the moment he realized he'd accidentally armed it to detonate. In a space pilot's lightweight pressure suit and closed-face emergency helmet, he could survive vacuum for several minutes. "How long you been out here, Wedge?" "I don't know. Doesn't matter. The view's terrific." Closing in, Luke reversed engines with care. Wedge held one hand inside a hinged panel. His head swiveled to follow Luke's X-Wing as Luke used short, delicate engine bursts to match his momentum with the cylinder. "Sure could use another hand." Wedge's words sounded cocky, but the tone betrayed his strain. "That hand must be half crushed." "What are you doing out here?" "Enjoying the view." Luke considered his options. The A-Wing pilots decelerated and hung back, probably assuming Luke knew what he was doing. "R2," he called, "what's the reach on your manipulator arm? If I got in close enough, could you help him?" No. 2.76 meters short at optimum angle appeared on his heads-up display. Luke frowned. Sweat trickled on his forehead. Anything small, solid, and disposable would help. If he didn't hurry, his friend was dead. Already, Wedge's sense in the Force wobbled dizzily. Luke glanced at his lightsaber. He wasn't about to dispose of that. Not even to save Wedge's life? Besides, he'd be able to get it back. Cautiously, he slipped the saber into the flare ejection port's feed tube. He launched it out, then extended a hand toward it across 10 meters of vacuum. He sent it gliding toward Wedge. Once near the target, he twisted his wrist. The green-white blade appeared, silent in the vacuum of space. Wedge's wide brown eyes blinked behind his faceplate. "On my signal," Luke said. "Jump free." "Luke, I'll lose fingers." "Way free," Luke repeated. "You'll lose more than fingers if you stay there." "What's the chance you could Jedi me a little nerve blockage? This hurts like crazy." Wedge's voice sounded weaker. He pulled in his knees and braced to push off. At moments like these, moisture farming for Uncle Owen back on Tatooine didn't sound too bad. "I'll try," said Luke. "Show me the crystals. Look at them closely." "Okay." Wedge pulled around to stare into the hatchway. Letting the lightsaber drift, Luke felt for Wedge's friendly presence. He trusted Wedge not to resist this, to let him... Through Wedge's eyes and fighting the excruciating pain in Wedge's hand, Luke glimpsed a pair of round, multifaceted jewels. One inside his palm, the other crushing inward at the end of a spring mechanism from the back of his hand. Fist-size, they reflected pale golden sparks of saber light out the hatch onto Wedge's orange suit. Luke didn't think the flight glove alone would keep them apart, or he'd have simply told Wedge to slip out of it. Brief depressurization didn't damage extremities much. If Wedge jumped, Luke would have a second at most to slice one crystal free, and only a little longer before Wedge fainted. Wedge was tethered, and he'd be able to keep breathing, but he could lose a lot of blood. The glimpse blurred at the edges. Luke tweaked Wedge's pain perception. Too much to juggle. Luke's own aches began to ooze up from under control. Got it, he grunted. Got what? Wedge asked dreamily. The view, Luke said. Jump on the count of 3. Jump hard. 1. Wedge didn't object. Clenching his teeth, Luke eased into a closer accord with the saber. So long as he focused on the saber, he could maintain control. 2. Keeping up a steady count, he felt the saber, the crystals, and the critical gap, all as parts of the universe's wholeness. 3. Nothing happened. Jump, Wedge! Luke cried. Weakly, Wedge launched himself. Luke swept in. One crystal soared free, reflecting a whirling green kaleidoscope onto the X-Wing's upper S-foil. Oh, crooned Wedge's voice in his ear. Pretty. He spun, clutching his right hand. Wedge, reel in! No response. Luke bit his lip. He stabilized the tumbling saber and deactivated its blade. Wedge's tether stretched taut, high above the other X-Wing. His limbs wobbled randomly. Luke slapped his distress beacon. Rogue leader to Home 1. Explosives disarmed. Request medical pickup. Now! From behind the A-Wings, hanging back out of the danger zone, a med runner swooped into sight. Wedge's body rose and sank with each breath as he floated upright in the fleet's clear tank of healing bacta fluid. Much to Luke's relief, they'd saved all his fingers. Surgical droid 21B set the control board and then swiveled to face Luke. Slender, jointed limbs waved in front of his gleaming midsection. Now you, sir. Please step behind the scanner. I'm all right. Luke leaned his stool against the bulkhead. Just tired. R2-D2 bleeped softly beside him, sounding concerned. Please, sir, this will only take a moment. Luke sighed and shuffled around a man-high rectangular panel. Okay, he called out through it. May I go now? 1 moment more, came the mechanical voice, then clicking sounds. 1 moment, the droid repeated. Have you experienced double vision recently? Well, Luke scratched his head. Yes, but just for a minute. Surely that little spell wasn't significant. As the diagnostic panel retracted into the bulkhead, a medical flotation bed extended itself from the wall beside 21B. Luke backstepped. What's that for? You're not well, sir. I'm just tired. Sir, my diagnosis is sudden and massive calcification of your skeletal structure of the rare type brought on by severely conductive exposure to electrical and other energy fields. Energy fields. Yesterday. Emperor Palpatine, leering as blue-white sparks leaped off his fingertips while Luke writhed on the deck. Luke broke a sweat. The memory was so fresh. He thought he was dying. He was dying. The abrupt drop in blood minerals is causing muscular microseizures all over your body, sir. So that was why he ached. Until an hour ago, he hadn't had a chance to sit still and notice. Deflated, he stared up at 21B. But it's not permanent damage, is it? You don't have to replace bones? He shuddered at the thought. The condition will become chronic unless you rest and allow me to treat you, answered the mechanical voice. The alternative is bacta immersion. Luke glanced at the tank. Not that again. He tasted bacta on his breath for a week afterward. Reluctantly, he pulled off his boots and stretched out on the flotation bed. He awakened, squirming, sometime later. 21B's metal grate face appeared at his bedside. Painkiller, sir? Luke had always read that humans had 3 bones in each ear. Now he believed it. He could count them. I feel worse, not better, he complained. Didn't you do anything? Treatment is complete, sir. Now you must rest. May I offer you a painkiller? He repeated patiently. No thanks, Luke grunted. As a Jedi Knight, he must learn to control sensations, and better sooner than later. Pain was an occupational hazard. R2 beeped a query. Guessing at a translation, Luke said, All right, R2, you stand watch. I'll take another nap. He rolled over. Slowly, his weight pushed a new furrow into the bed's flexible contour. This was the downside of being called a hero. It'd been worse when he'd lost his right hand. Come to think of it, the bionic hand didn't ache. One bright spot. It was time to recreate the ancient Jedi art of self-healing. Yoda's sketchy lessons left much to be imagined. "I'll leave you, sir." 2-1B swiveled away. "Please attempt to sleep. Call if you require assistance." One last question brought Luke's head up. "How's Wedge?" "Healing well, sir. He should be ready for release within a day." Luke shut his eyes and tried to remember Yoda's lessons. Booted feet pounded rapidly past the open hatchway. Already focused deep into the Force, he felt an alarmed presence hurry up the hall. As carefully as he listened, he couldn't recognize the individual. Yoda had said fine discernment, even of strangers, would come in time, as he learned the deep silence of self that let a Jedi distinguish others' ripples in the Force. Luke rolled over, wanting to sleep. He was ordered to sleep. And he was still Luke Skywalker, and he had to know what had alarmed that trooper. Cautiously, he sat up and gingerly slipped down onto his feet. With the ache localized at one end of his body, he could diminish it by willing his feet not to exist. Or something like that. The Force wasn't something you explained, it was something you used. When it let you. Not even Yoda had seen everything. R2 whistled in alarm. 2-1B rolled toward him, limb pipes flailing. "Sir, lie back down, please." "In a minute." He poked his head out into the long corridor and shouted, "Stop!" The rebel trooper spun to a halt. "Did they decode that drone ship's message yet?" "Still working on it, sir." Then the war room was the place to be. Luke backed into R2 and steadied himself with a hand on the little droid's blue dome. "Sir," insisted the medical droid, "please lie down. The condition will rapidly become chronic unless you rest." Imagining himself pain-racked for the rest of his life and the alternative, another spell in the sticky tank, Luke sat down on the squishy edge of the flotation bed and fidgeted. Then a thought struck him. 2-1B, I bet you've got... Large enough to hold 100, the flagship's war room was almost empty. A service droid slid along the curve of an inner bench, passing between a light tube and glimmering white bulkheads. Down near the circular projection table that dominated the war room's center, near a single tech on duty, Mon Mothma, the woman who'd founded and who now led the Rebel Alliance, stood with General Crix Medine. Mon Mothma's presence gleamed visibly in her long white robes and invisibly through the Force, and the bearded Medine's confidence had grown since the Battle of Endor. They both looked in Luke's direction and frowned. Luke smiled half-heartedly and gripped the handrests of the repulsor chair he'd commandeered out of the medical suite, steering it down over the steps toward them. "You'll never learn, will you?" General Medine's frown got flatter. "You belong in sick bay. This time we'll have 2-1B knock you out." Luke's cheek twitched. "What about that message? Some Imperial commander burned 250,000 credits on that antique drone." Mon Mothma nodded, reprimanding Luke with her placid stare. A side console lit, this one a smaller light projection table. Above it appeared a miniature hologram of Admiral Akbar with huge eyes bulging at the sides of his high-domed, ruddy head. Although the Calamarian had commanded the Battle of Endor from a chair under the broad, starry viewport on Luke's left, Akbar felt more comfortable on his own cruiser. Life support there was fine-tuned to Calamarian standards. "Commander Skywalker," he wheezed. Whiskery tendrils wobbled under his jaw. "You need to consider the risks you take. More carefully." "I will, Admiral, when I can." Luke reclined the floating repulsor chair and steadied it against the main light table's steel-gray rim. An electronic whistle rang out from the hatchway behind him. R2-D2 wasn't letting him out of photoreceptor range for 30 seconds. The blue dome droid had to take the long way around. Eclipsing tiny blinking instrument lights, he rolled along the upper computer bank to a drop platform. Then he downloaded himself, then rolled close to Luke's float chair before delivering a string of rebukes, probably from 2-1B. General Medine smirked behind his beard. Luke hadn't understood a single whistle, but he could guess at this translation, too. "All right, R2, pull in your wheels. I'm sitting down. This should be interesting." Young Lieutenant Matthews straightened up over the side console and turned his head. "Here it comes," he announced. Medine and Mothma leaned toward the screen. Luke craned his neck for a better view. Imperial Governor Willick Nereus of the Bakura system, to his most excellent Imperial Master Palpatine. Greetings in haste. They hadn't heard. Months, maybe years would pass before much of the galaxy realized that the Emperor's reign had ended. Luke himself was having a hard time believing it. Bakura is under attack by an alien invasion force from outside your domain. Estimate 5 cruisers, several dozen support ships, over 1,000 small fighters. Unknown technology. We have lost half our defense force and all outer system outposts. HoloNet transmissions to Imperial Center and Death Star 2 have gone unanswered. Urgent. Repeat, urgent. Send stormtroopers. Medine reached past Lieutenant Matthews and poked a touch panel. More data, he exclaimed. We need more of this. The voice of an intelligence droid filtered through the comlink. There are corroborative visuals if you would care to see them, sir, as well as embedded data files coded for Imperial access. That's more like it. Medine touched the lieutenant's shoulder. Give me the visuals. Over the central light table, a projection unit whirred upright. A scene appeared that brought up a fresh wave of pain-deadening adrenaline. Yoda would wrap my knuckles, Luke observed soberly. Excitement, adventure. A Jedi craves not these things. He stretched toward Jedi calm. A terrified world needed help. At the center of the tableau hovered the image of an Imperial system patrol craft of a sort Luke had studied but never fought, projected as a three-dimensional network of lines that gleamed reddish-orange. He leaned closer to examine its laser emplacements, but before he could get a good look, it silently spewed out an explosion of yellow escape pods. A larger orange image swung ominously into the view field, dominating the scene by its bulk, far larger than the patrol craft, stubbier than the rebels' sleek Mon Cal cruisers, roughly ovid, but covered with blister-light projections. Run a check on that ship's design, ordered Medine. After approximately 3 seconds, the intelligence droid's monotone answered. This design is used neither by the Alliance nor the Empire. Luke held his breath. The huge attack craft loomed larger over the table. Now he could make out 100 gun emplacements. Or were they beam antennae? It held fire until 6 crimson TIE fighters vectored close. Then the fighters lurched simultaneously and slowed. Fighters and escape pods began to accelerate steadily toward the alien ship, evidently caught in a tractor beam. The scene shrank. Whoever recorded those visuals had left in a hurry. Taking prisoners, Medine murmured, clearly concerned. Mon Mothma turned to a shoulder-high droid that had stood silently nearby. Assess the embedded data files. Apply our most current Imperial codes. Locate this world, Bakura. Luke felt relieved that even the Alliance's knowledgeable leader had to ask for the system's location. The droid rotated toward the light table and reconnected its socket arm. The battle scene faded. Star sparks appeared in a conformation Luke recognized as this end of the rim region. Here, madam, the droid announced. One speck turned red. According to this file, its economy is based on the export of repulsor lift components and an exotic fruit candy and liquor, settled by a speculative mining corporation during the final years of the Clone Wars and taken over by the Empire approximately 3 years ago to absorb and control its repulsor lift production capacity. Subjugated recently enough to remember independence well, Mon Mothma rested her slender hand on the edge of the light table. Now show Endor. Relative position. Another speck gleamed blue. Forgotten at Luke's shoulder, R2 whistled softly. If Endor was a good bit out from the core worlds, Bakura was still farther. That's virtually the edge of the rim worlds, Luke observed. Even traveling in hyperspace would take days to get there. The Empire can't help them. It was strange to think of anyone turning to the Empire for help. Evidently, the rebels' decisive victory at Endor doomed the Bakurans to an unknown fate, because the nearest Imperial battle group couldn't help. Alliance forces had scattered it. From a speaker at his left, Leia's voice projected clearly. How large is the Imperial force at the system? Leia was down on Endor's surface, in the Ewok village. Luke hadn't known she was listening in, but he should have assumed it. He reached out through the Force and brushed his sister's warm presence, sensing justifiable tension. Leia was allegedly resting with Han Solo, recovering from that blaster burn on her upper arm, and helping the furry little Ewoks bury their dead. Not watching for new trouble. Luke pursed his lips. He'd loved Leia all along, wishing... Well, that was behind him. The intelligence droid answered her over a subspace radio comlink relay. Bakura is defended by an Imperial garrison. The sender of this message has added subtext reminding Emperor Palpatine that what forces they have are antiquated due to the system's remoteness. Evidently, the Empire didn't anticipate any competition for Bakura. Leia's voice sounded disdainful. But now there's no Imperial fleet to help there. It will take the Imperials weeks to reassemble, and by then this Bakura could fall to the invasion force. Or it could be part of the Alliance, she added in a brighter tone. If the Imperials can't help the Bakurans, we must. Admiral Akbar's image planted finny hands in the vicinity of its lower torso. What do you mean, Your Highness? Leia leaned against the wattle and daub wall of an Ewok treehouse and rolled her eyes toward the dome of its high thatched roof. Han sprawled casually beside her seat, leaning on an elbow and twirling a twig between his fingers. She raised a handheld comlink. If we sent aid to Bakura, she answered Admiral Akbar, it's possible that Bakura would leave the Empire out of gratitude. We can help free its people. And get that repulsor lift technology, Han mumbled to the twig. Leia had only paused. That chance is worth investing a small task force, and you'll need a high-ranking negotiator. Han lay back, crossed his arms behind his head, and murmured, You step off onto an Imperial world, and you're an entry in someone's credit register. You got a price on your head. She frowned. Can we afford to send troops, given the shape we're in? Akbar's voice wheezed out of the comlink. We've lost 20% of our forces, battling only part of the Emperor's fleet. Any Imperial battle group could do a better job at Bakura. But then the Empire would remain in control there. We need Bakura just like we need Endor. Every world we can draw into the Alliance. Surprising her, Han closed his hand on the comlink and pulled it toward him. Admiral, he said, I doubt we can afford not to go. An invasion force that big is trouble for this whole end of the galaxy. And she's right. It's us that ought to go. You just better send a ship that can make a fast getaway in case the Imperials get ideas. What about the price on your head, laser brains? Leia whispered. Han covered the squelch. You're not going without me, Highnessness. Luke studied Mon Mothma's expression and her sense in the Force. It would have to be a small group, she said quietly, but one ship is not enough. Admiral Akbar, you may select a few fighters to support General Solo and Princess Leia. Luke spread a hand. What are the aliens doing? Why are they taking so many prisoners? The message doesn't say, Medine pointed out. Then you'd better send someone who can find out. It could be important. Not you, Commander, and it doesn't look like we can wait until you've recovered. Medine wrapped a white handrail. This team should leave within a standard day. Luke didn't want to be left behind, even though he had all faith that Han and Leia could take care of each other. On the other hand, before he could pitch in, he must heal himself, and General Medine had suddenly become twins. His optic nerves were telling him to get horizontal soon, or risk a doubly humiliating faint in the war room. He eyed the handrail over the double row of white benches, wondering if the repulsor chair would lift over it. He ached to push the thing's envelope. R2 chattered, sounding motherly. Luke fingered the float chair's controls and said, I'll head back to my cabin. Keep me posted. General Medine crossed his arms over the front of his khaki uniform. I doubt we'll be sending you to Bakura. Mon Mothma's robes rustled as she squared her shoulders. Consider your importance to the Alliance. She's right, Commander, wheezed the small, ruddy image of Admiral Akbar. I'm not helping anyone if I'm just lying down. But he had to shake his reckless reputation if he wanted the respect of the rebel fleet. Yoda had commissioned him to pass on what he had learned. To Luke's mind, that meant rebuilding the Jedi Order. As soon as he got the chance. Anyone else could pilot a fighter ship. No one else could recruit and train new Jedi. Frowning, he steered to the lift platform, rotated his chair, and answered Mon Mothma and Admiral Akbar as he rose. I can at least help you put together the strike force. Chapter 2. The higher-ups continued to confer as Luke floated toward a hatchway. The gray-furred guard, a Godel, flinched as he saluted. Luke remembered that Godel felt the Force as a vague buzzing in their cone-shaped preceptor horns, and he accelerated to keep from getting the loyal Godel a headache. R2 shrieked behind him. Out in the corridor, Luke decelerated his float chair and let the little droid catch him. R2 grappled the chair's left stabilizer bar and towed it along, spouting electronic static. Yes, R2. Luke leaned one hand on R2's blue dome. Gratefully, he let himself be herded back to the medical suite. He pictured 1,000 alien ships converging on a world he still couldn't imagine. He wanted to see it in his mind's eye, and to know why the aliens took prisoners. Once inside the ship's clinic, He pulled off his boots and sank back down on the flotation bed. Its give underneath him felt inexpressibly good. After a glance at Wedge's bacta tank, he shut his eyes and imagined he could hear all the way to the war room. Let them worry. He was finished for a while. Literally. R2 beeped something interrogative. Say again? Asked Luke. R2 wheeled over to the open hatch and reached out a manipulator arm. The door slid closed. Oh, thanks. Evidently, R2 thought he'd like to undress in privacy. Evidently, R2 didn't know he was too tired to undress. He pulled his legs up onto the bed. R2, he said, get a portable data screen from 21B. Access those embedded data files from that message drone. I'll take a look while I rest. R2's reply dropped disapprovingly in pitch as he wheeled away, but less than a minute later he rolled back, trailing a wheeled cart. He steered it to Luke's bedside and extended a connector into its input port. Bakura, Luke said. Data files. As the computer analyzed his voice print to confirm his security clearance, Luke stretched out and blinked. He'd never so appreciated normal single vision. A cloud-frosted blue world appeared on the screen. Bakura, said a bland, mature female voice. Imperial Study Survey 60774. Cloud cover swirled closer. Luke's vision dropped through it to hover over a vast range of green mountains. Through a deep valley, two broad, parallel rivers cut the mountains and wound down to a verdant delta. Luke imagined rich, damp smells like on Endor. Salastar, capital city, is the seat of imperial governorship. Bakuran contributions to imperial security include a modest flow of strategic metals. So green, so wet. Luke shut his eyes. His head sank. He sprawled on the deck of a strange spaceship. A huge reptilian alien, brown-scaled with a blunt, oversized head, tromped toward him, waving a weapon. Luke ignited his lightsaber. Heavy with the Emperor's fingerprints, it slid through his grip. Then he recognized the big lizard's weapon, a restraining bolt owner, used to control droids. Laughing, he leaped into fighting stance. The lizard's owner whirred. Luke froze in place. What? Disbelieving, he looked down. He had a droid's stiff-jointed body. Again, the alien raised its owner device. Luke fought back to consciousness. He felt a powerful presence in the Force and sat up too quickly. Invisible hammers bashed both sides of his head. The screen stood dark. On the foot of his flotation bed sat Ben Kenobi, robed as usual in unbleached homespun shimmering under the cabin's faint night glims. Obi-Wan? Luke murmured. What's happening at Bakura? Ionized air danced around the figure. You are going to Bakura, it answered. Is it that bad? Luke asked bluntly, not really expecting an answer. Ben rarely gave them. He seemed to come mostly to reprimand Luke, like a teacher who could not give up hounding a student after graduation. Not that Ben had stayed around to finish his training. Obi-Wan shifted on the bed, but the bed didn't shift with him. The manifestation wasn't literally physical. Emperor Palpatine achieved first contact with the aliens attacking Bakura, said the apparition, during one of his Force meditations. He offered them a deal, one that can no longer be honored. What kind of deal? Luke asked quietly. What danger are the Bakurans in? You must go. Ben still didn't hear Luke's questions. If you do not attend to the matter, personally, Luke, Bakura, and all worlds, both Allied and Imperial, will know a far greater disaster than you can imagine. Then it was as serious as they feared. Luke shook his head. I need to know more. I can't rush in blindly, and besides, Shimmering air brightened and rushed inward, stirring faint air currents as the image vanished. Luke groaned. Somehow he'd have to persuade the medical committee to release him, and then convince Admiral Akbar to give him the assignment. He would promise to rest and heal himself in hyperspace, if he could figure out how. Suddenly, the notion of battle no longer excited him at all. He shut his eyes and sighed. Master Yoda would be pleased. R2, he said, call Admiral Akbar. R2 burbled. I know it's late. Apologize for waking him. Tell him... He glanced around. Tell him if he doesn't care to come to the clinic lounge, we can set something up in the war room. So you see? Luke glanced up. The clinic lounge's door slid open. Han and Leia paused in the hatchway, then squeezed in between General Medine, who stood nearby, and Mon Mothma, seated on a stasis unit. Excuse me, Han grunted. 2-1B had approved the conference, provided Luke didn't leave the medical suite. This crowded little lounge, spotless white like the rest of the suite, doubled as interim storage for cold stasis units. Mon Mothma's seat held a mortally wounded Ewok, who rested in suspended animation until the Alliance transported him to a fully equipped medical facility. Han backed up against the bulkhead. Leia sat down beside Mon Mothma. Go on. Admiral Akbar's projected image, in miniature, shone on the floor beside R2, who stood at attention maintaining its projection. General Obi-Wan Kenobi has given you orders? That's it, sir. Luke wished Leia and Han hadn't interrupted his explanation right at the most impressive moment. Admiral Akbar flicked chin tendrils with a webbed hand. I have studied the Kenobi offensive. It was masterful. I have little faith in apparitions, but General Kenobi was one of the most powerful Jedi Knights, and Commander Skywalker's word is generally reliable. General Medine frowned. Captain Wedge Antilles should be fully recovered by the time any battle group could reach Bakura. I'd thought to put him in charge of the group. No offense, General, he added, smiling faintly at Han. None taken, Han drawled. Separate me from the ambassador there, and I'll resign my commission. Luke covered a smile with one hand. Mon Mothma had already assigned Leia to represent the Alliance on Bakura, and to the Imperial presence there, and even requested that she attempt to contact the aliens. Imagine how solidly the Alliance could challenge the Empire if our ranks were swelled by that alien military force, Mon Mothma had said cautiously. But Commander Skywalker is in considerably more serious condition, Akbar declared. I won't be by the time we can reach Bakura. We must plan for every contingency. Akbar's ruddy head bobbed. We must defend Endor now, and we've promised General Calrissian assistance with liberating Cloud City. I talked to Lando on the comlink, Han put in. He says he's got ideas of his own, and thanks anyway. Imperial forces had taken over Cloud City when Lando Calrissian, its Baron administrator, fled with Leia and Chewie, chasing the bounty hunter who'd flown off with Han as his carbon-frozen prisoner. Lando had had to forget Cloud City while he led the attack on Endor. They had indeed promised him all the fighters they could spare. But Lando had always been a gambler. Then we shall send Bakura a small but strong strike force, Akbar declared, to support Princess Leia in her role as chief negotiator. Most of your fighting will probably be in space, not groundside. 5 Corellian gunships and a corvette will escort our smallest cruiser carrier. Commander Skywalker, will that be enough? Luke started. You're giving me command? I don't see that we have any choice, Mon Mothma said quietly. General Kenobi has spoken to you. Your record in battle is unmatched. Assist Bakura for us, and then rejoin the fleet immediately. Elated by the honor, Luke saluted her. Early the following day, Luke examined the status boards of the newly commissioned rebel carrier Flurry. She's ready to jump, he observed. Ready and eager, Commander, Captain Tessa Manchisco nudged his elbow. Fresh from the Virgilian Civil War, Captain Manchisco wore her black hair hanging in 6 thick braids down the back of her cream-colored uniform. She'd accepted the Bakura assignment with relish. Her Flurry, a small, unconventional cruiser carrier retrofitted with all the stolen Imperial components that opportunistic Virgilians could cram on board, carried a Virgilian bridge crew. Besides Manchisco, 3 humans and a noseless, red-eyed Duro navigator. Inside the Flurry's hangar bays, Admiral Akbar's crew had packed 20 X-Wing fighters, 3 A-Wings, and 4 cruiser assault B-Wing fighters, as many as the Alliance could spare. Peering out the Flurry's triangular viewport, Luke spotted 2 of his Corellian gunships. Riding shotgun above the carrier, even in zero gravity, they habitually established a bottom to every formation, drifted the hottest souped-up freighter in this quadrant of the galaxy, the Millennium Falcon. Han, Chewbacca, Leia, and C-3PO had boarded the Falcon less than an hour ago. Luke's initial elation over being given command had already faded. It was one thing to fly a fighter under someone else's orders, with the Force as his ally. Strategy was something else. He carried responsibility for every life and every ship. Still, he'd been studying strategic and tactical texts, and now, well, to tell the truth, he was almost looking forward to it. Whoops. Abruptly, his knuckles stung. He heard or remembered Yoda's soft laughter. Frowning, he shut his eyes and relaxed. Everything still hurt, but he promised 2-1B that he'd rest and self-heal. He wished he felt better. Hyperdrive stations, called Manchisco. Commander, you might want to strap down. Luke glanced across the Spartan hexagonal bridge. 3 stations beside his command seat, an array of battle boards now darkened for transit, and a single R2 droid socket occupied by the Virgilian's own unit. He buckled in, wondering what disaster waited at Bakura unless he dealt with it personally. On an outer deck of a vast battle cruiser called the Shriwir, Dev Sibwara rested his slim brown hand on a prisoner's left shoulder. "It'll be all right," he said softly. The other human's fear beat at his mind like a 3-tailed lash. "There's no pain. You have a wonderful surprise ahead of you." Wonderful indeed. A life without hunger, cold, or selfish desire. The prisoner, an Imperial of much lighter complexion than Dev, slumped in the entekment chair. He'd given up protesting, and his breath came in gasps. Pliable bands secured his forelimbs, neck, and knees, but only for balance. With his nervous system deionized at the shoulders, he couldn't struggle. A slender intravenous tube dripped pale blue magnetizing solution in each of his corroded arteries, while several servo pumps hummed. It only took a few mils of magsol to attune the tiny fluctuating electromagnetic fields of human brainwaves to the Sissi-Ruvi entekment apparatus. Behind Dev, Master Fury Wirong trilled a question in Sissi-Ruvi. "Is it calmed yet?" Dev sketched a bow to his master and switched from human speech to Sissi-Ruvi. "Calm enough," he sang back. "He's almost ready." Sleek, russet scales protected Fury Wirog's 2-meter length from beaked muzzle to muscular tail tip, and a prominent black V crest marked his forehead. Not large for Sissi-Ru, he was still growing, with only a few age scores where scales had begun to separate on his handsome chest. Fury Wirong swung a broad, glowing white metal catchment arc down to cover the prisoner from mid-chest to nose. Dev could just peer over it and watch the man's pupils dilate. At any moment. "Now," Dev announced. Fury touched a control. His muscular tail twitched with pleasure. The fleet's capture had been good today. Alongside his master, Dev would work far into the night. Before entekment, prisoners were noisy and dangerous. Afterward, their life energies powered droids of Sissi-Ruvi choosing. The catchment arc hummed up to pitch. Dev backed away. Inside that round, human skull, a magsol-drugged brain was losing control. Though Master Furirong assured him that the transfer in corporeal energy was painless, every prisoner screamed. As did this one, when Furirong threw the catchment arc switch. The arc boomed out a sympathetic vibration as brain energy leaped to an electromagnet perfectly attuned to magsol. Through the force rippled an undulation of undescribable anguish. Dev staggered and clung to the knowledge his masters had given him. The prisoners only thought they felt pain. He only thought he sensed their pain. By the time the body screamed, all the subject's energies had jumped to the catchment arc. The screaming body already was dead. Transferred. Furirong's fluting whistle carried an amused undercurrent. Such a paternal attitude made Dev feel awkward. He was inferior, human, soft and vulnerable, like a wriggling white larva before metamorphosis. He longed to sit for entekment and transfer his life energy to a powerful battle droid. Quietly, he cursed the talents that sentenced him to go on waiting. The catchment arc hummed louder, fully charged, more alive now than the limp body on the chair. Furirong faced a bulkhead stippled with hexagonal metal scales. "Ready down there?" His question came out as a rising labial whistle, ending with a snap of the toothed beak, then 2 sibilant whistles falling to throat stop. It had taken Dev years to master Sissi-Ruvi, and countless sessions of hypnotic conditioning that also left him yearning to please Furirong, head of entekment. Entekment work never ended. Life energy, like any other, could be stored in the right kind of battery. But brain wavelength electrical activity, which accompanied life energy into the droid charges, eventually set up destructive harmonics. The droid's vital control circuits died of fatal psychosis. Still, human energies lasted longer than any other species in entechment, whether slave to shipboard circuits or motivating battle droids. Deck 16 of the huge battlecruiser finally whistled in answer. Furirong pressed his three-fingered foreclaw against a button. The catchment arc fell silent. The lucky human's life energy was even now sparking in a reservoir coil behind one small pyramidal battle droid's sensor clusters. Now he'd be able to see at additional wavelengths and in all directions. He would never again need oxygen or temperature control, nourishment or sleep. Free from the awkward necessity of will, of ever making his own decisions, his new housing would respond to all Sissy Ruby orders. Perfect obedience. Dev bowed his head, wishing it were him. Droid ships suffered no sadness or pain, a glorious metamorphosis, until one day enemy laser fire destroyed the coil, or those destructive psychotic harmonics unlinked it from control circuits. Furirong retracted catchment arcs, IVs, and restraints. Dev pulled the body husk off the chair and slid it into a hexagonal deck chute. It thumped away into blackness. Tail down, relaxed, Furirong swept away from the table. He poured a cup of red Cass while Dev brought down a nozzle arm and sprayed the chair several times. Biological byproducts flushed harmlessly through drains in the center of the seat. Dev raised the spray arm, locked it at standby, then waved at a switch for the chair to warm itself dry. "Ready," he whistled. Eagerly he turned to the hatchway. Two small young Poics brought in the next prisoner, a wrinkled human with 8 closely spaced red and blue rectangles on the breast of his green-gray imperial tunic, and a disarrayed shock of white hair. He struggled to wrench his arms out of his guard's foreclaws. The tunic proved pitifully little protection. Red human blood welled through his skin and torn sleeves. If only he knew how unnecessary all this resistance was. Dev stepped forward. "It's all right." He held his paddle-shaped ion beamer, a medical instrument that could double as a safe shipboard weapon, in the blue and green side stripes of his long tunic. "It's not what you think. Not at all." The man's eyes opened so wide that obscene white sclera showed all around the irises. "What do I think?" the man demanded, his feelings a forced swirl of panic. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Wait, you're the one." "I'm your friend." Keeping his own eyes half closed to hide the sclera. He only had 2 eyelids, unlike his master's 3. Dev rested his right hand on the man's shoulder. "And I'm here to help you. Don't be afraid." "Please," he added silently. "It hurts when you fear me, and you're so lucky. We'll be quick." He pressed his beamer to the back of the prisoner's neck. Still gripping the activator, he ran it swiftly down the man's spine. The Imperial officer's muscles loosened. His servant race guards let him fall to the tiled gray deck. "Clumsy!" Furirong sprung forward on massive hind legs, tail stiff as he railed at the smaller Poex. Other than size and drabness, they looked almost like the masterly Sissy Rook from a distance. "Respect the prisoners," Furirong sang. He might be young for command rank duty, but he demanded deference. Dev helped the 3 lift and position the smelly, perspiring human. Fully conscious, the catchment arc would not operate otherwise. The man wobbled off the chair. Dev caught him by both shoulders, wrenching his own back. "Relax," Dev murmured. "It's all right." "Don't do this," the prisoner cried. "I have powerful friends. They'll pay well for my release." "We would love to meet them, but we won't deny you this joy." Dev let his spirit center float over the stranger's fear, then pressed it down like a comforting blanket. Once the Poex had securely anchored the restraint bands, Dev relaxed his grip and rubbed his back. Furirong's right foreclaw jabbed upward, placing 1 IV. He had not sterilized the needles. It was unnecessary. At last, the prisoner sat helpless and ready. Clear liquid dropped out of one eye and a corner of his mouth. The servo pump sent magnetizing fluid up the IVs. Another liberated soul, another droid ship ready to help take the human empire. Trying to ignore the prisoner's wet face in an enervating terror, Dev rested a slim brown hand on his left shoulder. "It'll be all right," he said softly. "There's no pain. You have a wonderful surprise ahead of you." At last, all the day's prisoners were safely intact. except one female, who slipped free of the servant Puax and dashed her head against the bulkhead before Dev could catch her. After several minutes' effort at revival, Master Furlong's head and tail drooped. No use, he whistled regretfully. Sad waste. Recycle it. Dev cleaned up. Entekment was noble work, and he keenly felt the honor of involvement, even if his role was merely that of a servant who could force-calm the subjects. He slipped his paddle-shaped beamer into the underside of an overhead storage shelf, with its flattened topside up, then pressed its pointed projection end into the sheath notch until it clicked. The knurled handle, specially made for his five-fingered hand, dangled between the flat paddle and behind its rounded handguard. Furlong led Dev back up spacious corridors to their quarters and poured soothing cuss for both of them. Dev drank gratefully, seated in the circular cabin's only chair. Sissy Rook needed no furniture. Hissing contentment, Furlong settled his broad tail and hindquarters comfortably onto the warm gray deck. "Are you happy, Dev?" he asked. Liquid black eyes blinked over the cuss mug and reflected the bitter red tonic. It was an offer of solace. Whenever life saddened Dev, whenever he missed the sense of wholeness he'd had when his mother force-linked with him, Furlong took him to blue-scaled Elder Shikith for renewal therapy. "Very happy," Dev answered truthfully. "A good day's work. Much kindness." Furlong nodded sagely. "Much kindness," he whistled back. His scent tongues flicked out of his nostrils, taste-smelling Dev's presence. "Stretch out, Dev. What do you see tonight in the hidden universe?" Dev smiled weakly. The master meant it as a compliment. All Sissy Rook were force-blind. Dev knew now that he was the only sensitive, human or otherwise, they'd ever met. Through him, the Sissy Rook had learned of the Emperor's death moments after it happened. Because the Force existed in all life, he'd felt the shockwave of power ripple through spirit and space. Months ago, his potency, the Shrifoot, had responded immediately when Emperor Palpatine offered prisoners in exchange for tiny 2-meter droid fighters of his own. Palpatine couldn't have known how many dozen million Sissy Rook lived on Liwick in their distant star cluster. Admiral Ifpicus captured and questioned several Imperial citizens. This human empire, he learned, stretched out for parsecs. Its star systems lay like nesting sands, fertile for the planting of Sissy Ruvi life. But then the Emperor died. There would be no bargain. The traitorous humans had abandoned them to get home as best they could, with the fleet's energy almost spent. Admiral Ifpicus had come ahead with the battlecruiser Shriwer and a small advance force, only half a dozen attack ships with supporting entekment equipment. The main fleet hung back, waiting for news of success or failure. If they could take a major human world, that entekment equipment, Master Fury Wong's domain would give them the human empire. Bakura, when it fell, would provide the technology to construct dozens of entekment chairs. Each intact Bakuran would power or shield a battle droid fighter or vitalize some critical ship component on one of the large cruisers. With dozens of entekment teams trained and equipped, the Sissy Ruvi fleet could take the humans' populous core worlds. There were 12,000 planets to liberate. So much kindness to accomplish. Dev almost worshipped his master's courage in coming so far, and risking so much for the good of the Sissy Ruvi Imperium and the liberation of other species. If the Sissy Ru died away from the consecrated homeworld, his spirit roamed the galaxies alone forever. Dev shook his head and answered, "Outside, I sense only the quiet winds of life itself. Aboard the Shurier, mourning and confusion in your new children." Furry Wurong stroked Dev's arm, his 3 opposable claws barely reddening the tender, scaleless skin. Dev smiled, empathizing with his master. Furry had no clutchmates on board, and the military life meant lonely hours and terrible risks. "Master," Dev said, "maybe, someday, might we return to Liwick?" "You and I might never go home, Dev, but soon we will consecrate a new homeworld in your galaxy. Send for our families." As Fairy Wong glanced at the sleeping pit, a whiff of acrid reptilian breath trailed across Dev's space. Dev didn't flinch. He was used to that smell. His own body odor sickened the Sissy Rook, so he bathed in and drank special solvents 4 times daily. For special occasions, he shaved all his hair. "A clutch of your own kind," he murmured. Fururung cocked his head and stared with one black eye. Your work brings me closer to that clutch, but for now, I am weary. I'm keeping you awake, Dev said, instantly repentant. Please get your rest. I'll come along soon. Once Fururung lay nested in his cluster of pillows, with his body warmed by below-deck generators and triple eyelids sheltering the beautiful black eyes. Dev took his evening bath and drank his deodorizing medication. To take his mind off the abdominal cramps that always followed, he pulled his chair over to a long, curved desk/counter. He withdrew an unfinished book from the library and loaded it into his reader. For months he'd been working on a project that might serve humankind even better than he served it now. In fact, he feared that the Sissy Rook would inject him into circuits to complete his work rather than into the battle droid he hoped to earn. He'd known how to read and write before the Sissy Rook adopted him, both letters and music. Combining those symbiologies, he is devising a system to write Sissy Ruvi for human usage. On the musical staff, he noted pitches. Symbols he'd invented signified labial, full tongue, half tongue, and guttural whistles. Letters showed vowels and final click blendings. Sissy Rue required a full line of data. The half-tongue whistle rose a perfect fifth while the mouth formed the letter E. Then a puckered labial whistle down a minor third. Sissy Rue was the singular form. The plural, Sissy Rook, ended with a throat click. Sissy Ruvi was complex but lovely, like birdsong from Dev's youth on the outpost planet Garo. Dev had a good ear, but the complicated task invariably overwhelmed him at the late hour of his free time. As soon as the cramping and nausea passed, he shut down his glowing reader and crawled in the dark toward the faint, fetid smell of Fururung's bed pit. Too warm-blooded, he stacked a pile of pillows to insulate him from the quarter's below-deck heat. Then he curled up far from his master and thought of his home. Dev's abilities had caught his mother's attention from a very early age, back on Chandrilla. A Jedi apprentice who hadn't completed her training, she'd taught him a little about the Force. He'd even communicated with her over distances. Then came the Empire. There'd been a purge of Jedi candidates. The family fled to isolated Garo. Barely had they settled in when the Sissy Rook arrived. Her Force sense vanished, leaving him far from home and bereft and terrified of the invading spaceships. Master Furung had always said that his parents would have killed Dev if they could, rather than let the Sissy Rook adopt him. Terrifying thought, their own child. But Dev had escaped death on both counts. The Sissy Ruvi scouts found him huddled in a eroded ravine, fascinated by the giant lizards with round black eyes. The undersized 10-year-old had taken their food and affection. They'd shipped him back to Loic, where he had lived for 5 years. Eventually, he learned why they hadn't intact him. His uncanny mental abilities would make him an ideal scout for approaching other human systems. They also allowed him to calm and techmit subjects. He wished he remembered what he'd said or done that revealed his talent. He taught the Sissy Rook all he knew about humankind, from mindset and customs to clothing, including shoes, which amused them. Already he'd helped them take several human outposts. Bakura would be the key world, and they were winning. Soon the Bakuran Imperials would run out of fighting ships, and the Sissy Rook could approach Bakura's population centers. A dozen Pewek landing craft carried paralysis canisters ready to drop. Over a standard hailing frequency, Dev had already announced to Bakurans the good news of their impending release from human limitations. Master Fururung said it was only normal that they resisted. Unlike Sissy Rook, humans feared the unknown, and Techmit was a change from which there was no returning to report. Dev yawned mightily. His masters would protect him from the Empire, and someday reward him. Fururung had promised to stand beside him and lower the catchment arc himself. Dreamily, Dev stroked his throat. The IVs would go here, and here, someday. Someday. He covered his head with his arms and slept. Chapter 3. Star streaks shrank on Luke's triangular forward view screen as the Flurry and her 7 escorts dropped out of hyperspace. Once he'd checked deflector shields, he'd swung his chair to get the master computer's in-system status report. While Captain Manchisco's communications officer scanned in standard Imperial hailing frequencies, Luke felt better, so long as he moved slowly. Scanners showed 8 planets, None at the spot in its orbit where Alliance Master Nav had projected. Now he was glad Monchisco had overruled his impatience, planned cautiously, and dropped out of light speed in the outer system. She shot him a meaningful look. He touched one eyebrow in salute, then nodded at the Duro navigator, who blinked his huge red eyes and gargled unintelligibly. He says you're welcome, translated Monchisco. Half a dozen blistered ovids clustered around the system's third world, surrounded on its screens by a virtual sandstorm of small fighters. They all gleamed red for threat, but they maneuvered crazily on the screen, breaking formation and regrouping, approaching and fleeing. Obviously, they weren't all on the same side. He glanced at General Dodano's brainchild, the battle analysis computer. He'd agreed to bring along a BAC prototype, and now he needed data to run it. Looks like a party, Junior, came Han's voice from the speaker at his elbow. I'm with you, Luke answered. We're hailing the Imperials now. No sense. Sir, interrupted the communications man. Hang on. Luke swiveled away from Han's speaker and got a leg cramp for his trouble. He was almost healed. Did you raise someone? The young, broad-shouldered Virgilian pointed at a blinking green light on his console. Someone had given the go-ahead to transmit. Luke cleared his throat. Before they left Endor, Leia had offered a list of things he might say. They just weren't his style. Besides, he wouldn't be dealing with a diplomat or a politician. This was an embattled commander who could spare only seconds for each decision. Imperial Navy, Luke said. This is an Alliance battle group. We have the white flag out for you. Looks like you're in need. Would you accept our help as between fellow humans? Sure, there were aliens among the rebels besides Chewbacca and Manchisco's Duro navigator. One gunship was crewed by 17 Mon Calamari, but the human chauvinist Imperials didn't need to know yet. The speaker crackled, imagining some seasoned Imperial veteran frantically scrolling through a tutorial for standard rebel contacting procedures. Luke switched to an Alliance frequency. All fighters, maintain defensive formation, shields up. We don't know what they're going to do. Musical fragments and garbled voices echoed across the flurry's bridge, and then, Alliance Battle Group. This is Commander Petir Thanos of the Imperial Navy. Declare your purpose here. The brassy voice rang with authority. For 3 days in hyperspace, Luke had vacillated between pretending ignorance and admitting the real situation. Captain Manchisco raised an eyebrow as if to ask, well? We intercepted a message Governor Nereus sent to the Imperial fleet, which is, mostly an air dock at the moment. It sounded like serious trouble. As I said, we came to help you if possible. Luke cut transmission and realized from spasms shooting down his calves that he'd stood up. Frustrated, he lowered himself onto the big chair again. He'd rested plenty in hyperspace. On his intergroup channel, the gunships checked in. Their pips showed blue on the black status board. Outside his view screen, they formed up in pairs. Near his elbow, Leia's voice spoke softly from over on the Falcon. Luke, be subtle. You're dealing with Imperials. They're going to see us as hostiles and chase us away. They're not chasing anybody at the moment, Luke pointed out. They're about to be wiped. No wonder nobody picked up the standard distress transmissions, said the dry, crisp voice of Imperial Commander Thanos. Alliance Battle Group, we would be grateful for assistance. I am coding a status report 20 cycles below this frequency. Well, all right, observed Han. Only someone who had already considered himself beaten would accept marginally identified reinforcements. Luke glanced at Communications Officer Delcus, who opened the channel Thanos indicated. Within moments, a small percentage of the swirling dots on the status board turned yellow gold for the Imperials. Luke whistled softly. All 6 ovids and most of the sandstorm so gleamed threat red. The BAC started spitting information. Commander Thanos had less firepower than the invaders, and 80% of it was concentrated in a single Karak-class cruiser. Not a big ship, with only a fifth of the crew that a Star Destroyer carried, but it outgunned the Flurry several times. You sure you want to do this? Muttered Manchisco. Luke touched a call button that would send rebel pilots scrambling up ladders. Fueled and pulled out into the bays during the last day in hyperspace, the fighters were launch-ready. Ready your formation, Luke told his Imperial counterpart. He wasn't sure how to proceed. Calming, he reached inside himself for a leading from the Force. A hunch, as others called it. Thanos said, Can you stand by? A weird warbling whistle drowned out the Imperial commander. Luke drummed his fingers against the console. When Thanos came back, his voice still sounded smooth and controlled. Sorry, Jamming. If you could throw a cone of ships into the gap between the Sissy Rook's 3 central cruisers, it could inspire them to retreat. It would buy us time. Sissy Rook. Luke filed the alien's name at the back of his mind. Something underneath consciousness finally made a suggestion. Commander Thanos, we're going to sweep down from solar north just spinward of those 3 cruisers. Set course, he murmured aside. Captain Manchisco's navigator reached for his nav computer. Valtis, the Duro gargled in standard around thin, rubbery lips. Establish 8-7 north. 6 spinward. The Virgilian pilot finger-hopped corrections onto his computer. Luke felt the flurry break dormancy. Deck panels transferred engine vibrations to his feet and command chair. The access hatch, which they'd left open for ventilation, slid shut. Thanos spoke again after another minute. That's within our sphere of greatest need, Alliance Group. Come in. And thanks. Just keep it away from the gravity well. What do you think, kid? Han's voice filtered through the speaker at Luke's elbow. Doesn't look good. I've got to get to Bakura, Leia insisted over the same speaker. I have to convince this Governor Nereus to declare an official truce. Otherwise, they have no reason to work with us. You can't end-run the entire Imperial Navy. Han, Luke answered, did you read how we're going to move? Oh yeah, his friend sounded amused. Good luck, hero. I'm afraid our only trained diplomat is going to wait this one out. Good idea, said Luke. What? Luke heard exclamation points follow Leia's question. What are you talking about? Excuse us. He pictured Han turning aside, trying to reasonably explain an unpleasant truth to the more stubborn Skywalker twin. Maybe her brother ought to step in. Leia, he said, look at the board. Bakura's blockaded. All communications out must be jammed. We haven't heard a peep except some scatter from entertainment bands. You're too valuable to risk in the battle zone. And you're not, she retorted. I have to talk with the governor. Our only hope is to persuade him that we're coming in as non-aggressors. I agree, answered Luke, and we could use the Falcon in a sweep, but we're not risking you. Be thankful you're on your own gunship. Stony silence. Luke called out more orders, maneuvering his carrier group into a loose carpet formation for the tricky inter-system jump. All right, Leia grumbled. The 6th planet isn't far from this vector. We'll head in that direction. If it looks safe, we'll land and wait for a rendezvous. Planet 6 sounds good, Leia. Luke could feel her indignation, and it wasn't directly only at him. She and Han must learn to resolve disagreements, develop their own system. He shut her sense out of his perception. Be in touch, Han. Use standard Alliance frequencies, but monitor the Imperial ones. Affirmative, Junior. Luke watched the light freighter swing out of formation through his view screen. The blue-white arc of its engine shrank in the black distance. According to his status board, his fighter pilot stood by, mounted and ready, with Wedge Antilles running squadron checks. He didn't belong up here. Today, his cold X-Wing would sit in a dark hangar bay, and R2 in his quarters, link through the flurry into the battle analysis computer. Maybe next time he could rig R2 to link him with the carrier's command deck and run things from a fighter. Except where could he install control and status boards? Calculations are in, he announced. Prepare to jump. The blue picket ship's lights turned green. Luke clutched the arms of his seat. Now. Han Solo kept an eye on the Falcon's sensors as he swung the nimble freighter aside. Too experienced to get caught in the battle group's jump hyperwash, he couldn't resist watching until Luke's carrier. Imagine the kid commanding a carrier group. Winked out. Leia flinched. Now he was back where he belonged, on board the Falcon. Alliance repair teams had wasted no time getting his beloved freighter back into service after Lando rattled her around inside the second Death Star. But no hard feelings, Lando. It was for a good cause. He belonged in his cockpit, with good old Chewie in the co-pilot seat. But even that wasn't the same. Leia sat behind the huge Wookiee, wearing a gray combat coverall belted around her waist, leaning forward as if she thought she ought to be co-pilot instead. Well, he'd give Leia everything he owned, the whole galaxy if he could swing it, but she wouldn't bump Chewie out of that chair. Yeah, she handled the Falcon just fine during a couple of emergencies, but even a smuggler drew the line somewhere. 3PO occupied the other back chair, his golden head swiveling from side to side. I am so thankful you reconsidered, Mistress Leia. Although my expertise will be wasted more seriously than usual out here in the system's far reaches, our safety is of paramount importance. May I suggest? Han rolled his eyes and said mock menacingly, Leia? She hit the off switch at the back of 3PO's neck. He froze in position. Han whooshed out a noisy sigh of relief. Chewbacca added a chuckling growl and shook his black-tipped cinnamon fur. Han reached for his control panel. 7 minutes to close approach. Leia unstrapped and pushed up to stand closer to the Council, pressing her warm leg against his. Imperials can't be far. Where are the scanners? Han shot a hand forward and turned them on. The sixth planet filled the scanner displays. Chewbacca barked several grunts and romps. Dirt and ice, Han translated for Leia. Bakura's systems only got one gas giant and a whole flock of acrid comet types trailing off behind it. He paused. If the Falcon's warm at all, she'll melt herself right to the surface. Look, said Leia. Settlements of some kind near the Terminator. I see it. Han held his course toward the cluster of regular shapes. But there's no communication or defense satellites, and we're not picking up any transmissions. Chewie howled agreement. Quickly, the domes swung into view. Han pulled them in on high resolution and spotted a double line of shattered walls between jagged new craters. What a mess, Leia said. 10 to 1 our mysterious aliens have already hit this place. Good. Leia flicked dust off Han's chair. Startled, he twisted around. That means they probably won't be back, she explained. Checked it off the list, Han agreed. And they're out for bigger game now. I only hope Luke's careful. He will be. Okay, Chewie, this looks like a nice quiet neighborhood. We'd hit in better if we land, blend in with the rocks. You know, let's get low and kill speed. Only enough to fight gravity. We're going in cold. He didn't tell her how hard that would be. His sensors registered under 0.2 G on this ice ball and no atmosphere to heat up incoming craft, but shedding temp was no simple job. Core heat was still up from the hyperspace jump, and friction was no small factor. Even in the dead cold of outer system space, they'd already hit billions of ions and atoms. Han touched a control he rarely used, setting dorsal radiators on full. He wished he had chillers for the landing struts, but if his wishes were fishes, Calamarians would be giving the orders at Alliance HQ. Just beyond the Terminator, he spotted a crater bottom long and broad enough to hold the Falcon snugly. He shut down the radiators, brought her low, and let her hover. Now, no braking rockets. About to ease down, he spotted a dark, shining pool spreading out on the crater bottom below him. Not water ice, then, but ammonia or some other smelly volatile that melted at such a super cold temp that even hoverjets puddled it. Now what? Chewie muffled a suggestion. Yeah, he answered. Synchronous orbit. Good idea. We're not going to land after all? Leia relaxed into her high back seat as the Falcon swooped over the ruins and gained altitude. Chewbacca howled, pointing out a small problem. It works well enough, Han said. What works well enough? Leia demanded. Han frowned at Chewie. Thanks a lot, pal. The Falcon Star Tracker. For maintaining orbits on autopilot, it's slaved into a circuit that doesn't normally cover those things. Why? Han laughed shortly. You don't make this many modifications on one freighter without slicing a few circuits. The tracker works well enough, but... Chewie, make sure we don't drift off course. So long as we stay close, no one will spot us. Han jabbed a sensor. Looks like brothers Luke's moving in on the Imperial side. I suppose you want to stick around and watch. Leia frowned. With this scanner board, it's impossible to tell who's on which side. Anyway, I'm uncomfortable with the whole situation. Oh. Was that scanner board comment another insult? Oh, he added cheerfully. Maybe they'd finally have a quiet hour. Their so-called vacation after the big Ewok party had been worthless. Leia was bone-tired, but during the jump, with all hands busy and 3PO bustling everywhere, he'd quietly had Chewie make a few modifications in the Falcon's main hold that weren't in Kraken's field guide. He only hoped Chewie had gotten it right. The big Wookiee was a master mechanic, but his aesthetic sense wasn't, well, human. Han Solo hadn't exactly joined this picnic for the war effort. Leia groped behind 3PO's neck and switched him back on, then followed Han aft. Once the Battle of Endor wound down, they'd talked for hours. Beneath that smuggler's cynical mask, this man hid ideals like hers. They'd simply been squashed harder. And she dreaded being alone ever since Luke gave her the terrible news. Darth Vader was her... No. Her mind dodged its own defenses and thrust again. As she'd watched Alderaan blasted from space aboard the Death Star, she thought she'd been watching her family die. In truth, her father had stood... No! She would never accept him as her father, not even if Luke did. She ducked to miss a dangling hose. If she had to find a hiding place and pull her head in for a few hours, the time had better count for something. She'd already wasted too many days recuperating. She rubbed her right arm. Not even synth flesh completely countered the itch of a healing blaster burn, and she told Han it wasn't bad, just hard to ignore. He stopped near the entry ramp. She leaned against the bulkhead and stared up at him. What's left to fix? The Falcon was Han's first love. The sooner she accepted that, the less often he'd get his back up. Besides, it was foolish to feel jealous of a spaceship. Han slid his hands off his hips and let them hang along his black pants side stripes. Things will probably stay quiet for a few hours. Chewie's on watch, too. Abruptly, Leia realized that was no combat glimmer in his eyes. I thought something needed repairing. She tossed down the challenge. Come on, isn't there some new modification that needs field testing? Yeah, back here in the big cargo bay. He strode along the curving corridor, slapped the locking panel, and stepped down into the Falcon's aft hold. He palmed open a bulkhead hatch into the closed starboard compartment. Shield generators back here. The cargo bay smelled stuffy. She stepped down behind Han. What are you smuggling this time? Something I picked up on Endor. We picked up on Endor, she corrected him. Crates piled and braced with more crates walled off the back of the compartment. Han slid a crate aside and uncovered a locker she thought might be a refrigeration unit. He reached in, groped, and pulled out a glass bottle. Straight-faced, she took it. Primitive glass sealed with a plug of tree bark. It looked less than sanitary. What is it? A present from that Ewok medicine man. You remember, the one who made us honorary members of the tribe? Yes. Leia lounged against the stack of cargo crates and handed back the bottle. You didn't answer my question. Han yanked on the plug. Berry. Wine of some sort, he grunted. The plug popped free. Goldenrod about split a resistor translating, but the gist of what the fuzzy guy said was, to ignite the heart that's beginning to warm. So that's what he was up to. Hey, we're at war. We'll always be at war. When are you going to live? Leia felt her cheeks heat. She'd rather talk, argue, even fight with Han than hide out and sip berry wine? With a battle going on. As Bail Organa would have pointed out, this man wasn't even appropriate company for someone of her upbringing. He wanted to solve all his problems with a blaster. She was a princess by adoption, if not by birth. Again, the black masked shadow fell across her thoughts. Vader. She had hated him so righteously. Cloudy purple wine sloshed into stoneware. Probably not a palace-quality vintage. Let's not, she began, then she trailed off. She'd already decided she couldn't do Luke any good hanging around the subspace radio. Hey. Han handed her one cup. What are you thinking? What are you afraid of? Too much. She touched the rim of her cup to his. The pottery clinked softly. You? Afraid? Leia had to smile. It didn't make sense to be anything but brave and headlong. She sipped, then sniffed her cup and wrinkled her nose. It's too sweet. I don't think they make anything else. Han set his cup on a pallet. Look over there. He took her hand and tugged her around the freestanding divider of crates. She set her cup beside his. He stopped. Leia looked down into a nest of self-inflating pillows. Chewie, Han growled. He dropped her hand. I guess that's a little blatant. I never should have trusted a Wookiee. Leia laughed. Chewie set this up? Wait till I tell that big wet-nosed furball. Still laughing, she braced herself against the bulkhead and shoved him over backward. He caught her hand and went down flailing. Chapter 4. Chewbacca hoped he'd gotten it right. Han's aesthetic sense wasn't, well, civilized. But his intentions were sterling. Leia ought to be able to figure that out. She seemed like a genteel female. 3PO prattled behind him. Chewbacca fiddled with communications gear, checking occasionally on Luke's battle. He'd lost track of which blip in all that mayhem was the flurry. And this is a rather precarious hiding place, 3PO added. Planet 6 is rightly denied the dignity of a proper name. Why, it's little more than a large boulder of ice, not even a settlement, just the remains of a military outpost. Abruptly he paused. What was that, Chewbacca? Tune back a few kilobits. Chewie shrugged and suggested that 3PO butt out. I shall not butt out, you ill-mannered flea-bag, the droid squeaked. The nerve of some creatures discounting my expertise. I distinctly heard something back there. Out here in the fringes of the system? Chewie considered tearing off a metal arm. It would serve 3PO right. But he'd just have to resolder all those connections again. I detected something that was not a naturally occurring phenomenon, tuned back a few kilobits. Well, it was possible. Pressing his headset to one ear, Chewie hit the low-band scanner and had it repeat its sweep of near space. Something buzzed briefly, a signal too weak to key, scanner pause. Chewie spun a control to amplify. Several seconds of fine-tuning brought up a low electronic hum. 3PO cocked his golden head and posed authoritatively. That's very strange, Chewbacca. It sounds like some kind of command code for communicating between droids. But what would active droids be doing in this vicinity? Perhaps it is a mechanical survivor from that abandoned Imperial outpost below, or machinery still in operation. I suggest that you turn on the comlink and alert General Solo or Princess Leia. Han had hinted that he'd better not be disturbed for anything short of catastrophic pressure loss. Chewie told 3PO as much. Well, I shall not relax until I have ascertained that signal's origin. We have, after all, entered a war zone. We could be in considerable danger. Wait. 3PO leaned in to the other side. This is no code used in any alliance or Imperial system. The invaders? Without hesitating, Chewie swatted the comlink. It beeped from Han's shirt pocket. General Solo! Bleated 3PO's sing-song voice. General Solo! Leia wriggled in Han's arms. I knew it, he muttered. Just when Leia had been on the verge of relaxing, he pulled out the comlink. What? He sneered. Sir, I am picking up a transmission from near space. A droid control unit of some kind seems to be in operation very close by. I am not certain, but its source appears to be coming closer. Uh-oh, Leia said softly against his shoulder. She pushed up to her feet. Okay, Chewie, we'll be right there. Han made sure it sounded more like a threat than a promise. Looking amused, Leia poured her syrupy wine back into the bottle and recorked it. Before sprinting up the corridor, she spread her hands and mournfully quoted Han's words back to him. It's not my fault. Han had just swung into the cockpit when an electronic shriek rang out from the main console. What's that? Leia asked. Great, just great. Chewie was already powering up. Not good, sweetheart, Han clipped. We just got probed. By what? Leia dropped into the seat behind him. Well? Han tossed the question over his shoulder to 3PO. Sir, began 3PO, I have not yet ascertained. Okay, Leia interrupted. Shut up. There! She pointed dead center on the view screen. Look, what are they? From behind the dead, icy bulk of Planet 6, 8 or 9 small shapes appeared in mid-starfield, headed directly for the Falcon. I'm not sticking around to find out, Han growled. Chewie, charge the main guns. Chewbacca barked agreement, full voice. We know the aliens take prisoners, Leia muttered. I don't want to open negotiations from that position. You won't. Come on, Chewie. You and me for the quad guns. We'll see what they're made of. Leia, take us someplace. Suddenly, I don't trust Planet 6. Leia slid into the pilot seat. Hadn't he just vowed that she'd never take the Falcon away from him and Chewie? Yeah, but this was different. As he rounded the bend, he heard 3PO's voice fade out. The Millennium Falcon is better configured for running away than for engaging enemy fighters. Han climbed up the turret and clambered into his seat, and squeezed off a ranging burst. They're closing fast, he told Leia via the pickup mic on his headset. Is Goldenrod getting any data? What are they? 3PO's answer began. Well, General Solo. By then, Leia had answered. Deep space droids, that's all he knows. The droids swooped into close range. 3 soared over the freighter's asymmetrical dish, firing energy bursts toward its main engine. Analyze those beams, Goldenrod, Han shouted as he fired. Are they laser cannons or what? Chewbacca snarled over his headphones. Yeah, Han answered, for ships of that size. What? Leia cried. What for ships of that? Strong shields. Han poured firepower into a single droid, holding it steady in his sights for as long as it'd take to implode a full-sized TIE fighter. The thing finally blew. The Falcon rocked as another droid fired. Han relaxed into the gunner's power chair. This is just the old game. Another droid swooped along the freighter's rim, right at the edge of his sighting capability. Smart droids, he muttered. They learn fast. Abruptly, the starfield tilted, lining up the droid for a long, clean burst. Better? Asked Leia's voice in his ears. Much. The thing finally exploded. 2 more came in, still aiming for the engines, not the gunner stations or the cockpit. They want prisoners, all right. So where was Big Mama, the boss ship? Or were those babies programmed to attack on their own? As if she'd read his thoughts, Leia murmured, "What do you bet they're left over from the alien attack on this outpost?" Han finally overloaded the upper one's shields. A wave of debris sent its buddy spinning out of sight. "Safe bet," he said tightly. Silence. "That everybody, Chewie?" Affirmative roar. Breathing heavily, he scrambled back down to the cockpit. "Where are they headed?" he asked Leia. She stroked a control rod. "In system. There may be more of those out here. I don't know about you, but I'd feel safer with the rest of our battle group." As she stepped out of the captain's chair, the engine pitch fell off with a groan. Cabin lights darkened. "Now what?" Leia demanded. "I never know what to expect from this over-modified bucket." "Or its overconfident captain? Go ahead, princess. Say it." Han whacked a counsel. Ready lights blinked and the engines came back up. He swung into his seat with a flourish. "We're gone." Leia crossed her arms and looked defiant. "For all the protection I've gotten, we might as well be doing Luke some good." "Well, strap down, sweetheart. We're going to hustle." Motionless but for his eyes, Luke glanced from view screen to back unit. Commander Thanos' Imperial ships were falling back. Not because Luke was coming in. Evidently, his battle group had dropped back out of hyperspace at the moment when the Sissy Rook meant to press their advantage to Bakura's surface. That meant the aliens had thinned their outer arc to push forward. One light cruiser was practically undefended, creating an area Luke's small force ought to be able to take easily. "Dilkus, give me squadron leaders." His headset hissed. He adjusted it, pushing small, hard components into his ears. "Okay, let's get their attention." He touched a back panel to transmit its evaluation into their targeting computers and highlight the solitary cruiser. "Gold leader, Rogue One, that's yours." "Got it, Flurry." Wedge and Tilly sounded confident and experienced. "Rogue group, lock S-foils in attack position." Luke felt vulnerable, riding a target as obvious as this carrier. "Red leader, split your squadron. Red 1 through 4, hold an escape cone open behind Rogue and Gold groups. We'll draw them away from the planet." Every byte of data his ship's sensors could feed into the back would help it analyze alien ships' capabilities. He shook his head. The yellow-gold pips on his screen were Imperial fighters, and he was defending them. "Red 5 and the rest, stay with the Flurry," Luke finished. Sitting beside him on the elevated captain's chair, Captain Manchisco swiveled away from the master computer. 3 black braids swung on each side of her head. "Why, thank you, Commander." Her sense in the Force teased him. Eager for battle, she felt confident of her ship, her crew, and herself. Gold and Rogue squadrons soared in, confounding the aliens' rear guard with a full-speed sweep. Luke stretched out with his feelings, barely aware of his body. Sensed through the Force, pilots swarmed like hive-minded insects. He tried reaching for alien presences, but couldn't find any. Unfamiliar minds were always difficult to touch. As Wedge closed on a tiny enemy fighter, the back showed it a bare 2 meters across. He braced himself. Something that small might be just a remote, a drone, or the aliens could be elfin size. Wedge scored. Something weak and inexplicably putrid shrieked in momentary anguish, then fizzled away and died. Luke choked down his gag reflex. Had he felt 2 presences cry out? He drummed his fingers. The enemy fighters weren't true drone ships then, but piloted. Sort of. Something had died. Almost before he finished that thought, another string of alien fighters winked out behind Gold Leader. This time, he deliberately opened himself. The cascading spiral of twisted misery was as faint as a whimper. But human. Luke couldn't imagine human pilots on alien fighter ships of that size, particularly not in pairs. The back bleeped. Blinking away disquiet, Luke stared at the alien cruiser's red circle. It flashed. Vulnerable. "Flurry Rogue One, go for that cruiser. Now." "I'm on it," Wedge crowed, barely audible over a weird 2-tone whistle. X-wings soared past Luke's view screen. Abruptly, several more squadrons of tiny, sparkling pyramids swarmed out of one end of the alien cruiser. "Abort, Wedge," Luke cried. "They've launched another wave." "Yeah, I noticed." The whistle grew louder, jamming. Wedge didn't seem concerned. "Back can't make up its mind, huh?" X-wings scattered in pairs, drawing out pyramidal shapes to engage them. He belonged out there. His best skills were useless on a bridge deck. The back bleeped again, calling Luke's attention to a string of symbols. It had counted and plotted ships' positions, evaluating known and observed firepower, shield strength, speed, and other factors. The Imperials' retreat was transforming into a counterattack on the far underflank of the aliens' front. Patir Thanos was evidently a first-class strategist. Luke returned to his communications officer. A vaguely ominous stirring in the force raised prickles at the back of his neck. He bent closer to the back. Wedge was leading a sweep out and back toward that light cruiser. That looked good. The Imperial's position had just strengthened by 15 percentage points. That looked excellent. No. Wait. An alien gunship, far smaller than the cruiser but no doubt heavily armed, had left the main battle. It was closing on Wedge's squadron from 6 o'clock low, behind the light cruiser's cover, an angle and a proximity Wedge couldn't hope to see and evade. He guessed the gunship's captain had been waiting for Wedge and his boys to turn their backs. "Rogue One," snapped Luke. "Wedge, watch behind you. Big guns below." As an afterthought, he added, "Red 5 in your group. Get out of there and shoot those fighters off Wedge's tail." What was that? He could barely hear Wedge for the jamming. X-wings scattered. Two vectored right into the picket ship's range. Luke's view screen flashed. Two blasts of painfully familiar human anguish wrenched Luke's spine and stomach as Alliance pilots died. Not Wedge, he confirmed hastily, but they'd been people. Someone else's friends. They'll be missed. Mourned. He regathered his wits and tried to shield himself better. He couldn't grieve yet. Flashing red on the back screen, the picket ship was still tailing Wedge's X-wing tightly. Behind Luke, Captain Manchisco cleared her throat. "Excuse me, Commander, but you're leaving the flurry wide open to—" He was turning his head when the backboard framed a crimson full alert. The flurry itself was about to come under attack. Alien fighters whizzed past the view screen, reflecting crazy flashes of light. "Sure enough," Luke said. "They saw it too. Crew's yours." Manchisco's black eyes brightened. She spun away and barked out a string of orders to her shipmates. The Duro gargled a question, waving long, knobby hands over his nav controls. Manchisco gargled back. The flurry carried everything from gunners to shield operators. Luke concentrated on Wedge's danger and closed out his own. Miniature alien fighters had almost surrounded Wedge and his squadron, trapping them inside an escape-proof globe of energy shields and firepower. Luke fought down panic and funneled his emotional energy into the force around and inside him. He stretched out his own point of presence toward the tiny alien ship dead ahead of Wedge's X-wing. Touching it, he clearly sensed two almost human presences on board the small fighter. Shutting out the nauseating sense of twistedness, Luke brushed each presence. One controlled shields, the other, all remaining shipboard functions. Luke focused on the second, driving force energy to its center. Though weak and faint, it resisted with tortured strength. Its misery goaded him toward despair. No one deserved to live free, its whole being declared. By its reckoning, Luke could do nothing for Wedge, and nothing to save himself, and nothing to save either human aboard the alien fighter. All were doomed. Luke struggled to see through the stranger's vision. The entire sphere of space opened around him. It overloaded his senses. He had to narrow his field of view to find Wedge's X-wing. On either side of his projected presence, another pyramid hovered apparently motionless, flying in formation. From the center of each triangular face, a scanner/sensor cluster peered back like a compound eye. Laser cannon bristled at each corner. Fear, aggression, anger, the dark side are they. Yoda had taught him that his methods were as critical as his motives. If he used dark power, even in self-defense, the cost to his soul might be disastrous. He relaxed into the Force. Clinging to control for the sake of his soul and his sanity, he amplified the pitiful will. Its sense of humanity peaked, hopeless victory for a tortured spirit. It had lived, once, free. With all the intensity of the doomed, it longed to go on living. Luke planted a suggestion in reply. But a good death is better than life enslaved to hatred, and peace is better than anguish. With suddenness that startled him, the alien ship altered course directly for one of his squadron mates. It accelerated to ram. Luke wrenched free of the other human's will and sat gasping and swallowing. He wiped drenched hair off his face. A whoop in Luke's headphones pierced his brain. It took him a second to refocus his mind on the carrier's battle bridge, another second to refocus his eyes and steady his stomach. Wedge's X-Wing shot out of danger through the gap generated by 2 alien ships' destruction. "Sir," clipped Captain Manchisco. Luke shook himself back to a localized awareness. "Are you all right?" "I will be. Give me a minute." "We may not have a minute, sir." The back still blinked red. The flurry rocked under heavy bombardment. Manchisco's gunners had picked off a swarm of tiny fighters, but behind them came more, and 3 more alien picket ships. At one corner of the board, 6 red triangles flashed a shield erosion warning. He had the alien's attention all right. Despair melted out of him. "Engineering can't get us any more power," she said. "Got any more tricks up your sleeve?" "Sir?" In other words, could the famous Jedi help them out of this pickle? Her sense was still cocky, but she too was peaking on adrenaline. Her navigator gargled at her. "No," she ordered, sounding alarm. "Stay at your station." He ran a long hand over his leathery gray head. "All squadrons," Luke called. "Flurry needs reinforcements." The ship rocked again. Bridge lights blinked. "That's it," announced a crewer from a sideboard. "Shields are gone. Now we'll see how strong the hull is." 2-meter pyramids swirled past the view screen. Luke clenched a fist. He whirled with ideas. Everyone useless. Something shimmered mid-battle, the asymmetrical dish of a freighter dropping out of hyperspace amid the swarm of alien fighters. A picket ship strayed into its line of fire. "No more picket ship." "Figured you needed some help," said a familiar voice in his ears. "Thanks, Han," he murmured. "Nice of you to drop by." Fighter after enemy fighter fled past the flurry for open space. Red warning lights turned amber. "How many do you owe me now, Junior?" "Several," he answered. Maybe he owed Leia. She might be learning to sense force leadings, too. The swirl of battle gradually slowed. Numbers and figures sifted on the back, but Luke ignored them. Later, he might use that information to brief his pilots on alien ship capabilities. But for now, he stared out the light-splashed view screen and considered the situation. Surrender to the Force was reflective, but not mindless. "Red Squadron," ordered Luke. "Ease into position beneath that cruiser. Come across its bow. Turn it in system." He rubbed a fingernail with his thumb and waited for the huge ship to turn, caught himself, and gripped his thigh with that hand. Slowly, the red enemy pip began to rotate on his board. It eased forward, as blind as he'd guessed to Red Squadron's presence. Just a little farther, and Red Squadron could. "Red Leader," Luke transmitted. "Going in now," squeaked a young voice. Luke had to clench his other hand against the edge of the board. Next time, he'd let Akbar send someone else to command. This was ridiculous. He hated command. First chance he got, he'd resign his commission. Through the Force, he felt the cruiser's destruction. Milliseconds later, brilliance lit his view screen. "Yes!" crowed Wedge's voice. "Good job, Red Leader." Luke imagined his youngest squadron leader grinning behind a blast-darkened canopy. "Well done," Luke echoed. "But don't close your eyes yet. There's still plenty out there." "Right, Flurry." The cluster of blue X-Wings, pips, did a 4-way split swing, gathering data through each ship's scanners to add to the fleet's battle boards. "Nice try, Dodonna," he thought at the back's inventor. Its sophisticated circuitry was as useful, and as limited, as the fighter's targeting computers. "Sir," came Lieutenant Delkis's soft voice behind him. "Drink of water?" "Thanks." Luke grasped a flat-bottomed drink bulb. A new pattern on the back intrigued him. Somebody on the other side had just given an important order, because red pips were disengaging all across the screen. "Squad leaders, they're getting ready to jump. Stay out of their way, but pick off any that attack you." He had grown in the Force. Already, his first choice was to intimidate, not to kill, particularly a battle group that might be turned against the crumbling Empire. He switched channels. "Do you see that, Commander Thanos?" No answer, but Imperial Commander Thanos was busy too. Luke watched with relief as cluster after cluster vanished. "That's it," he said softly. "We're done for now. Get the outer system scanners up, Delkis. It's my guess they're not going far." "Yes, sir." Luke sipped bland, recycled water down his parched throat. He'd been breathing hard. "Better control next time," he promised himself. "Sir," said Delkis, "you were right. They're already coming up, barely out system." He liked being right, but he did wish they'd simply gone home. He stretched. What next? He set the drink bulb on the back. It made a better table than strategy counselor. Code a message to Admiral Akbar, Delkis. We need more ships. Include back recordings for that battle. They'll show 'em what we're up against. Can you have it off in half an hour? Easily, sir. Thank the Force for contraband Imperial transceivers. Do it. Next, refuel and rest. Squad leaders, this is Flurry. Good work. Come on home. Manchisco exhaled, shook her braids, and whacked the Duros' shoulder. Blue Alliance glitter dots converged on the Flurry. Luke's radio crackled. Alliance Commander, this is Commander Thanos. Do you have HoloNet capability? Yes, but it's slow. Give us 5 minutes. Lieutenant Delkis was already twisting levers and diverting power into recently patched-in components. Luke slid his chair into pickup range. Tell me when you're ready. Ready, Delkis said at last. Two-way. Over an instrument panel appeared the image of a man who looked about 50, narrow-faced with thinning brown hair cut almost short enough to hide its curl. Thanks, said Commander Thanos. And congratulations. They haven't gone far. I see that. We'll be on watch. You, might want to move out of the battle zone. Those alien ships leave very hot debris. Hot? Luke eyed a hull temp readout. Sissy Ruvi drones burn heavy fusionables. New term. Sissy Ruvi. More important, if the aliens meant to invade Bakura, why scatter the system with radioactive cinders? And why did Thanos go to all the trouble of using HoloNet for this minor exchange? Luke wondered as Thanos' image faded. Either Commander Thanos wanted to see his counterpart, or, knowing the rebels had HoloNet, Thanos might suspect they'd stolen other Imperial equipment. Luke stared at the yellow-gold Allies dots. Analyze that, he directed the back. The reading came up quickly, and he moved his drink bulb to see it all. The Imperial cruiser drifted, manifestly crippled. Thanos' remaining forces had withdrawn from battle and established a defense web around that ship. And Bakura. He guessed he wouldn't trust Imperials who claimed to want to help him, either. Making people trust each other would be Leia's job. Thanks again, Falcon, he said on their private channel. Didn't things work out at the 6th planet? We'll tell you about it sometime, Leia's voice answered out of the speaker at his elbow. Chapter 5. Imperial Bakuran, Senator Garil Kaptitsin, sat wiggling her toes and making patterns out of keys on her inset touchboard. Under a tiled ceiling that rose to a point above its center, the chamber of the Imperial Bakuran Senate lay silent, except for a soft trickle from 4 two-story translucent rain pillars at its corners. Roof gutters channeled rainwaters into the pillars. Lit from below, they shimmered with the liquid pulse of Bakura's biosphere. Garil had stood in the rain this morning to watch it drum on dancing pokta leaves, letting it soak her skin, hair, and clothing. She took a deep breath of damp, soothing Bakuran air and folded her hands on the table. Imperial Center was now the only world where a student could do postgraduate work in government, one of the Emperor's ways of ensuring that his philosophy trickled down to subject worlds. After a required year of indoctrination on Center, she'd returned last month. Confirmed now to the senatorial post she'd won as a youngster, she was here for her first emergency evening call. Atop the stairs, to Garil's left, Governor Nerisu's massive purple cushion repulsor chair sat empty. The Senate, declining in power every year, awaited Nerisu's convenience. Down the steps from Governor Nerisu's chair, a pair of tables lay on Garil's long middle level. On a third, lowest level, 2 inner tables framed in open space. Orrin Belden, senior senator, shook his finger across the low central table. Don't you see? Belden creaked at Senator Govia. Compared to systems the Emperor truly wants to control, our ships and facilities are, well, the ships are older than I am, and the facilities are undermanned. As for staff, we're a dumping ground. All rise, barked a voice near the chamber's door. A warden in ancient-style violet doublet and hose thumped a spear's butt on carpeted flooring. Garil slipped her shoes back on and stood with 39 other senators. Only the Imperial Guard saluted. She hoped this session didn't mean more taxes. Not now, with the Sissy-Rook threatening. Imperial Governor Willick Neris strode in, flanked by 4 black-helmeted naval troopers. They reminded her of leggy beetles. Governor Neris wore a specially designed uniform, heavy on braid and gold piping, its short coat cut to create an illusion of taper from his shoulders to his waist, and skin-tight black gloves that had given him a reputation for being fastidious. His features were heavy except for prissy lips, and he had the imperial swagger down to a science. "Sit," he said. Guriel smoothed her long blue skirt and sat down. Governor Neris remained standing near the entry. Taller than any of them, he used his height to intimidate. She'd always disliked him, but her year on Imperial Center had made him slightly more tolerable. By comparison. "I won't keep you," he said, looking down his long nose. "I realize you are busy keeping your sectors pacified. Some of you are doing well, some aren't." Guriel frowned. Her district's residents were abandoning their jobs to dig shelters, but at least bunker blasting was productive. She glanced at her uncle, Prime Minister Jorg Kapitsin. Here in Salasdar, Kapitsin had been quelling riots, using Bakuran police to keep Neris from sending out stormtroopers from the garrison. Neris raised a gloved hand to silence murmurs. Once he had their attention, he slowly turned his head and cleared his throat. "Rebel Alliance ships have arrived in the Bakura system." That gave her a rain-cold shock. Rebels? The Empire allowed no dissent. After Bakura entered the Empire 3 years ago, 2 minor rebellions had been efficiently quashed. Guriel remembered too much of that period. Both of her parents had died, caught in the wrong place during a running battle between insurgents and Imperial troops. That was when she'd gone to live with her uncle and aunt. She didn't hope to live to see another uprising, or any more of the bloody purges that followed. Perhaps these troublemakers wanted the repulsor lift component factory in Belden's district. Could Neris's forces protect Bakura from rebel invaders and the Sissy Rook? Neris cleared his throat. "The Dominant, our only remaining cruiser, sustained heavy damages. On the advice of my staff, I have ordered our forces to withdraw from the main battle and protect Bakura itself. I request your confirmation of that order." Belden straightened his back and fiddled with a voice amplifier on his chest. "Covering your tracks, Governor? So if anything goes wrong, you can finger us? Who's keeping the Sissy Rook off, I wonder?" It wasn't wise to attract an Imperial Governor's attention, but Belden seemed fearless. Maybe if Guriel were 164 with a second prosthetic heart and 1 foot in the grave, she'd learn his kind of courage. Abruptly distracted, she checked the time. She had promised Senator Belden that she'd visit his elderly wife this evening. Madame Belden's caregiver, Kliss, left for the night at 20:30, and Guriel had offered to sit with her until Senator Belden finished a committee meeting. Fiery little Ippy's mind was eroding at only 132. Eroding? It had washed out to sea 3 years ago. Orrin Belden's devotion and the genuine affection of a few lifelong family friends such as Guriel sustained her. Eppie had been Guriel's first real grown-up friend. Governor Neris ran a hand over his dark hair. He tried to mimic a classic Old Republic politician, using minimum threat of force to keep the population in line. Consequently, he'd built a new order far from Imperial core shipping lanes with minimal open violence. After those bloody purges 3 years back. Neris smiled blandly. "The action I have ordered merely ensures the rebels will not strike at Bakura." "Did rebels disable the Dominant, or did the Sissy Rook?" "I do not yet have full reports, Senator Belden. It appears that, for now, your factory is safe. I shall send over 3 defense squads from the garrison." Belden wouldn't like that. Prime Minister Kapitsin stood again. The deep green shoulders of his tunic seemed to float at the top of his perfectly straight back. Guriel had been stunned to find his hair white when she came back from the university. Kapitsin's dignity shamed Neris's posturing. He flicked 2 fingers against his trouser seam. Placate. Apparently Belden saw it too. He sat down slowly, deferring to the PM. "Thank you, Senator Belden," said Prime Minister Kapitsin. "Evidently, for the moment, the rebels are between us and the Sissy Rook. Perhaps that's the best place for them." He looked around the table. 40 senators, human except for 2 pale Kurtzen from the Kish district, stared back. Like the Senate, Prime Minister Kapitsin had lost authority every time he crossed imperial wishes. "Let us support Governor Neris," he said without enthusiasm, "and confirm his withdrawal order." He called the vote. Guriel extended an open palm with the majority. Only Belden and 2 others closed their fists. Garil sighed to herself. Belden wasn't a follower of the cosmic balance. He could not bring himself to believe that when he graciously allowed fate to diminish him, others were exalted. The wheel always turned too, and those who humbled themselves for the present would one day reap rich rewards. "Thank you for your support," purred Nereus. His beastly escorts followed him out. Garil stared after him. Before the Empire arrived, Bakura had been governed by a prime minister and a senate, and no set of 3 individuals in the government could ever agree on a program. Schools had run half-year when Garil started attending, then shifted to tumble-month schedule, 2 on and 1 off. Then someone scrapped the entire curriculum. If the government couldn't agree on a school calendar, even a child knew it wouldn't agree on anything else. As the senator's daughter and the prime minister's niece, she'd overheard unending machinations and bickering about other subjects: social justice, repulsor lift exports, and taxation. Most important, no 2 senators had ever agreed on a defensive strategy. Consequently, Bakura fell quickly to the Empire. She straightened her shoulders. Perhaps that easy conquest explained why Governor Nereus had left so much of the original government in place. Her experience on Imperial Center had taught her to keep her mouth shut about Bakura's Senate. Other systems' residents reacted indignantly to its existence. Imperial peace compensated Bakura for the autonomy it had lost, or so Garil's admittedly limited experience told her. It had ended the chaos and civil infighting, and brought Bakura and trade goods out into stellar lanes. Yet many older senators disagreed, and when they spoke quietly, Garil listened. Speaking of dissidents, she'd better head for the Beldens' apartment. She slipped her shoes back on, again, and headed for the roof port. Dev generally spent battle time in his master Furirong's quarters, working feverishly on his translation project to keep from feeling enemy fighters' fear when tractor beams caught them. Today, though, Master Furirong had asked him to carry food trays and a packet of drink bulbs from the galley up a brightly lit corridor to the command deck. Busy defending the advance force, Admiral Ifpicus had ordered the empowerment of additional battle droids instead of refilling the Shirir's normal complement of internal droid servants, except the security droids who guarded the bridge itself, so Dev filled a servant role different from his usual post. The Shririr's captain held back out of battle, protecting Sissy Roof's lives, and holding open communication lines that stretched along a string of subspace beacons all the way back to the main fleet. Whenever human prisoners were brought on board, Dev took secret comfort in their company. For a little while. They were always intact so soon, their force presences focused inside battle droids. He wouldn't deny them that joy for the sake of his own psychological comfort, but secretly, selfishly, it saddened him. Unbeknownst to his masters, he sometimes reached out through the force during battles and fondled whole human presences. Feeling guilty, but compelled, he stretched out now, and touched power. Gripping the steering surfaces of his repulsor cart, he stood motionless. Someone, somewhere off the Shririr, had the deep, placid strength he'd always associated with his mother. His eyes flooded. Surely she hadn't come back for him. Could that be? He'd heard of visitations, but... No. If this were the sense of a human, and the human was clearly not on Bakura from its proximity, then this was the sense of an enemy. It was far stronger than his mother, too. He'd heard the Admiral mention an incoming group in passing, almost as if it were beneath his notice, but this enemy made him think of home. The outsider was concentrating on the combatants too, but not with the same shade of passion Dev felt. Dev reached deeper. Their likeness beckoned and seduced him. The outsider seemed not to notice his probe. Dev gave the repulsor cart a push. He shouldn't think about it. He hoped the feeling wouldn't come back. He paced onward. He had almost reached the bridge when a warbling whistle sounded over the general alarm system. Emergency. Harness for reorient. Startled, Dev released his cart. He plunged to the nearest open hatchway and spotted several ceiling-to-deck emergency hammocks. Large russets, Sissy Rook, and small brown poex struggled into the nearest harnesses. Dev spied one that hung limp. He dashed over, seized the red cord at its end, and held it against his breastbone, then twirled to surround himself. Now, more than ever, he wished for a massive sissy-roovy body. Slender and tailless, he had to twirl half a dozen times before the webbing enclosed him securely. Then he had several seconds to think about the alarm trill, to try to remember if he'd netted the nest pillows this morning. He'd also let a laden cart in the corridor. Worse, the invincible Shrewer was accelerating unexpectedly for hyperspace. Surely this wasn't retreat. They'd been so close to victory, The near bulkhead became deck, then ceiling. Dev's stomach protested violently. Acceleration smashed his face into 6 layers of netting. Unable to brace against the deck, he dug his fingers through the webbing and spun out of control. He clenched his eyes shut and begged it to end. When gravity came from the deck again, the alarm whistle cut off. Dizzily, Dev struggled to unwind. "What's going on?" one of his neighbors asked. "I don't remember an emergency reorient since Katamaskar." The answer came in a disturbingly familiar voice. "We lost a cruiser. Nearly all the new drone fighters are gone. We're having to waste humans to protect our remaining ships. We must analyze the newcomers' tactics before going in again. This group is different. Different ship types, different command style." Command style? Did the new group have a force-strong commander? Perhaps a genuine Jedi who'd finished the training his mother had only begun? But the Empire had purged Jedi, hunted them down. Yes, and the Emperor was dead. A true Jedi might dare to show himself. That was all supposition. Finally unwound, Dev stepped out of his hammock. Standing in front of him, staring down with liquid black eyes, stood the massive Sissy-Roo who performed his comforting renewals. Shiktuka, the elder they respectfully nicknamed Bluescale. Bluescale had sprung from a different Sissy-Roovy race from Firorong's. Brilliant, tiny blue scales, narrower face, longer tail. Bluescale's race dominated on the homeworld as Firorong's dominated the military. He should tell Bluescale what he'd sensed, but that would mean confessing his guilty secret habit. Dev blinked down at the deck. "I greet you, elder." "What is amiss?" Bluescale demanded. His black-scent tongues flickered, tasting the air. Of all Sissy-Rook, he seemed most sensitive to subtle changes in human scent due to stress. "Such tragedy," Dev said cautiously. "That many battle droids lost. Those poor humans. Their new lives, their new happiness, was cut so short. Let me mourn for other humans, elder. How sad for them. How sad." The boldness of his lie staggered him. Triple eyelids blinked. Bluescale let out a guttural honk, the Sissy-Roovy equivalent of a thoughtful Tapping his foreclaws, Bluescale answered. "Later, then. After you have contemplated their deaths, return to me. I will renew you for happier service." "Thank you, elder." Dev's voice cracked as he backed away. "I must clean the corridor. Labor will give me time for thinking." Bluescale waved a foreclaw and dismissed him. Dev fled back out through the hatchway, feeling guiltier than ever. Had he endangered the advance force? Surely not. Admiral Ipixis would succeed. Dev's immediate problem was to hide that moment's touch in his memory before Bluescale called him in and convinced him to confess. Cold food spattered the bulkheads, and drink bulbs littered the gray-tiled deck. Dev hurried down ship to a supply locker. Cleanup was poetic work, but he felt responsible. He had never been able to fool Bluescale. Wasn't hiding thoughts treasonous? His masters had saved him from starvation and death. He owed them so much. Yet he'd never had so strong a reason before. His mind had touched a kindred soul. He couldn't betray it yet. He flung open the supply locker, seized up a galley vac, and hurried up ship toward the nearest dribbling glob. Chapter 6. Safe conduct to Salas-Dar, the capital city. Controllers will talk you down, finished the spaceport's flunkey's voice in the Falcon's transceiver. "Thank you." Han cut the connection and leaned back. Leia exhaled. "So, we can get to work." Han arched an eyebrow. It seemed to him they'd been working already. Leia didn't notice. "We have to decide what to do next." She smoothed one of the braids that circled her head. "Right," he answered, glad to see her thinking sensibly. "Do we use this safe conduct and land on Bakura or not? They're in better shape now. This might be a good time to take our troops and get out." Leia stared at the Falcon's deck. That wasn't what I meant, but you're right. I can't help wondering if we'll be able to deal with Imperials directly. On link from over at the Flurry, Luke spoke up. Leia, aren't you feeling well? She cleared her throat and leaned toward the control board. I'm uneasy, Luke. Maybe I'm starting to think like Han. I don't feel quite right about this situation. I'm more nervous than usual. Han eyed Chewie, who waffled softly. Yeah, maybe she was picking up a sense of self-preservation. Skywalkers seem to be born without it. We're all nervous, answered Luke's voice. Something's going on here besides what shows on the surface. I have to figure it out. Han peered through the Falcon's port at the Flurry. It hovered, looking lumpy and awkward near the Falcon in a parking orbit outside the Imperial defense web. You sure, kid? He asked. It'd be a good time to head home. I'm sure. Leia, you're in charge of negotiations. Do you want to shuttle over and make a dignified landing in the Flurry's transport? Wait a minute. Han straightened his back. I'm not landing anything but the Falcon. I want this bucket planet side in case we need to make another fast getaway. Another? Asked Luke. What happened? Later. Leia tapped her thumbs over clasped fingers. What about the impression we'll create landing in... Well, think what the Falcon looks like if you don't know her. Thanks a lot, Your Highness. That's camouflage. She spread her hands. This will be the Bakura and Imperial's first impression of our group, Han. We want them as allies. Think in the long term. First, we have to survive the short term. Luke cleared his throat. The Falcon won't fit in the Flurry's hangar bay. It's full. Leia glanced at the immaculate control panel, then over at one bulkhead wired together with leftover circuitry. She gave him a long, somber stare. At last she said, Okay, Luke, come on over. We'll land in the Falcon. But only if everybody dresses up. Han clenched a fist on one hip. Well, I'm not. Except you, Captain. Her voice sounded sweet, but he saw an evil gleam in her eye. It's your bucket. You'd better look the part. Sometime later, Leia stared out the viewport at cloud patterns on a stunning azure world. Chewie examined the boards and then stood, looking satisfied to head up the corridor. Luke appeared with damp, tousled hair. He'd taken her account of events at Planet 6 calmly, then said something about scrubbing down. Feel better? She asked. You bet. He plunked down in the oversized co-pilot's chair. Let's see if we can raise Commander Thanos again. I still say it smells like a trap. Han slid back into the pilot's seat. Maybe Thanos thinks he's being a nice guy, offering to let us into that defense web. But if we split our forces, we got half tied up for some Imperial desk jockey, and only half on alert where they ought to be. Luke tapped a pattern into the council. Their ships are going to need longer repair breaks than ours. What I saw had been shot up pretty badly. And we still don't know what those aliens are up to, Leia said. She glanced sidelong at Luke. She could swear he knew more than he was telling. I have a very bad feeling about it. It's our necks in the noose now, Han joined in, along with the Bakurans. That was the idea, Leia agreed, to prove we're with them by sharing their danger. Alliance forces? Rumbled Commander Thanos' voice from the speaker. Leia leaned over Luke's shoulder. Nearly dry already, his hair caught dim cabin lights like an aureole. On frequency, Commander Thanos, Luke answered. I've cleared Alliance ships to join the defense web in the positions you requested, while your party conducts negotiations on Salas Dar. I look forward to meeting you in person. It's mutual. Alliance out. Luke paused for a second after switching from the Imperial frequency to another. Got all that? Locked into the back, Captain Manchisco answered through the speaker. Have fun down there. Luke blew out a long breath. You're going to have to tell the Imperials who you are sooner or later, Luke. Han made a wry face. Leia started. No, you're not. I'd rather do it face to face, Luke said calmly. Oh. They only meant revealing his name, not his ancestry. She hurried to agree. He's got better control, better discernment in person, Han. He can feel if they're covering up. Han snorted softly. It still smells like a trap. I don't like it. But he reached for the control panel. Luke relinquished Chewie's seat and took one in back. And Luke's a Jedi, Leia reminded him. Luke nodded at her. We'll keep our eyes open. The Falcon vectored out of position in parking orbit toward an approach for the Bakuran capital city, Salas Dar. Passing through the defense web, Leia spotted a huge repair station, saucer-shaped, not spherical, thank goodness. They'd had enough Death Stars. Han made a tight descent, all dive and no sightseeing. Leia peered between Han and Chewie's seats on the scanner display. Between the twin rivers, an enormous outcrop of pure white rock sparkled in low-angle light. It dazzled her eyes. Blinking, Han punched in a visual filter. Better? Look at that, Leia whispered. Where the outcrop took a southeastward bend, an entire city sat perched on its width. South of the city, she made out a double ring of large craters surrounding a tall metal tower. Civilian spaceport, she guessed. She glanced north again to the city. Radials and concentric circles of its road system gave it a web pattern, and considerable aircar traffic cruised on and off several sharp towers near its midpoint. What's the local time? She asked. Just after dawn. Han rubbed his chin. Going to be a long day. Irregular green blotches suggested that luxuriant parks had been created in pockets of soil on the rocky white outcrop. Look. Luke pointed a kilometer south of the spaceport. Inside a circle of barren black artificial surface, enormous turbolaser turrets guarded a hexagonal complex. Leia folded her arms. Standard design for an Imperial garrison. It's going to be crawling with stormtroopers down there, Han observed. What was that? 3PO called from his usual station in the gaming area. Did someone see stormtroopers? Don't overload a circuit, said Han. They're going to be everywhere. 3PO's answering mutter had the rhythm of, oh dear, oh dear. Luke unharnessed and slipped out of the cockpit. Chewbacca howled something. Luke must be expecting a smooth touchdown, Han translated. Don't know why not, he added. Leia elected to stay in her seat and brush a wrinkle out of her white skirt. She'd ordered a copy sewn from her threadbare white senatorial gown. She still hoped to dispel the rebels' ragtag reputation, if that was possible after landing in the Falcon. Han flew the ship around the perimeter of Celis Dar twice, swooping out over the river on each side of the stunning white outcrop that kept them from flowing together. They're not firing on us, he said. Guess we might as well go through with it. Controllers directed Han toward a vacant multi-ship crater at the western end of the spaceport. The early morning shadows of several movable repair gantries stretched out long on the rough white ground. What's that surface? Leia murmured as Han made his final descent. Han glanced at a scanner. Says here the outcrop's almost pure quartz. The crater looks like rock glass, but somebody roughed it up. The Falcon touched down softly. There. See? Han asked. Nothing to worry about. Chewie barked. Leia turned to look where he was pointing one hairy hand. About 20 people clustered around a long repulsor shuttle near a gantry at the end of their landing crater. Hurry it up, Luke, Han shouted. Right. Luke's breathless voice echoed out in the corridor. Leia sprang off her seat and joined him. 3PO stood nodding approval of Luke's white ship suit without rank insignia. As Leia looked him up and down, he hooked on a silver utility belt from which dangled a blaster, 3 trifle pouches, and his lightsaber. Good enough? He fixed his eyes on Leia. They looked so blue and innocent. I guess that's how a Jedi ought to dress, she said dubiously. I wish he looked older. Luke glanced anxiously at Han. Han shrugged. Leia laughed. What does it matter what he thinks? She asked Luke. You look splendid, Master Luke, put in 3PO. General Solo, you're rather untidy. Don't you think it would minimize our danger if... Chewie, said Han, you want to stay on board? It was a valid question. Chewbacca would represent the Alliance well if he came along. Imperials despised aliens on principle, but humans and Imperial repressed aliens had founded the Alliance together. Chewie roared. Okay, Han said. Guess we can use one more pair of eyes. Everybody looks sharp. Leia thought 3PO snickered, if such a thing were possible. R2 chirped aloud. All right, Luke cut in. Here we go. Leia positioned herself in the center of the group with Luke on her right, Han on her left, and Chewie behind with 3PO and R2. Chewie dropped the entry ramp. She walked on slowly, sniffing cool, wet air that seemed heavy with exotic plant odors. Her first breath on a new planet was always a treat. As she stepped onto the pale spaceport surface, it crunched. She glanced back. The Falcon sat on a satiny bed of white rock and gray spaceport dust. Enough exploring. Get to work. She strode to meet the Imperial group beside its shuttle. Oh, Han said sarcastically. All the pretty white armor. Cut it out, Leia muttered. I'm wearing white too. She thought back to her days as an imperial senator, the double game she'd played between the emperor's coterie and the infant alliance her father had died for. Her real father, Bail Organa, who had raised and trained her and nurtured her sense of self-worth and self-sacrifice. Regardless of biology, she would never own another man by that title. Period. Interdata. End program. The man at the center of the group had to be Imperial Governor Willick Nearest. Tall and dark-haired with heavy features, he wore a khaki uniform that he might have borrowed from Grand Moff Tarkin, with the addition of a pair of thin black gloves. The other individuals in his group kept shifting positions to watch him. He was absolutely in charge. Relax, she told herself. Flow with it. My strengths lie here, along a different path from Luke's. Governor Nearest's delegation made a semicircle around him. Princess Leia of Alderaan. He sketched a half bow. It is an honor to receive you. Governor Nearest. She returned his bow, making sure hers dipped not a millimeter deeper. It is our honor to be here. In the name of the Emperor, welcome to Bakura. She couldn't have hoped for a better opening than that protocol greeting. Thank you for your welcome, she answered placidly. You may think me terribly rude to correct your kind words, but it's no longer valid to welcome us in Emperor Palpatine's name. Emperor Palpatine died several days ago. Nearest cocked a dark, heavy eyebrow and clasped his large hands behind him. My dear princess, he swaggered forward another step, have you come to Bakura spreading rumors and lies? It gets better, your excellency. He was killed by his apprentice, Darth Vader. Vader. Nearest straightened several millimeters to loom over her. Distaste dripped through his pronunciation, a sentiment she understood perfectly. Vader, he repeated. His Imperial Majesty should never have trusted a Sith Lord. I was prepared to disbelieve you, your Highness, but Vader as an assassin, I believe. Lord Vader is dead as well, your excellency. Luke's chin rose at the edge of her vision. She knew what he wanted her to add. Maybe Vader had died heroically, but 10 minutes contrition did not make up for years of atrocities. The governor's people turned aside in pairs to whisper. Leia seized the initiative again. Governor, may I present my escorts? First, General Solo. Han was supposed to bow, or at least shake hands. Instead, he stood aside with a flat, disapproving expression. At this rate, he would never make a diplomat. His co-pilot, Chewbacca of Kashyyyk. Chewie grumbled as he bowed. Wookiees had been deeply betrayed by the Empire. She hoped Chewie didn't forget himself and start tearing arms off Imperials. The chilly morning breeze ruffled his fur. She laid out her trump card with flair. And Commander Skywalker of Tatooine, Jedi Knight. Luke bowed beautifully. She'd coached him. Nearest squared his shoulders. After a moment, he returned the bow. Jedi. His large nose twitched. We'll have to watch ourselves. Luke clasped his hands in front of him. Good. Leia praised him silently. He was letting her answer, just as she begged. Now she felt repaid for letting him take charge in battle. Maybe there was a future in this division of labor, so long as it didn't go too far. Yes, Excellency, she said. Governor Nearest turned his head toward her again. We mean to reestablish the old Republic, including the Order of Jedi Knights. Commander Skywalker is head of the Order. Again, she guessed what he wanted her to add. Also the only member. Don't look sheepish, Luke. Commander Skywalker, Nearest repeated, and his tone became as oily as droid lubricant. Ah, now I recognize your name, Commander. Fortunately for you, Bakura has a good trade balance. You might know that for some years there has been an astronomical reward offered for your capture. Alive only. That must be something of a distinction among rebel forces. I'm aware, Luke answered quietly. This was nothing new either. They were all on the most wanted docket. And I see 2 droids, said the governor. They'll have to be equipped with restraining bolts for the duration of their stay on Bakura. Fitting droids with those bolts was standard procedure on most planets, compulsory on Imperial worlds and battle stations. We'll see to it, Leia agreed. Now certain she had commanded Nearest's respect, she stepped out of her own protection. Governor, Alliance forces intercepted your call for assistance. The Imperial fleet is no longer a presence in this part of the galaxy. We are here to assist you in repelling the invaders. Once that is accomplished, we will leave you. Bakura must choose its own destiny. We will not attempt to impose ours upon on the Bakuran people, she corrected herself. Governor Nearest showed her a chilling half-smile. The left side of his face contracted, pulling up that side of his mouth. The right side could have been cast in iron. Luke stayed at attention. Just as Nearest's face wore two expressions, he was of palpably different minds. It would be difficult for such a man to accept rebels as allies. The gloved governor's saber and the force licked and pushed at him. Nearest had an uncontrollable compulsion to dominate people, and that kept his delegation at attention. Luke knew the type. His ways were the only sensible ways. Anyone who countered him would capture his attention only long enough to be squashed. The quintessential imperial governor. Luke kept himself open to perceive intent all around. So many nervous flickers tremored through the force that simply looking calm strained his control. He didn't intend to get fried by a trigger-happy trooper before Leia talked out a treaty. As Leia and Governor Nearest continued a guarded conversation, he stretched deeper and opened himself toward them again. Leia, calm and poised, not intimidated by Nearest. The governor, a facade of trained manners, the compulsion to dominate, and underlying both, a gut-wrenching sense of terror. Surely not of us. Again, Luke thought of the despondent, not quite human presences on that Sissy Ruby fighter ship. Had he contacted captive Bakurans? Obviously, the governor meant to leap in any direction that offered protection. As hostile as he acted in front of the troopers, he could easily jump into the Alliance camp. Temporarily. In a civilian shuttlecraft offered for their ride to the city, Luke relayed that impression to Han. Yeah, Han muttered quietly. He could jump into our camp all right. Or he could torpedo it. Want to place bets? Luke's formal trousers clung to his legs, clammy with the pervasive Bakuran dampness. Leia sat in front of him, lovely in her hooded white senatorial gown. She stared out the window of the plushy, upholstered shuttlecraft. Sure enough, the Bakuran Senate had requested that they attend an immediate emergency session. Abruptly, Leia straightened. 3PO, what do I need to know about protocol? I'm afraid that is not in my program. 3PO already wore his magneto-fixed restraining bolt, and his tone sounded whinier than ever. R2 interrupted with an electronic whistle. What? Master Luke downloaded the data files from that probe into your memory banks? Why didn't you say so, you overstuffed recycle cylinder? R2 chattered back at length, then 3PO answered Leia. All I am able to ascertain is that Bakura was once governed by a prime minister and senate, but all real authority now rests in the imperial governorship. Tell us something new, Han remarked aside. A Bakuran pilot/guide brought them in low over a huge wedge-shaped building punctured by two wide Greenwell arcs. This is the Bakur complex, announced the pilot's assistant, linking one arm around a silver stabilizer bar. She stared at Chewbacca. Luke guessed she'd never seen a Wookiee. The complex appeared to fill several hectares between two radial highways and bordered the round city center park along its southwestern arc. The complex includes guest and resident housing, imperial offices, a major medical center, and the grand old Parkside building that was once seat of government under the Bakur Corporation. Leia looked down, as if she were watching huge vine-covered trees flit across the complex's rooftop. Actually, Luke guessed, she was mentally reviewing Imperial protocol. Bakura's freedom rested on her ability to negotiate this truce. Han beside her in the shuttle's front seat fiddled with his blaster. At a rooftop landing pad, they transferred to a repulsor tram for a rapid ride across the large complex. Their guide kept up the tour, concluding, the corporation wing of the Bakur Memorial Building was built over 100 years ago, overlooking Statuary Park at City Center. Please remain seated until the car comes to a complete stop. The tram slid under a vine-draped arch and decelerated. Wait, Leia. Han sprang up. Luke slipped out his own side of the tram. Leia kept her seat for a few seconds. I believe this archway is suitably secure. 3PO's observation drifted through an open hatch. Still, we must be certain of safety. Leia poked her head out Luke's side. Listen, she said. If they meant to hurt us, the entire mission has already failed. Han glanced over the tram. Right. Okay, on this side, Luke. Luke swung around to the rear of the car and uncarted R2. The droid whistled jauntily and extended his tricycle wheels. Han and Chewie stepped out ahead of Leia and 3PO. Luke followed, trailed by R2. Door wardens in gold-trimmed violet doublets and hose admitted them in a spacious hallway carpeted in black. Gold traceries ran like veins of precious metal up a row of columns built in double-wedge style, then crisscrossed overhead on a vaulted ceiling. Red marble, Leia murmured. Worth a fortune if you could smuggle it out, Han answered over his shoulder. He followed one door warden. After a few mincing steps in imitation, he shifted back into his watchful stride with glances to left and right, behind every pillar, and toward each open door. Luke listened intently through the forest for flickers of aggression. He sensed nothing. Leia walked serenely ahead of him, at the center of the group beside her protocol droid. The violet-legged warden stopped at an arch carved of glistening white stone. A rough warden wall blocked most of it, with scanners hovering on silent repulsor lifts over each side, and 4 Imperial stormtroopers standing guard. The sight of them gave Luke a fight-or-flight surge of adrenaline. They're here illegally, Leia murmured. We are the galaxy's rightful envoy to Bakura. Tell that to them. Han glowered at the stormtroopers. Luke stared up into one sensor's glossy round eye. R2's dome swiveled around and around as his own sensors scanned the hallway. Weapons check. A trooper bent over Leia and spoke in a metallic voice. Leave all ordnance in the security locker. He gestured toward a bank of palm-keyed receptacles across the archway. Leia spread her empty hands and then folded them mock submissively. Luke crossed the arch, selected a cubicle, and then palmed its lock while pressing a button to key the locker to his handprint. He drew his blaster from its belt holster and laid it aside. Come on, Han, he said softly. Han had followed him, tailed slowly by Chewie and Leia. Han didn't seem happy about it, but he keyed a cubicle of his own and set his blaster inside. Leia cleared her throat. Han shot her a look that might have fried lead, then pulled out his boot knife, the pocket blaster from his wrist sheath, and his favorite vibro knife. Chewbacca was easing off the bandolier for his bowcaster when Luke's subconscious tossed up a suggestion. Chewie, he said softly, stay with the locker. R2, you too. Chewie's lips drew back in pleasure, and he wrinkled his black nose. The big Wookiee had little use for politics and no trust for Imperials. He would love to stand guard. Leia led the group back toward the arch. Stop right there, said the stormtrooper who'd spoken before. He pointed at Luke's lightsaber. That's a weapon, too. Luke extended a tendril of force energy and answered soberly. This is a symbol of honor, not an offensive weapon. Let it pass. Let it pass, echoed the stormtrooper in the same sober tone. Recovering, he added, I'd leave the droid at the door. Droid malfunctions nearly killed the first crew of Bakuran colonists. Sir, protested 3PO, my function is... Thank you, Leia said firmly. None of them were forgetting that restraining bolt. 3PO will wait just inside. A door warden announced, Senator Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan, and... He waved a hand vaguely. And escorts. Chapter 7. Leia led them through the arch and mounted 4 broad steps into a vast square chamber. Luke followed, matching Han step for step, hoping he'd done the right thing by keeping his lightsaber. He didn't want to offend the entire Bakuran Senate by carrying in a weapon, but they might not recognize it as dangerous. He also hoped Leia would have challenged him if she thought it important. The chamber was square under a tiled ceiling, and in each corner stood a tall, glassy pillar. Most of the senators were human, with only 2 exceptions. Tall, white-skinned individuals with corrugated scalp instead of hair. Luke opened himself to listen through the force. A babble surrounded him, the textures of 40 or 50 nervous minds. Narrowing his focus, he reached straight across the chamber toward a massive repulsor chair, all gold and purple except for 2 banks of controls on the armrests. Willac Nereus must have caught a faster shuttle. He sat there already, with his double-mindedness coming through as strongly as ever. Luke let his attention drift leftward, observing the senator's reactions to Leia. He sensed curiosity, tinged with hostility, but a dark undercurrent of fear also pervaded the chamber. This world was under attack. Stay here, 3PO. Leia halted atop the stairs and faced Governor Nearest. Good morning again, Governor. His heavy eyebrows lowered. Come in, he said. Come down. They stepped forward and down to the central rectangle. Floor seams showed where it could be slid aside. Luke had a disconcerting flash of memory that included a trap door and a huge, slavering rancor that almost devoured him. Thrusting the image aside, he glanced around the chamber. The Bakuran senators displayed all common shades of human skin, a subtle blending of bloodlines. One trim, athletic-looking man with thick, white hair who sat below Governor Nearest at an inner table extended a hand. Welcome to Bakura, he said. I am Prime Minister Jorg Kapitsin. Under normal circumstances, you would have had a protocol briefing, and I apologize for the haste with which this meeting was convened, but certainly you understand. Leia, who'd barely acknowledged Governor Nearest, made a deep, deliberate curtsy to the older man. Luke scanned him. The Prime Minister's charisma made a glimmer in the Force only a shade dimmer than Mon Mothma's. Luke glanced back up at Nearest, wondering why the governor hadn't eradicated him. Kapitsin must have been very careful. Or did he have Imperial connections? Please don't apologize, said Leia. This is a desperate hour. Another inner-table man stood up. Blaine Harris, Defense Minister. You have no idea how desperate. All of our outposts on the other planets in the system have been destroyed. Our salvage crews that survived to report back found no bodies and no survivors. Harris's fear shot an answering shiver down Luke's back. Hastily, he swept his focus leftward along the table, feeling echoes of fear, hope, and hostility. When he reached its end, he worked it toward the right along the outer upper table. A sharp-chinned young woman sat third from the left. He paused, startled by the way she resonated the Force back to him. Like a deep, slow thrum, her presence echoed his probe with a rich overlay. It wasn't Force strength of her own, at least he didn't think so, but a unique energizing effect on his awareness. He'd never experienced it before. Hurriedly, he slammed off all perception but his 5 senses. He mustn't let her distract him. Nearest's strident voice carried distinctly across the chamber. He'd placed his throne at an acoustic focal point. Princess Leia, do you understand what you are up against? Leia laid a hand on her inner tabletop. No, she admitted. We came to answer a distress call, to show that the Alliance has no grudges against Imperial-ruled peoples, only the Empire itself. Nearest curled his lips. I thought not. Ellsworth, he ordered into the air, run the Sabwara recording. Your Highness, come up here and stand with me. Bring your escorts. Mounting the carpeted stairs behind Leia, Luke glanced left again. The young woman stared back, resting her chin on one open hand. Light brown hair swept around her face, framing pale, flower-petal skin and an intent expression. Although she leaned forward, her slender shoulders set proudly straight. He didn't dare touch her with the Force again. Not yet. But her very presence electrified him, visually striking. Not blindingly beautiful, but striking. Control, he reminded himself sharply. You're here to help Leia. Servo motors whirred behind him. Ahead, Leia drew even with Governor Nearest's chair, then she pivoted to look back. Luke stopped on the step below her and took the same position. 3PO gleamed on the other side of the room. Hovering over the place where they'd stood, a holographic projection appeared. It was a young human male with muddy cream-colored skin, short black hair, and a sweet face with prominent cheekbones. He wore a white robe with blue and green side stripes. Humans of Bakura, rejoice, said the man. I am Dev Sabwara of Gwar. I bring you warm greetings of the Sisiruvi Imperium, a culture of many worlds that stretches its hands out to you. Our flagship is the mighty Shrirwir, a Sisiruvi word that means ripe with eggs. We were approaching your galaxy at the behest of your own emperor. Luke glanced across at the young senator. When the invader's image had appeared, she'd withdrawn, clenching her hands on the tabletop and pushing straight-armed back into her chair. Cautiously, he brushed her with the Force again. Fear and revulsion streamed out of her, but beneath those dark emotions hid a sensation as deep as a shifting pool full of jewel-colored tones. Bemused, he shook his head. That didn't make any sense, but that was how it felt. He'd perceived all this in an instant. The hollow image spoke on. Bacurans, be glad! The joy that we bring goes beyond mere sensory happiness. Yours is the privilege of assisting the Sissy Rook to liberate. The boy's grasping gesture looked more like taking than liberating. The other worlds of the galaxy. You are the first, the spearhead. What an honor! As humans, you have great value to my masters. From them you will receive lives without pain, without need, without fear. Watch this, Nearest muttered. The recording shifted. Several dull brown saurian aliens clustered around a metallic pyramid that Luke recognized instantly. Antenna and laser cannon bristled at its four corners, swiveling thrusters filled its four faces, and scanner/sensor clusters surrounded each thruster. It lay on some kind of control console. Full recognition blasted through Luke's mind. He recognized the creatures, too, from his disturbing dream back at Endor. The boy's voice kept speaking. Here you see the most beautiful fighting spacecraft in the galaxy. Even if you never dared to dream of flying the stars, we have one of these fighters for each of you. Your life energies will leap into one of these battle droids. You will soar between planets. Life energies. Luke recalled the human presences he'd touched, despairing and anguished. He leaned forward. The robed boy reappeared. To allay your fears, let me show you a bit of the entekment procedure. Then, when the time comes, you may greet your destiny with joy. A smaller image appeared beside him. A man sat on a chair, anchored to it with clear binders, head lolling. Luke squinted. Were those tubes stuck into his throat? A smaller holographic image within an image of the robed boy lowered a glowing white metal arc around the man. The small image froze. It is joy, said the larger image. It is peace. It is freedom. It is our gift to you. He stretched out a pale palm. Those had been humans they'd been fighting. Luke clenched his hands. The Sissy Rook weren't simple slavers, but robbers of souls. Senator Guriel Kapitsin shuddered and pulled her warm blue shawl up on her shoulders. Who does he think he's fooling? She whispered. They got him young, answered the senator on her right. Look at him. He acts just like a flutie. He must even think like one. Guriel stopped watching. She'd seen this recording 10 times. Starting the afternoon, it abruptly overrode all Tri-D screens, vid monitors, and entertainment channels on the planet. The Senate had studied and dissected it for nuances of meaning, of hope. The only possible conclusion had been to drive away these aliens or face a terrible fate. So were the rebels here to help as they claimed? If they'd come hoping to steal repulsor lift coils, they'd fallen into the Sissy Ruvi trap along with Bakura. They would have to help Bakura now, simply to escape. Guriel eyed the delegates. Senator Princess Leia Organa, her own age, was known throughout the Empire as one of the rebellion's chief perpetrators. She might be a deluded soul, fighting for a lost cause, like Ippy Belden when she'd had her youth and her mind, but she had risen to leadership. Guriel hoped to compare notes. Princess Leia's dark-haired escort was no idealist, though. He watched everything and everyone, especially their escape route. According to the data files Governor Nearest had hastily sent Uncle Jorg, this one, Solo, was a smuggler with a questionable past, a criminal record, and several blood prices. But the fair-haired one hadn't been in any of those files. He had a deep calm about him that you could fall into. As the image of Deb Sibwara warbled on about the joys of entekment, escort number 2 leaned forward for a better view, although his upright position did not appear to change. Several trilling chirps drew Guriel's attention back to the hologram. Here it came, the glimpse of the enemy. A massive, upright lizard with a black V on its face shuffled into the field and stared with a calculating black eye. My master, Firarong, has always treated me with the utmost of kindness, my friends. The senator on Guriel's right muttered, bloody-handed fluties. Goodbye for now. I look forward to meeting each of you personally. Come to us soon. The image blinked off. Now that the rebels knew what Sissy Rook did to prisoners, Princess Leia's face matched her white dress. She touched the smuggler's arm, and he bent to listen to her whisper. Abruptly, Guriel guessed he was her rebel consort. The younger man slowly stared his way around the tables. Time to speak up. You see, Garil called without standing. This is a threat against which we have no experience and no defense. The young man nodded at her. He obviously understood their predicament. If I may be permitted to speak, called the gold-plated droid across the chamber, I found that spectacle utterly appalling. Mechanicals of all kinds will be shocked by this perverse display of... Catcalls from around the chamber drowned it out. As projectors sank back under floor panels, the rebels stayed on their step below the governor's chair. Princess Leia took another step downward. Bakurin, she cried, whatever you think about droids, listen to me now. Let me tell my own story. Garil rested her chin on her hand. The rebel princess extended one hand like a classical lecturer. My father, Bail Organa, was viceroy and first chairman of the Alderaan system, a trusted official of the Republic from the days of the Clone Wars. When Senator Palpatine declared himself emperor, my father began to work toward reform. Change proved impossible. The Empire has never been interested in reform. It only wants wealth and power. Garil's mouth twitched. True enough, if one-sided. The imperial system discouraged change and built economic stability. She shifted on her upholster chair. I was little more than a child when I began serving my father as a diplomatic courier, and not much older when elected to the Imperial Senate. She glanced sidelong at Governor Nearest. The rebellion was already active, and as the Emperor surely guessed, I was not the only young senator involved. My father had barely thrown in his open support when I was captured by the Emperor's henchman, Lord Darth Vader, and taken on board his first Death Star. The Emperor claims that Alderaan was destroyed as an example to other rebellious worlds. That is only partially true. I stood on board the Death Star. I saw the order given. It was given to terrify me into revealing information. Governor Nearest rocked forward. Princess Leia, that is enough. Unless you wish to be arrested for your crimes here and now. Princess Leia's chin tilted defiantly. Governor, I have only strengthened your position. The Empire rules by fear. I have just given the Bakurans one more reason to fear you. But not respect him. Garil crossed her ankles, willing for the moment to listen, if not to accept the rebel point of view. That could have happened to Bakura, if the rebels hadn't destroyed that Death Star. Two senators in Garil's field of vision shot covertly suspicious glances toward the governor. After the destruction of Alderaan, Princess Leia went on softly, I fled to Alliance headquarters. I have lived with its leaders, moving frequently as the Empire continues to try to wipe us out. We mean to help you, she called. The Alliance has sent one of its ablest military leaders, Commander Skywalker of the Jedi Order. Jedi? Caught with her defenses down, Garil reached for a pendant on her neck. The half-black, half-white enameled ring of the cosmic balance. According to her religion, Jedi had upset the universe by their very existence. For every height, there had to be a depth. She believed that every time an individual learned to wield so much power, that diminished a hapless counterpart somewhere in the galaxy. The power-greedy Jedi had puffed up their abilities without regard for the unknown others they destroyed. Their disappearance had become a morality tale, and the deaths of both her parents had left her profoundly religious. At least, in the balance, she'd found comfort. But had some of the Jedi survived? Commander Skywalker looked so young, not at all like her idea of a Jedi, except his intensity. He'd stared right at her when she spoke. He might be listening to someone's thoughts. Was a single Jedi so powerful that the cosmos had brought in the Sissy Rook, reducing so many humans to droid-powering circuitry to balance his rising powers? He turned. Blue eyes probed her again. She blinked and glared, and she didn't look away until he did, so she got the satisfaction of seeing his composure falter. He glanced at her again, then shifted his booted feet and stared at the ground. With that threat dispelled for the moment, she stared a little longer. Something about him reminded her of Uncle Yorg. Chewbacca leaned against the bank of lockers, openly returning the stares of 6 stormtroopers. He thought he could guess their intention, to confiscate the group's weapons and leave them helpless. One trooper had started walking over a few minutes ago. A single teeth-bared growl had sent him back, but that wouldn't last. Luke's astromech droid stood near the arch with his antenna rotating. R2 wouldn't be much good in a fight. Chewbacca didn't mind the odds, though. One armed Wookiee against 6 stormtroopers to be just about even. He heard footsteps. Another Imperial strode up the red marble hallway. This one wore an officer's on-duty khaki. Stormtroopers gathered around him and spoke quietly. Chewie fingered his bowcaster. Leia hadn't missed the Senator's whispers and sidelong glances at Luke. She guessed she'd seen how she would affect people if she were a trained Jedi. Luke had offered to teach her, but maybe it wasn't such a good idea. This was Vader's legacy. Even Luke's talents, used honorably to support justice and freedom, made people afraid. She must recapture their attention. She sidestepped toward the governor's gilt repulsor chair. Governor Nearest, don't you see? You must accept rebel assistance or risk your entire population. We are your only hope. Allow us to help you turn the Sissy Rook back. We are not a large force, but we are well coordinated and equipped with better striking ships than the Empire has allotted you. Luke had shown her the back readouts. Nearest pressed his effeminate lips flat, then said, "For the help you have given us, we will allow you to leave the Bakura system unmolested and give you a head start back to Endor." One senator jeered from the upper table. "If the Alliance is eager to assist, why didn't it send us more ships?" Luke spread his hands. "We're doing all that we can without—" "You see," Leia interrupted, anxious to smooth ruffled feathers, "our forces at Endor wish to return to their homes. Some may have already gone." Nearest grasped the armrests of his chair, smirking at their exchange. "We have sent to Endor, though, for reinforcements," Luke insisted. Leia didn't like the way Governor Nearest's frown firmed. "But our Endor troops are exhausted. Reinforcements could arrive within several days, or not at all." "Don't work against me, Luke." Han extended one stiff hand. "The point is, we're here to help you. Seems like you ought to take advantage of the offer while it's open." "Would you clear data files for our use?" Leia asked hastily. "On the Sissy Rook, of course, and any on Bakura itself that wouldn't compromise your security." Governor Nearest covered his mouth with one meaty hand. Feeling like a bug on a laser dish, Leia held onto her poise and tried mentally to nudge him into cooperating. If this interview dragged on without a promise of mutual assistance, they were sunk. A tall, elderly man stood up at one of the lower tables. "Nearest," he exclaimed, "take help where you can get it. Everyone on the planet knows why the rebels are here. If you turn away their help, you're going to provoke an uprising." "Thank you, Senator Belden." Governor Nearest narrowed his heavily lidded eyes. "All right, Princess Leia, you have your data files. They'll be keyed into the communications center in your apartment. Do you have any other requests for the moment before I have your guide show you to temporary quarters?" "Are you leaving the truce itself unsettled?" She bit back frustration. "You've had your piece. We'll discuss it." "Very well. Prime Minister Kapitsin." Leia hustled down to the inner table and extended a hand, which the trim gentleman clasped momentarily. "I hope we speak again." Leia led her party along the central rectangle, then up the steps on the other side. "Move it, Goldenrod," Han whispered as they passed 3PO, "and keep your voice box turned off." He sprinted for the weapon locker. Chewbacca greeted him with a snarl and warned that the troopers had been eyeing their cache. "Isn't that too bad?" Han plunged in for his blaster. Luke stepped sideways. He held his deactivated saber one-handed, low in an ambiguous stance, not quite attack-ready. Han watched his eyes widen. "It's all right," he said. "That officer has them under control." "Who does?" Leia spun around. She stared hard at the conversing Imperials. "He's from Alderaan," she whispered low. "I can tell by the way he talks." "Huh." That wasn't particularly comforting. Han settled his boot knife and his pocket blaster. What's the chance he's got an Alderaanian conscience inside his Imperial uniform? "Not much," he said. But she said it to Luke. Han straightened and stared. The black-haired officer looked like any other Imperial, like a target with the kill zone marked by red and blue squares. He turned around and then strode toward them. Han kept a hand near his blaster. Luke clipped the saber back to his belt and holstered his blaster, then walked to meet the tall officer. Leia followed Luke, leaving Chewie with the droids. "Cover us, Chewie," Han murmured, and he followed too. Your Highness, oozed the officer as he bore down on Leia. What an honor to meet you at last. Captain Con Doragon at your disposal. Han wouldn't have minded disposing of him for good, but Leia had slipped into her Senate manners again. Captain Doragon, she said with an elegant nod, this is Commander Skywalker, Jedi Knight. Then she condescended to notice him, too, and General Han Solo. Luke shook the officer's hand, but Han kept his right hand low. He glanced over his shoulder at Chewie. The Wookiee stared back, watching, and covering, faithfully. Leia could take a few steadiness lessons from Chewie. We must be going, said Leia. Thank you for introducing yourself. The Imperial captain reached for her hand. Han pressed his palm to his blaster, barely keeping his trigger finger disengaged. She met the handshake and let him smooch her fingers. Immediately, Luke glanced in Han's direction and flicked his hand. He must have done something with that force of his. Han's jealousy cooled 100 degrees, but it didn't go out. Leia led them up the echoing hall toward the roof port. Following with Luke and Chewie, Han glared at Luke. Don't do that to me, he said. Don't ever do that. He'd been jealous before, of Luke. That'd been unnecessary. This probably was too. I'm sorry, Luke murmured, eyes ahead. I had to. We couldn't afford what you wanted to do. I'll control myself, thanks. Leia turned around and walked backward. What's wrong, Luke? Not Han. Luke. Nothing. Luke shook his head. I want to speak with a couple of those senators. And Commander Thanos promised to make contact today. Let's go dig into our new data files. Chapter 8. Their conductor/guide drove them by tram back across the Bakura complex, then took them to a second-floor apartment. The instant the suite's door slid shut behind Chewie, Han spun around. Leia guessed what he was going to say from the sour look on his face. It would have curdled bantha milk. You told them too much. He waved one arm, especially about the Endor troops. Those Imperials don't need to know our people are exhausted. They'll gather up every fighter ship for parsecs and wipe out the fleet. No, they won't. They can't contact anybody else. They've tried. Relieved, she laid her palms on his chest and looked up into his glittering dark eyes. She'd expected a lecture about that renegade Alderaanian. For one instant, the dead world had lived. Bitter memories with the sweet. Imperial policies had never been approved on Alderaan. It was a rare and suspect individual who volunteered for Imperial service. Well, you did, he muttered. Don't tell them so much. They'll assume, Leia began. Hold it, said Luke. Did anyone else hear the aliens humans say they came at the behest of your own emperor? Those Bakurans are ignoring it. I caught it. Leia stepped away from Han. I'm trying to figure out how to use it. Good. But did you? Leia began again. Save it, said Han. He circled the apartment's main room, peering into all of its floor and ceiling corners. Paneled in pale yellow natural wood, the main room had a single long window looking out on one of the Greenwells. A hexagonal lounge pit filled the room's center, cushioned in green with small blue pillows floating several centimeters above it. Han overturned every pillow, then started rapping walls. I don't mind telling you I'd rather sleep on the Falcon. I wouldn't, sighed Leia. 3PO stood by the door, one hand covering his restraining bolt as if he were self-conscious. Sometimes his pseudo-emotive programming amused her. Sir, droids require no rest. May I suggest that you humans sleep for a little while? R2 will stand guard. From beneath a hanging lamp, R2 cut him off with a derisive hoot. Han paused in front of a long, curving wall that displayed a real-time forest mural. Its branches waved in an intangible wind. He peered at the detail work. Leia shook her head. Of course the Imperials were bugging them. They probably had voice sensors trained on this suite from across the complex. She said, obviously Nearest is the real power in Bakura, but he's trying to keep the Bakurans quiet by letting them play government games. Han turned around and leaned on the mural. You bet he is. And he's as bugged as a closet full of rat roaches about having armed rebel ships in his system. But the people aren't, Leia insisted. No, rejoined Luke. The people just want to survive. So does Nearest, he added dryly. So once he's safe, said Han, he turns on us and wipes us out, if we don't pay attention. We will. Luke glanced at the comm center. We have a message, he added, sounding surprised. He walked over and touched a control. Han peered past Luke's shoulder. Leia wedged between them. An Imperial officer's head and shoulders appeared on the tri-D screen. Narrow face, thin, curly hair. Commander Skywalker, we need to talk, as agreed. How soon can you join me at my office? The screen darkened. Commander Thanos, murmured Luke. Where's his office? Han asked. Probably here at the complex. Let me find out. Leia backed up out of pickup range. Come on, Han. She didn't want even a glimpse at another Imperial for a few minutes. This place was getting to her. Every time she turned around, she half expected to spot a swirling black cape. Vader was dead, defeated. She mustn't let black memories distract her from her life work. Luke told the recessed wall unit. I believe Commander Thanos left a message. Silence, then. Yes, that would be fine. I'll be there in about an hour. He strolled back toward the lounge pit. Well? Asked Leia. Luke clasped his hands behind his back. We have Sissy Ruby ships in our backyard again. Thanos says it looks like a blockade. Then out of defense, Net's easy kill zone. Approximately the orbital distance of Bakura's second moon. I, also have an invitation to the Imperial garrison. Alone? Leia exclaimed. Luke nodded. Don't do it, said Han. Make him meet you someplace neutral. Luke shrugged. Bakura isn't neutral. He's probably got better facilities up there for discussing tactics than we could find in the Bakura complex. Then take Chewie with you. This Thanos could arrest you just for being a Jedi. Never mind frying the Emperor. But I didn't. They still don't believe the Emperor's dead, Leia interrupted. But take Chewie anyway. Even disarmed, he's formidable. Han fingered his blaster scope. How fast could you call in some backup? I've got a comlink. I could get an X-Wing squadron off the Flurry in orbit in, an hour. That could be too late, Leia insisted. The Wookiee roared agreement at both of them. I think I should stay here, 3PO suggested helpfully. Han, Leia, Chewie, I can take care of myself. Luke flopped onto a corner lounge, scattering small blue cushions. The more we act as if we trust them, the more they'll go along with us. Leia made a lot of progress with the Senate just now. Not enough. Leia pursed her lips. An honest exchange is our only hope for a lasting treaty, one that could bring about the defection of many disillusioned Imperials. Go ahead. Han swept out one arm. Tell me how you feel good about working with these people. Both of you. But look me in the eye when you say it. Well, Leia glanced down at Luke for support. He raised one eyebrow. No, she admitted. No, Luke answered. I don't feel good. Alert. Right, said Leia, and feeling uneasy can't interfere with our negotiations. We must make a start somewhere. We make it at Bakura. Luke cleared his throat. I'd rather take R2 anyway. From a corner where he stood, ignored, R2 beep-booped. A query. For information sharing. Oh, Leia said. If Luke had come up with a plan, there'd be no changing his mind. Tell me about the senators. What did you feel from them? She sat down beside Luke and folded her legs up onto the lounge. Its repulsor field felt like unseen liquid holding them off the surface. They were hostile, said Luke. Who are you, and what are you doing here, and what business is it of yours, at first? But that old fellow Belden was glad to see us, and there were others. Others. He glanced toward Han, who had walked to the corner between windows. Leia's story opened them up. It made the first real change in their attitudes. I'm so glad, called 3PO from his protocol post by the door. I would prefer to return to our own people as soon as possible. R2 burbled something Leia guessed was agreement. There, you see? Leia stared at Han, willing him to turn around and give her some sign that he'd approved of her presentation. An invisible wall had dropped between them the moment that Alderaanian singled her out. It has to be hard, she conceded, after years of operating covertly, to be this open. He finally swung around, thumbs hooked in his belt. It's like showing your sabacc hand too early in the game. The cards can change faces on you. I don't like it. I don't like these people. I especially don't like Nereus. Leia nodded firmly. He's a perfectly normal Imperial bureaucrat. But Luke, what did you sense? The reaction to you? He frowned. About what you'd expect since they hadn't been warned. Why? She searched her feelings for the right words. Luke found them first. You've got Vader on your mind again, haven't you? Stung, she pointed a finger at him. I want nothing to do with anything that came from Vader. I came from Vader, Leia." She clenched both fists at her sides. "Then leave me alone." He shut his mouth without finishing the sentence she dreaded, and so did you. He could have said it, but he never chose to wound her with words. Already she regretted her outburst. It wasn't like her to lose her temper so quickly. "Hey," cried Han, "lighten up, princess. He's only trying to help." "What do you expect from me?" She jumped up and paced past him. "To take it calmly? To announce it to Mon Mothma?" "Not again," muttered Han. Leia planted her fists on her hips. Either she loved that man, or she was going to murder him. "Again?" murmured Luke. "Look," said Han, "nobody's going to tell your secret. Not even Luke. Right, Luke?" "We agreed," Luke shrugged. "For a while, at least. No one but us finds out we're related to anyone." He stretched out a hand. Leia clasped it. Unexpectedly, Han pushed in and closed his hand around both of theirs. There was a roar behind them. A huge hairy paw landed on her shoulder as Chewie continued to waffle and shout. "What'd he say?" she asked Han. Chewie's other paw landed on Han's head. "That we're his honor family." Han tried to duck. Black-tipped forearm fur trailed into his face. "That's the basic unit of Wookiee society. It's the best pledge of loyalty you get, Leia." No nicknames this time, no teasing. Just Leia. That was the best pledge of loyalty she'd get from Han. "All right," she said quietly. "We have work to do. Let's use every moment until Luke has to leave, or they call us back for another session." Chewbacca growled. Luke dropped her hand and walked toward the comm center. "Right." Han disentangled himself from his co-pilot. "We've also got to check on repairs. Our group has set up a temporary pit over at the spaceport. Pad 12. That's Chewie's." "Ah." Luke was already punching keys. "There. I found our new data files. R2, run a check. See what you didn't already get from the drone ship." R2 whistled cheerily. "Keep your eyes open, kid," said Han. "And be careful," 3PO exclaimed. An Alliance shuttle picked Luke up at the Bakura complex's roof port. With R2 loaded in its rear compartment, Luke watched the city sweep past, perched in its concentric circles on that incredible white rock vein. He feared that his own nervous state had set Leia off, but he hadn't dared tell her or Han anything yet. He alone knew how desperately the intact humans suffered, and therefore the danger they all faced if Bakura fell. And if that happened, Bakura's resources and population would help the aliens take another world, where they'd charge up more battle droids to take another, and another, in a chain reaction that could spread to the core worlds. Perhaps they intended to wipe out all humanity, or maintain prison worlds as breeding populations. It wouldn't surprise him if they had other kinds of droids that ran on human energy as well. He, Thanos, and even Nereus couldn't even be sure they faced the entire Sissy-Ruby fleet. In the light of this crisis, he'd had no business being distracted by Senator Guriel Kapitsin. Yet, those sensations he'd felt, as her presence responded to his probe, made him tingle in memory. The sensations, that is, before her sudden reversal. He'd never felt so strong and sudden a change from attraction to disgust. Now he had to speak with her. If she opposed Jedi so vehemently, she could ruin Leia's chances for treaty talks. He'd rather have her honest opposition than be ignored. At first, anyway. Sooner than Luke felt ready, his shuttle landed at the edge of the dark, artificial surface they'd picked out on the garrison. The nervous Alliance pilot helped Luke unload R2 and then sped away north toward the spaceport. Luke stared up at the garrison's perimeter. Above and behind a fence that crackled with high voltage, stormtroopers paced catwalks between enormous observation towers. A shimmering, sparking force field blocked the opening between gatehouse towers. Patrol droids converged on him from 3 directions. This was the Empire, all right. Luke strolled boldly toward the gate. "Come on, R2. A pair of black-helmeted naval troopers stepped out from behind one gatehouse. The force field snapped off. "Commander Skywalker?" asked one trooper, hand on his blaster. "I am peace." Luke pressed his palms together in front of his chest. "I'm here to speak with Commander Thanos." "And the droid?" "Information repository." The trooper laughed shortly. "Espionage." "I'll probably give Commander Thanos more information than I take away." "Wait here." The trooper vanished into his gatehouse. Luke stared through the fence. An AT-ST Scout Walker plodded past, looking like a huge gray metal head on legs. The main garrison loomed across the wide open area. Standard it might be, but from up close it looked suitably huge. Luke guessed it at 8 stories tall. Turbolaser turrets gleamed on each upper level like guardians of a giant's castle. From this angle, he spotted 2 vast launch chutes aimed at the sky. He could only guess how many TIE fighters might be racked inside. He wouldn't have dared to go near this place with a squadron of X-Wings. Alone, he was safer. He hoped. The trooper reemerged with a restraining bolt owner and a repulsor disc with twin side struts. The droid will come in on the disc, he said. Shut down. You may carry your personal owner, but unauthorized reactivation will be construed as hostile. R2 beeped nervously. It's all right, Luke said. Don't worry. He let the trooper deactivate R2's main power converter. Once they strapped the silenced droid to the repulsor disc, Luke checked this class to make sure his metallic friend wouldn't fall off. He touched his owner, which dangled beside his lightsaber. It, too, reminded him of his dream back at Endor. He'd never liked restraining bolts anyway. Governor Nearest's personnel probably had owners, too, that would let them command R2 and 3PO despite the droid's prior programming. Follow me, the trooper said. He led to an open skiff. Luke took a middle seat and hooked the repulsor disc's tow cable over one side. They sped over the base. The surface that had looked so dark on approach now seemed to be plain, dark gray permacrete. But count on Imperial bureaucracy to cover up anything natural. The shuttle passed through huge blast doors between a pair of monstrous guard towers and into a vehicle bay permeated with the familiar military odors of fuels and machinery. At a speeder bike deck swarming with maintenance techs, the troopers parked their skiff. Luke felt curiosity prickle at him from all sides. Sorry, I'm not a prisoner. Not yet. As he disentangled R2, the curious became hostile. He lifted a finger and spun a line of the force. Something toppled from one side of the speeder bike deck. Techs dashed toward the noise. Ignored, Luke passed through, following the trooper who steered R2's repulsor disc. They passed down a narrow corridor with bare walls that sloped toward a narrower ceiling, then into a high-speed turbolift. Luke's stomach dropped as the turbolift rose. He stepped off on another level at the end of a long, straight hallway. Almost everything was gray. Walls, floor, ceiling, furniture, faces. So he noticed the contrasts quickly. An officer in black hustled across from one door to another. Stormtroopers stood at every doorway. White armored guardians. Luke strode past them, eyes forward but Jedi senses on 360-degree alert, and one hand near his lightsaber. In a circular reception area, Luke spotted a man approaching up the far hallway. His erect posture and measured stride gave him away. Narrow face and thin, curly hair confirmed Luke's guess. Luke walked to meet him. Commander Thanos. Commander Skywalker. Thanos peered down an aquiline nose. This way, please. He turned on one heel and sauntered back the way he had come. Tall and pike-thin, he exuded an unthreatened self-assurance that warned Luke Imperial eyes surrounded them, as if he'd needed warning. Counting weapons visible in the corridor, Luke steered the repulsor disc after Thanos. At the far end of the hallway, Thanos stepped into an office. Luke followed. Simply furnished except for a curious flooring like deep tangled moss, it looked like a place where business, not pleasure, was conducted. Even the clean-lined gray walls were bare of mementos, as if Thanos had no past. His plain rectangular desk had only one inset key panel that Luke could see. Sit down. Thanos waved at a repulsor chair. Leaving R2 shut down, Luke took the seat. Thanos gestured toward a servo unit. Something to drink? The local liquor is astonishingly good. Luke hesitated. Even if it weren't drugged, it might be strong enough to muddy his head. Anyway, it just didn't sound good. Thank you, no. Thanos sat without pouring for himself. He folded his hands over bent elbows. I will confess, Skywalker, I didn't expect you to come. I expected you to ask to meet me somewhere else. Luke shrugged. This seemed practical. He reached out for Thanos' sense, watching with a twinge of admiration, suspicious but free of deception. Trustworthy for now, with tangible goodness underlying. True. Thanos touched a panel on his desk. Retracted projection antenna glided up through the desktop. Above them appeared a large blue-green globe. Shall we observe the battle you so boldly interrupted? That would be excellent. May I? Luke gestured toward R2 with the restraining bolt owner. By all means. Luke switched the little droid back on. R2's dome spun once, then came to rest with the blue photoreceptor facing Thanos' hologram. The battle had begun with a sweeping attack launched by the entire Sissy Ruvi line. It was, as Luke had guessed, a final push against weakened adversaries toward planetary invasion. His forces had arrived barely in time. May I see that again? Luke asked as blue Imperial pips regrouped for a counterattack. Thanos shrugged and reran a few seconds a hollow. Is that a standard maneuver? Luke asked. Thanos tapped fingers together. Forgive me if I decline to answer. Luke nodded and mentally filed the maneuver under top security. Tell me, Thanos said, are my forces scanners in error, or did one of your pilots bring a space freighter into the battle? Luke barely smiled. What Thanos didn't know about the Falcon, Luke wasn't telling. You must remember that much of the Alliance's support is from the edge of legality. Smugglers? Luke shrugged. Probably modified beyond all legal standards. Stolen Imperial equipment is at a premium. Only after I asked did I realize the implications of your flagship having HoloNet capability. Enough on that subject. Are you aware of what's at stake here? Luke told him, most of what he'd concluded about Sissy Ruki intentions. Why did the Emperor contact them? Thanos scratched his neck, trying to look casual, but the stress lines around his eyes darkened. If I knew, I would not be at a liberty to tell you. But you don't know. Thanos only stared back. This would be a touchy truce if it held. We do need to discuss the current tactical situation, Luke suggested. According to my data, between us, we've got 2 cruisers, 7 mid-sized gunships, and about 40 one-man fighters. 2/3 currently deployed in the defensive web, 1/3 down for repairs. Do your figures line up? Thanos favored Luke with an amused curl of his lips. Good data. You also have a rather irregular freighter. That too. Luke shifted on the repulsor chair. Have you been able to get any count on the Sissy Rook? Thanos nodded curtly. Here in system, 3 cruisers. 2 mid-sized ships they've hung back, so far, near the orbit of Planet 4. Our best guess is planetary assault ships. About 15 large fighters or small picket ships just outside the defense net. And no one knows how many of these little fighters, or which cruiser, carries them. Maybe they all do. Simply put, the situation looked bad. Where do you get your information? Luke asked, wondering what Thanos might tell him about in-system intelligence. Thanos raised one eyebrow. Standard sources, he said. Where do you get yours? Open eyes. The exchange was punctuated by more frustrating dead ends. But when Luke stood up 2 hours later, he had a better grasp of the tactical situation, precise data on orbital defense net vectors, and a few miscellaneous tidbits stored in his mind and R2's memory banks. Commander Skywalker, Thanos said softly, I wonder if you wouldn't favor me with a demonstration of that lightsaber. I've heard about them. I think not. Luke kept his tone polite. I don't want to alarm your troopers. They won't be alarmed. Thanos touched another key on his desk. The door slid open. 2 white armored stormtroopers stepped inside. I'd like to keep your astromech droid here. You 2, take custody. I'd prefer to keep R2 with me. Luke didn't think Thanos met the threat seriously, but he unhooked, swept up, and activated the saber with a single motion. For all his willingness to talk, Thanos thought like an Imperial. He wanted a demonstration. He'd get it. The troopers fired milliseconds apart. Luke pivoted into the blasts and deflected them. Tiny flames extinguished in Thanos' gray paneling. Hold your fire. Thanos lifted a hand. Dismissed. The troopers marched out. I don't understand. Luke stood at ready attention and kept the saber ignited. You could have lost 2 of your men. Thanos stared at the humming green blade. I didn't think you would kill them. I'd have had to take you prisoner if you did. I wonder if you'd care to fight your way out of through the whole garrison. Luke reached for his focus of control. If I had to, I would. He sensed a trace of amusement in the older man. Perhaps Thanos was hostile more out of professional habit than out of real belief in the Empire. But Luke didn't trust him yet. He closed down the saber. I need to check on my forces' ship's damage, Commander. Thanos nodded. You may go. Take your droid with you. Luke tucked his thumbs into his utility belt. My shuttle went back to the Bakura complex. I'd appreciate a lift over to Pad 12 at the spaceport. Thanos hesitated for a slow beat, then smiled back. All right. If Thanos meant to stop Luke and his party from leaving Bakura, he'd get plenty of chances. A non-com drove Luke off in a repulsor craft. All the dull aches had come back. It was indeed turning out to be a very long day. He'd made a mental task list. Check in with Leia and let her know he'd left the garrison safely. Double check that the Falcon was undisturbed. Make sure the fighters were being serviced and the pilots were getting their rest. Abruptly, Luke realized he hadn't thought about that striking Bakuran senator for over an hour. He tried to dismiss her image again, and his memory of the way her force aura had energized his own. Forgetting wasn't as easy without Imperials surrounding him. This wasn't the time or place to let personal urges distract him. Yet the first Death Star hadn't been the time or place for romance either, and his desperate love for Leia had set so much in motion. If only Garil Kapitsin needed to be rescued. Shortly after Skywalker's shuttle left the garrison, Patir Thanos stopped tapping an Azul Pearl pocket knife against his desktop. He tracked the illegal freighter to Pad 12 at the civilian spaceport. Relevant information, but not yet vital. He unfolded one knife blade and balanced it over his index finger. He never could have admitted to young Skywalker how long he'd wished to see a lightsaber in action. When Vader and the Emperor had wiped out the Jedi, he'd given up hope. Fascinating the way he'd deflected laser fire. Its combat uses would be limited, but its very appearance was compelling. As was the young man who carried it. Now he understood why the reward for his capture was so high. Thanos imagined what he could do with so many credits. He'd been transferred to this dead-end position after refusing to wipe out a village of recalcitrant Tal's slave miners back on Alzok 3. He hadn't been trying to play hero. He'd simply increased his miners' food allotment. Most sentients worked harder if better fed, and the storehouses had been full. Unbeknownst to him, the furry, four-eyed Tals identified their benefactor. One day in the mines, he'd taken a step too close to the lip of an open shaft. 3 Tals dove to save him. He owed them his life. 6 standard months later, a colonel with more greed than common sense reduced the food ration again. The Tals' headman delivered a cautiously worded protest. The colonel ordered their village wiped out as an example. Thanos ignored the order. The colonel sent in stormtroopers himself, then ordered Thanos on board his own ship, pending reassignment. Thanos smiled bitterly. He'd been told to consider himself lucky. If he'd pulled that stunt in Lord Vader's presence, he'd have been dead of asphyxiation. Instead, here he sat on Bakura, an isolated, low-paying job with little hope for rotation out to the core worlds. Again, he thought about that reward. And early retirement. He caressed the iridescent pearl handle. He could marry again and live quietly on some non-aligned world. The reward for Skywalker tempted him, but if anyone on Bakura claimed those credits, it would be Governor Wilock Nereus. Thanos frowned, refolded the knife, and dropped it into his pocket. No early retirement for him. He hadn't even been able to repel alien invaders without reinforcements. From the Rebel Alliance. He'd never leave Bakura now. Leia cleared Luke's message from her screen and keyed over to her next data file. A photographic memory would have been useful. This much raw data would take weeks to internalize. From R2, she'd already learned that Bakura had information-level technology, repulsor coil manufacturing and export, due to plentiful mineral deposits in the mountains north of Salasdar, and Namana trees, a tropical cash crop that showed astonishingly profit margins. New information was that descendants of the original Bakura Corporation ship's captain had always served as titular heads of government. Also new, the Senate, not the smallish populace, elected senators to replace those who died or resigned. Now, she reflected, it was an approval organ for Imperial Governor Wilock Nereus. She'd like quietly to interview a few private citizens and find out how much anti-imperial sentiment the rebels could hope to tap. She yawned mightily, then stretched her arms and tipped her repulsor chair. Han's feet showed through the doorway of his bedroom. The suite had 4 private rooms, 2 with windows and 2 with real-time murals. If Han had fallen asleep on the floor trying to study R2's data, she didn't care. Looking at that much of him raised her blood pressure. The nerve of him, implying she wanted to dally with an ex-Alderaanian Imperial, a renegade, a Quisling. She didn't hear any sign of Chewbacca. 3PO probably stood where she'd left him, plugged into the main comm center near the doorway, and Luke. Once Luke had left, she'd calmed down a bit. She shouldn't let the knowledge that Vader was their father infuriate her so. Even Han hadn't tossed a single snide comment when she'd swallowed her humiliation back on Endor and told him about Vader. He hadn't said anything, only held her. With all Darth Vader had done to him, sending the galaxy's lowest scum to chase him down, then using him as an experimental animal to test a carbon freeze unit, scorching and creasing his precious ship with TIE fighter laser cannon. Evidently, Han wasn't going to hold any of it against Leia or Luke. So long as she avoided anything and anybody that reminded her of Vader or the Force, she'd be all right. Fat chance on this trip. Get a hold of yourself, she ordered. Mistress Leia, called 3PO's voice. She walked to her bedroom door. What is it? A message for you, Prime Minister Kapitsin. Put it on my bedroom terminal. She hurried back to the Tri-D station. Her door slid shut on a frictionless channel. She'd never seen so many small-scale repulsors. Leia sat down. She would have recognized the image even without 3PO's announcement. Collecting her composure, she greeted him respectfully. I hope your Senate decided in our favor, Prime Minister. He smiled with the sad, authoritative dignity she remembered from Bail Organa. Nothing was finalized, he said. I hope you and your party are comfortable. I'm delighted to be speaking at such length with your people, but we expect a little trouble convincing the Imperial military that we're here to do a job and then go home. Your Highness. The Prime Minister's tone reproached her gently. That's not why you're here, is it? Kapitsin raised a hand. That's all right. Our people need a distraction. They've had nothing but Sissy Rook on their minds for over a week. I understand, Leia murmured. What can I do for you, Prime Minister? You and your party could join me at my home this evening. Dinner will be at 1900. She longed to put down her head and sleep, but that would be delightful, she said. It could be a wonderful distraction, a real breakthrough. On behalf of General Solo and Commander Skywalker, I accept. What about Chewie, she thought suddenly. He wouldn't fit. Not the way these people felt about aliens. Well, she hoped she could make him understand. He could get some sleep. Thank you very much. I will send an escort for you shortly after 1830. Oh, he added, I've invited Governor Nearest as well. A chance to open communication off the official records. That would keep her awake. Guaranteed. How thoughtful of you, Prime Minister. Thank you. Leia switched off. It was the perfect opportunity. High time to ask the Imperials what they thought about Emperor Palpatine's intentions, inviting the Sissy Rook in this direction. She hoped Luke got back from the spaceport in time to clean up. She hoped Luke got back, period. Chapter 9. By the time Dev had scraped nauseating blobs of mixed food out of the Gallivac unit, an hour had passed. He must report to Elder Shitikith Bluescale before his mid-cycle bath. Not that he wanted renewal, but if Bluescale thought Dev had avoided him, he'd pry deeper. Bluescale was incredibly sensitive to changes in Dev's scent. Besides, the Elder had a talent for hypnotic control, even though he was as force-blind as the rest of them. Dev ought to be able to resist him, for simple hypnosis was nothing next to the power of the Force. But he couldn't control it well enough, and he had no one to teach him. Dev had felt the presence of one of his own kind. What if it were a real Jedi out there? The Sissy Rook would be vitally interested, but Dev didn't want Bluescale to know yet. On the other hand, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. They would seek out the other, and Dev would have a human friend. No, the outsider was stronger in the Force, a concept his mother had taught him long before that fateful invasion day. Dev would fall from his master's attention. Still, they'd attack him at last. Walking lightly, he headed up the broad corridor. Sissy Rook passed him going both directions, stepping quickly with their massive heads bobbing. A few wore paddle beamers, for occasional poex turned on their masters under the stress of battle. On the other hand, he slowed again. They might try to intech the outsider. Humans screamed on the intechment chair. Someone that strong in the Force might kill Dev with his agony. No, only the body felt pain. Yet, what if this were a fully trained Jedi? Dev dove into a turbo lift and hurried to Bluescale's workstation on the battle droid deck. He wasn't there. Several small brown Pewek workers bent over antenna-cornered pyramids recovered by the tractor beam. This crew was made up of youngsters, short-tailed with jerky movements. As soon as they finished repairing these droids, the droids would stand ready for the next group of prisoners to be intact. Dev watched for a minute. Each Pewek did its own job without any sign of satisfaction. This dull-witted servant race only superficially resembled the glossy, muscular masters. Heavy eyes and sagging skin showed that even the young Peweks didn't bother to eat well. Battle droids shone by comparison. He hiked up to the bridge and sent one of the cylindrical ultimate security droids looking for Bluescale. He waited outside. A conductive net surrounded the bridge, strong enough to stabilize gravitics and repel energy surges during battle. Like a reactor, it could be overloaded, and a direct hit from a large enough ship would overcharge the net and make the bridge a death trap. Admiral Ifpicus made certain no large hostile ship got the Shirir in firing range. The droid couldn't find Bluescale either. Feeling increasingly urgent, Dev tried Master Firerong's entertainment hall. Bluescale stood in the corridor, giving orders to a group of Peweks. Dev stood back a respectful distance. Once the Peweks scurried away, he stepped close. "You wished me to report, Elder?" Bluescale opened a hatchway. "Come in." Once inside, Dev looked around cautiously. This wasn't one of Bluescale's usual workstations. In one corner, waist and knee-high railings surrounded a meter-square sunken area. A gate hung open. Once Bluescale raised it, it would complete an enclosure. It almost looked like a cage built to hold a Pewek. They were led away for discipline sometimes. He'd never seen it done. He started to panic. "There?" "Yes." Bluescale slid aside to a small table. Unable to do anything else, Dev stepped down into the enclosure. Bluescale pressed something hard against his shoulder. "Lean on the railings if you'd like." Normally, Bluescale began renewals by having him lie down comfortably on the deck. At least this didn't feel like discipline. So far. "What is it you wish?" Dev whistled uneasily. "What may I do to please you?" "Talk with me." Bluescale settled his glistening mass alongside Dev. "How goes your project?" Suddenly delighted by the elder's attention, Dev let his weight sag on the upper railing. "It goes very well. My latest effort is a translation of the announcement we delivered to Bakura a few weeks—" "Stop," said Bluescale. He bent his massive head closer to Dev and peered down with one eye. Dev smiled back fondly. "You are human," Bluescale said. "Think for a moment what that means." Dev pushed up one sleeve and stared at his soft, fuzzy arm. "It means inferior." "Are you certain?" Bewildered, Dev shut his eyes. From the deepest recesses of emotion, he released something controlled and repressed and stinking and hateful and— The huge lizard loomed nearer. Dev howled and struck its forelimb. "Harder," it whistled. "You can do better than that, weakling." Gritting his teeth, Dev plunged a fist into its upper arm. "You killed my world, my parents, my people. Every one of them gone, absorbed, murdered, mutilated." He trailed off, sobbing. "Nothing new to be angry for?" Dev raised his fists in front of his chest. What was the lizard doing? Pumping him for information? It wouldn't get any this time. It bent closer and blew lizard stench at him. "You'd like to poke at this eye, I'll guess." Dev stared at the eye. It seemed to grow and surround him with blackness. It sucked him in. He fell into its depths, clutching the trailing edges of freedom. He tumbled. Horrified, he lay curled up on cold, gray deck tiles. He had abused Bluescale. He could only guess his fate. "Dev," Bluescale said softly, "you should never say things like that." "I know," he said miserably. Bluescale trilled, a soft, throaty purr. "You owe us so much." How could he ever think otherwise? "Dev," Bluescale whistled. He looked up. "We forgive you." He sighed deeply and pushed up to his knees, gripping the enclosure's lower railing. "Here, Dev." Bluescale held out a hypo spray. Gratefully, Dev leaned his shoulder into another sting. His shame melted away magically. "I angered you deliberately, Dev, to show you how close to the surface your temper lies. You must never show anger." "I won't again. Thank you. I'm sorry." "What so disturbed you this afternoon, Dev?" He vaguely remembered that he hoped not to tell, but he couldn't remember why. The Sissy-Rook protected him and met all his needs. They gave him pleasure, even when he did not deserve it. It was remarkable, he began, the sense of another Force user, close by. Force user? Bluescale repeated. Someone like me. It's not that I'm lonely, but like seeks like. I wished I could seek him out, but I guess he was an enemy of the fleet since he arrived with the new ones. It made me sad. Him? It was male? Dev raised his head with an effort and smiled up at Bluescale. Whatever had been in the hypospray, it was making him so sleepy he could barely move. Perhaps I'll dream about him, he murmured, and he slid down off the railing. Guriel lay resting in midair above a circular repulsor bed. A knitted fur coverlet wrapped her from shoulders to knees. The bed hovered over a slightly faded carpet. York and Turi Kapitzin's home was one of the finest on Bakura, so she'd heard, but as imperial taxes increased, even the Prime Minister had to defer repairs and replacements. Guriel's new salary helped with upkeep. She didn't care about finest, but she did care about Uncle York and Aunt Turi. It'd been months since she'd needed a mid-afternoon rest, and the nap hadn't helped. She'd awakened in a cold fright that the repulsor bed only chilled. The Jedi Luke Skywalker had appeared in a disquieting dream, hovering over her head in a repulsor field he generated with his Jedi powers. Before she could wake herself up, his skin and hair darkened. He became the Sissy Ruvi envoy, Dev Sibwara. Sibwara floated slowly downward into the repulsor field and through the coverlet, drawing life out of her. Frustrated, she wriggled out of the coverlet and punched the wall control. The Imperial Symphony Orchestra struck up a soothing melody around and inside her ears. She'd returned from center, thrilled by the latest Imperial sound technology, a hydrodynamic music system. For her graduation gift, Uncle York had ordered a system built into the walls of this room. Each surface, even the long window, functioned as a huge speaker. Fluid slowly circulated between panels, carrying and amplifying sound. Workers had restructured her long rectangular room into an oval for better acoustics. However, Wielek Nearest owned the only hard-copy catalogs of Bakura to go with the system. Data, literary and musical recordings had to come through his office. So far, all his dealings with her could be justified as sponsorship. But Wielek Nearest did nothing for free. Harmonies slowed overhead and muted brasses took up a melody. Maybe Bakura had a better chance of repelling the invasion with rebel enforcements. Idly, in this unguarded moment, she recalled the way she'd been drawn to the Jedi Skywalker before she learned what he was. If she'd been 10 years younger, she reflected as she rolled over in the repulsor field, she'd have probably wished he were something else, and that he might stay for a while. Or that she could go back in time and unlearn what she knew. But the cosmic wheel rolled only forward, building tension and then balancing, building and balancing. A bell rang. Guriel sat up as her door slowly slid aside. Aunt Therese stepped through, looking elegant in a blue executive tunic and gold torque necklace. Feeling better, Guriel? Headache gone? She felt obligated to tell the truth. Yes, thanks. Good. We've invited guests for a late dinner tonight. This is very important. Please dress nicely. Who's coming? Guriel turned down the sound system. This wasn't like Aunt Therese. Generally, she used the intercom or sent a servant. Therese stood as still as a mannequin. Like Uncle York, she'd served Bakura for 30 standard years. Her poise had become a trademark. The Rebel Alliance delegation and Governor Nearest need a chance to speak on neutral ground. It's our duty to provide the opportunity. Oh. Blast. Rebels and Nearest? For the second time in 2 minutes, Guriel wished she were 10 years younger. She could have begged off. We're counting on you to help us keep them from arguing, dear. So she delivered the news herself to make sure Guriel understood its importance. Bakura needed rebel help to repel the Sissy-Rook, but snubbing Governor Nearest might bring on fresh purges. I understand. She swung her bare feet over the bedside. How long since she'd walked barefoot in Statuary Park. I'll be there, dressed. To her surprise, Aunt Therese sat down on the repulsor field beside her. We are concerned about Nearest's attention to you, too, she said in a quiet, confidential tone. He hasn't done much yet. Not that you've told us, anyway. But this is the time to choke it off. I agree, Guriel said, relieved to hear Aunt Therese talk this way. I'm seating you with Princess Leia Organa, unless something disrupts my seating plan. In other words, unless Uncle York had other ideas. Maybe you could invite Senator Belden. One more friendly face and one more comfortable voice would make her job much easier. Good idea, dear. I'll see if he's free. You start dressing. Tari patted her shoulder and hurried out. Garil yawned and lay back down on the bed, but only for a moment. Bakura needed her. She was society's child, bound down with duties to the Empire and Bakura and the Kapitsin family. But not in that order, and she wouldn't want to live any other way. It was time to get back to work. They're here, Luke. I'm hurrying. Luke stuck his head under the water flow and scrubbed hard. Helping adjust engine brackets, he'd caught the edge of a lubricant shower. Would this day never end? He told himself to stop whining like 3PO, but he had counted on a long, slow soak in an old-fashioned planet-side tub. After growing up on desert Tatooine, he would never take rain for granted, or enough bathwater to submerge in. Unfortunately, Leia had met him at the door with news of their dinner engagement. I'll stall them. Leia clipped over the comlink. Luke hustled to dress in his whites, then joined Han and Leia in the central room. Leia was resplendent in a long red gown that left one shoulder bare, and Han dressed in an elegant, satiny black uniform with military-style silver trim. Luke wondered where, and on what pre-alliance adventure, he'd found that outfit. Then Leia brought her right hand out from under her back. A massive bracelet made of long, curling tendrils hung from her wrist, grooved and swirled to catch the light and shoot in all directions. She rotated her hand. The Ewok chief gave me this. I tried to refuse it. They've so little metal. It was obviously a treasure of the tribe and off-world, but they insisted. Luke understood. Sometimes you had to accept an outrageous gift, or else offend a sincere giver. Chewie, immaculately brushed all over, emerged from the door beside Luke's. An academy-age woman who stood waiting beside the main door stumbled backward. "Oh," she said, "your friend is welcome too, of course." Luke glanced at Leia and Han. As he understood it, there'd been another disagreement over whether the invitation included Chewbacca. Evidently, Han had won the battle but was losing the war, because Leia, whose hair lay tight to her scalp in the front but flowed loosely down the middle of her back, like a living thing freed, looked everywhere but at Han. Han's low-slung blaster was missing. Carrying concealed, Luke guessed. Formal wear. "Let's go," Leia tossed her head. "We're late. Record any messages, 3PO. Their escort took them down to ground level instead of up to the roof port. A closed white repulsor vehicle waited, running, in a garage along the eastern radial highway. They climbed in. The driver weight-stabilized the vehicle and then set off. Luke glanced up and out as the vehicle purred along near ground level. A pair of brilliant blue-white lights hovered in midair over the street corner. The street seemed to be the same blue-white shade, but white stone would reflect any color. At one spot between tall towers, a steady stream of air cars whizzed overhead at right angles to their boulevard. Immediately after they passed under the aircar route, the escort turned left into an avenue that curved to follow the circles of the city. Luke craned his neck. The lights here gleamed warm and yellow, not blue-white. But at the very moment he noticed their color, the escort pulled into a short drive that arced to the portico lined with softly glowing pillars. Luke stared. The massive stone building behind that portico, built of white stone blocks, was shorter than Solus Dar's high-rises. A private midtown dwelling on a world where stacks seemed to be the norm. He wished he could sneak away during dinner and see how anyone could fill so many private rooms. A man and a woman in dark green military jumpsuits, definitely not Imperial, maybe left over from pre-Imperial Bakura, opened the vehicle doors and then stood aside. Luke sprang up first and looked around. Nothing seemed amiss. He nodded over the top of the car at Han. By then, Leia and Chewbacca had scooted out. "There you are," exclaimed a feminine voice from between the glistening porch columns. "Welcome." He felt Leia panic. Reaching for his saber, he scanned the porch for a threat. Prime Minister Kapitsin, dressed in a dark green military tunic that was crisscrossed with gold braid from epaulets to cummerbund, bowed to Leia. "My wife, Tiri," he said. A spangled black-caped figure stepped closer. Madame Kapitsin wore a floor-length ebony hooded robe strewn with tiny gem-like beads. and she didn't even remotely resemble Darth Vader, despite the black cape. "Tiri, may I present?" Leia curtsied to the woman, struggling palpably to control her panic. Luke frowned. This Vader preoccupation was really getting to her. Kapitzin's introductions made it obvious that Chewbacca's presence caught him unawares. Recovering, Leia glanced at Han, but Madame Tiri Kapitzin looked delighted. She reached up, laid a hand on one of Chewie's huge, shaggy arms, and announced, "Let's go in. Everything is almost ready." Leia ignored Han and took Prime Minister Kapitzin's arm. Luke saw and felt Han bristle. "Easy," he murmured as they stepped into line behind Leia. "Show him your charm." Han lifted his head. "Charm," he muttered. "Right." Along both sides of this indoor hallway ran another line of glistening rain pillars, similar to those in the Senate chamber and outdoors, but narrower. Behind the rain pillars, flowering vines covered irregular white stone walls. Leia paused to touch a rain pillar, then smiled at Prime Minister Kapitzin. "I haven't seen a home so lovely since I left Alderaan." "This house was built by Captain Arden, the city's founder. Wait until you see the table," my grandfather added. He raised a white eyebrow. Luke held Han back a few paces. "It's only politics." "I know. I don't like it. Give me an honest fight." They caught up with Leia at the entrance to a dining hall surrounded by indoor trees with dangling, drifting branches. More vine-covered white stone walls enclosed the trees, and at their center he spotted a table that was roughly triangular, with its corners blunted for extra seating. Then he looked down. Blue-green water rippled beneath the room's transparent flooring. Underwater lights cast small, moving shadows of fish and an occasional long, snake-like creature. Finally, amid the table stood a miniature mountain range, delicately carved from some translucent mineral and lit from inside like one of the rain pillars. Tiny blue rivers trickled down its sides. Ingrained habit reminded him to probe the room for hostile intent. Halfway down the table he sensed her. Or else there were two women on this planet who could electrify him without ever meeting his eyes. She already sat down, facing away from the door. "Lovely," Leia murmured. Madame Kapitzin looked back over her shoulder. "Thank you, dear." She swept into the room, swirled off her cape, and handed it to a servant as she appeared to walk on water. Trees along the vine-covered walls raised their branches like arms. Luke wondered if her motion or some other cue signaled them, and if they were really flexible trees, some kind of primitive animal, or artificial. Luke stepped forward, drawn almost against his will. Human servants scurried away from the table. He had yet to see a droid anywhere, probably having rearranged seating to accommodate Chewbacca. Kapitzin escorted Leia to a spot next to himself along one side. Madame Kapitzin took the other chair on that end. An elderly man wearing a voice box on his chest. Senior Senator Belden, Luke realized, already sat next to her on that corner. "Just beyond him, dear," she told Chewbacca. Luke grinned despite his distraction. Dear wasn't a term he'd have applied to a Wookiee. Chewbacca ducked his head and chuckled softly. They'd left him almost an entire side of the table. No repulsor chairs here. The ambience was antique and formal. "Nice job of work yesterday," the elderly man told Luke. "My chance to thank you. We were ready to run for the hills when you arrived." Han sat down next to Leia in the second corner spot. That left Luke only one chair, just left of that glimmer in the Force. He sat down, gathered himself, and glanced right. Gareel Kapitzin sat leaning away as hard as she could. Over her deep green dress, a sparkling gold shawl draped her slender shoulders. "Our niece, Gareel, Commander," declared the Prime Minister. "I'm not certain she was introduced in the Senate chamber. Too much hurry." "It's all right, Uncle Yorg," she said. Before Luke could even say hello, she turned to Chewbacca. "If you'd prefer to sit with your party, I'd be glad to trade places." Luke suggested subliminally to Chewie that he'd like to remain. Chewie snuffled. "He says he likes it there," translated Han. "Look out, Madame Kapitzin. Wookiees make friends for life." "I'm honored." The older woman adjusted a triple strand of blue jewels on her pale gold bodice. Luke made it a point not to look in Gareel's direction again until the matter of switching seats was settled. As conversation sprang up around the table, he turned toward her. Caught by surprise, he looked closer. Senator Gareel Kapitzin had one green eye and one gray eye. They narrowed. "How do you do, Commander Skywalker?" It's been a long day, he answered quietly, dampening down his awareness of the force to keep the seductive savor of her presence from monopolizing his attention. The entrance of another group robbed him of the chance to say more. Flanked by a pair of troopers in black dress uniform, Governor Nearest strode to the third corner of the table and sat down. His troopers stepped into position behind him in unison, then stood at alert parade rest. Everything looked terribly formal, and something smelled delicious. Luke's stomach rumbled, making him feel more like a farm boy than ever. Great, he thought. All I need is to make a fool out of myself in front of these people, and embarrass Leia. He wished he had let her train him in diplomatic functions such as formal dinners. There was a truce at stake. Good evening, Kapitsin, Your Highness, General, Commander. Governor Nearest's smile looked oily down the table. Good evening, Guriel. The arrival of a soup course made answering unnecessary. By the time Luke was free to speak again, Senator Belden had engaged Madame Kapitsin, Leia, and the Prime Minister at their head of the table. Good. Leia would cultivate Belden and the elder Kapitsins. Governor Nearest leaned aside to let one of his bodyguard/aides whisper something in his ear. Han's eyes tracked Leia. Only Senator Guriel Kapitsin was available for conversation. Luke took a deep breath. Nothing risked, nothing gained. You have some very strong preconceptions about Jedi, he said. Her mysterious eyes blinked. Shallow creases frowned her forehead. You see, he went on quickly, this morning in the Senate chamber, I was doing all I could to see who might be willing to work with the Alliance. I won't deny it. I am a trained Imperial diplomat, Commander. She touched a cloth napkin to her mouth and glanced up the table toward Belden. It's possible some of the others are rebellion sympathizers, and misled. He definitely needed to talk with Senator Belden. We want to help protect you from the Sissy Rook, he said softly. I spent 2 hours at the garrison this morning, talking strategy with Commander Thanis. He has accepted our presence temporarily. Can't you, for your people's sake? We are grateful to the Alliance for help. Deciding to stick with the direct approach, he laid down his spoon. Perhaps you think I can read your mind, Senator Kapitsin. I can only sense your emotions, and only when I'm trying to. Most of the time, I live pretty much the same way you do. It's not that, she admitted, but he felt something inside her relax. She fingered an enameled pendant that hung over her breastbone on a short gold chain. I have religious difficulties with your kind. That caught him like a kick to the stomach. Ben and Yoda had taught him that the Force embraced all religions. And the Alliance? He asked. You're right. At the moment, we need every bit of help we can get. She clenched a small hand on the tabletop. Forgive me if I seem ungrateful. The Sissy Rook have led us to be terrified, but in the long run, accepting your help could lead to unpleasant repercussions. Like what happened to Alderaan, he said softly. I understand. The Empire rules by your fears. She stared down at her soup dish. Stretching out, he felt a turmoil that had to be her struggle for a response. I'm sorry, he said. You have to excuse my manners. I wasn't brought up to diplomacy. How refreshing. She flashed a subtle, enchanting smile. He flung self-control to the unseen winds of the Force and reached down deep to fully sense her presence. Layers and layers, the living depth of Endor's teeming forests, the all-enveloping warmth of a night on sandy Tatooine, and the hypnotic glitter of deep space came to mind. Small talk, he reminded himself. Servants brought in a main course of tiny green shellfish and buttery unfamiliar vegetables, served with bowls full of pale blue-brown grain. Luke remarked on the greenery, the twin rivers, and the fishes underfoot, and tried complimenting her outfit. She remained polite but distant until he asked, as servants removed plates and bowls. I like Senator Belden. Is he a friend of your family? Yes, for years, despite his oddities. Evidently a very close friend. Abruptly her stiff upper lip guard melted away. She grasped the carafe that stood beside the centerpiece and poured a few pale orange drops into the tiny goblet in front of him. Try that. Finally, a response. Curious, he swirled the goblet. The liquid clung to the glass like syrup. Go ahead, she raised an eyebrow. It's not toxic. Our finest local product. You're insulting Bakura if you refuse. She poured herself an equal portion and drank it down. He sipped. Liquid turned to fire and burned his mouth and throat. Then he caught its flavor, like intoxicating jungle flowers mingled with the sweetest fruit he'd ever tasted. Her eyes sparkled. Obviously, she hadn't missed a nuance of his reaction. "What is it?" he whispered. He cooled his mouth with a sip of water. "Namana nectar, one of our chief exports." "I can understand why." "More?" She reached for the carafe again. "Thanks," he grinned, "but no, that's a little strong for my taste." Garil laughed and filled his goblet anyway. There's likely to be a toast soon. If Governor Nearest didn't pick a fight. I hope so. She passed him a transparent dish of yellow-orange candies. "Maybe you'd prefer tasting Namana fruit this way." He dropped one onto his tongue. Without the nectar's fire, its exotic flavor flowed smoothly down his throat. Tropical flowers, a hint of spice. He shut his eyes and studied the sensations it caused. His eyes flew open. "That was quick," she said, smiling. "Namana fruit, once processed, induces a faint sense of pleasure. Most people don't notice immediately. They just feel good without knowing why." "Habit forming?" She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "All the best sweets in the galaxy are habit forming. Be careful." He decided to leave the candies alone, and he hoped his cheeks didn't look as warm as they suddenly felt. Still, Garil seemed to have opened up. "I'm not supposed to ask you about rumors," she said softly, bending her head closer, "but we've had no response from His Imperial Highness since we sent to him for aid, and what you said this morning went out over the media. Are you certain he is dead?" Abrupt hostility grated at Luke from Garil's right. Luke peered beyond her and saw Governor Nearest staring at him. Jealous, he wondered? Could Nearest have designs on Garil? He spoke quietly. "The Emperor was strong in the Force. For one thing, I felt his death." That was true, so far as it went. To his surprise, she blanched deeply. "I hadn't known that about His Majesty." Governor Nearest turned aside toward Chewbacca. Luke relaxed his guard. "It's not just Jedi," he murmured to Garil. "Your religion condemns anyone with a strong Force ability?" What would she say if she knew how the Emperor had nearly killed him? Later, he told himself firmly, alone. He imagined himself vindicating the Jedi and pointing the accusing finger squarely at her honored Emperor. "Now, just a minute." Han's voice rose above the polite hum of dinner conversation. Governor Nearest pressed his forearms to the table and said, "I am not accustomed to dining with aliens, General. Your Highness, Senator Organa, I question your good taste bringing a Wookiee to table tonight when Bakura is fighting for its very existence against aliens." Luke tensed. Leia flushed. "If you," she started. "Do you think only humans?" Han began, but Chewie's interrupting series of bellows and howls stilled both of them. Luke relaxed, seeing Chewie's temper under control. The Wookiee could have upended the laden table just to warm up. "Excuse me," Han said in a decidedly unrepentant voice. "My co-pilot doesn't want me to argue for his sake, but he said something you should all hear. It's humans your sissy Rook are after, you know. So even if they invade, Chewie's at less risk than the rest of us." Han stirred the air with a spoon to take in the gathering. Chewie barked while Han paused, and Han grinned. "Yeah. The worst they could do to him is kill him, since they don't want the Wookiees for their droid batteries." Chewie growl-barked one more time. "He says," translated Han, "that if you need somebody to carry messages out to their ships, he'd volunteer." "Oh, yes," Nearest's tone scoffed. "What an excellent idea, General Solo. But Sissy Ruby's speech has never been translated, and the Empire does not deal with aliens." "Except as slaves," Luke added to himself. "Never translated?" Han leaned over scattered silverware. "Never is a big word, Governor." Garil spoke up from Luke's right. "Not that we know of," she explained, "but if it's been translated elsewhere, that will do us little good here." "And I doubt that the Wookiee could duplicate it," Nearest announced triumphantly, "since Wookiees have never even mastered human speech. Whistles, tweets, like a flock of birds. That's why we call them fluties." "Governor," Leia called from her end of the table, "perhaps I might offer the service of my protocol droid, C-3PO. He knows over 6 million languages." Nearest laughed shortly. It sounded almost like a snarl. "Send a droid and an alien to represent an imperial world? I think not." Leia didn't answer. Chewie crossed his long arms and leaned back, the body language plainly conveying, I'm not going anywhere. Han smiled at the centerpiece. One more thing, said Nearest. Anyone who tries to talk Bakuras into sedition, publicly or privately, will be arrested and expelled. Must I make myself clearer? No, Governor, Leia said in an icy tone, but I have a question for you. According to the recording you showed us in front of the Senate, the Sisi Rook are here because your late Emperor invited them. How do you explain that? Nearest raised his head. I do not presume to second-guess the Emperor, your Highness. Maybe he thought he could conquer them, Belden suggested loudly. Han rocked his ornate chair. Maybe he had surplus prisoners to sell them. Luke caught a flash of insight. That's part of it, he guessed aloud. Faces turned toward him, some curious, some accusing. What does any moisture farmer do with his produce? Gurill shrugged. He delivers it to a processor in return for a share of the processed goods. Thanks, Uncle Owen. Palpatine wanted battle droids of his own. They're more maneuverable than your TIE fighters, and far better shielded for their size. True, Nearest admitted, from what I hear. Well, we've seen them. Leia tilted her chin, at close range. No one spoke for several seconds. Gradually, separate conversations began to buzz again. Han leaned close to Leia. Luke barely caught. But this isn't getting us anywhere, your worship. Let's go back and get some sleep. He heard only a few hissing words of her answer. I must spend Minister Kapitsin. A soft breath against his right ear startled him. Is that man the princess's consort? Gurill whispered. They certainly fight like it. I think so, Luke eyed Han. He's a little rough at the edges, but he's the truest friend anyone could have. Didn't you ever know someone like that? Well, she adjusted her sparkling shawl, which had slipped off one white shoulder. Yes. They were halfway into dessert, something cold in a bowl with 6 nut-flavored layers, when an Imperial trooper strode in. The soldier touched Governor Nearest's shoulder and led him out a vine-covered arch. What do you think that's about? Luke murmured to Gurill. Her glance followed them. We'll soon see. The governor returned 5 minutes later, fairly blasting agitation and fear. Surely even Gurill saw it. Something's very wrong, Your Excellency. Luke spoke in a voice that carried throughout the dining room. All other conversation stilled. Nearest drew a deep breath. Then he speared Luke with an angry expression. That was a personal communique from Admiral Prickett of the fleet. You all might as well hear it. His strident voice took on a knife edge. His message confirms these rebels' claims. The second Death Star has been destroyed, and Emperor Palpatine is presumed dead. As is Lord Vader. The fleet is regrouping near Ajan. Leia nodded. Now, do you believe us? She asked. Commander Skywalker saw him die. Gurill recoiled. I didn't kill him, Luke explained hastily, laying both palms on the table. Lord Vader killed him, and died because of it. I was there as a prisoner. How'd you escape? Grinning like an old warhorse, eager to hear stories, Senator Belden leaned closer. It was chaos on the Death Star after Palpatine's death. It was under attack. I got to a shuttle bay. He glanced aside at Gurill. She buzzed with revulsion and awe in the effort to resolve them. Prime Minister Kapitsin tipped his chair over as he sprang up. Then there will be no help from the Empire? Governor Nearest stared over the table at Luke. For once, Luke sensed no deceit. Despite his external composure, the man was frightened half to death. I think, said Luke, that the Imperial fleet is too busy patching ships back together to send troops out to rim worlds. Which is one reason we came in the first place, said Leia. We trumped 'em, Han crowed. Hostility seethed up and down the table. Even Leia glared. A servant righted Kapitsin's chair, and he sat back down. But Governor Nearest shook his head. Princess Leia, he said, standing up at his place, if your troops are willing to cooperate with mine, under truce, we need your help. Leia's shoulders straightened. An official truce, Your Excellency? As official as I can make it. That sounded evasive to Luke, but evidently it satisfied Leia. She stood and extended her hand. The massive bracelet shimmered on her wrist. It seemed to add the weight of many star systems to her hand clasp. This was a long stretch for both sides, literally and figuratively. For the first time ever, rebels and Imperials would fight a common enemy together. Nearest engulfed her small hand in his gloved, meaty one. Then he lifted his goblet. To strange alliances. Leia raised her glass. Belden and Kapitzin followed her. Luke braced himself and got a firm grip on his goblet. Driving off the sissy rook won't be easy, he said. Neither would sipping that stuff again. It will take all our forces in total cooperation. Right, Han rejoined. Otherwise we'll all end up motivating sissy Ruby droids. Together. Garil shuddered and touched her glass to Luke's. The milliliter he tasted burned all the way down. Around the table, people started farewell exchanges with their dinner partners. Reluctant to leave, Luke took a deep breath of Garil's presence. Worried? What's wrong? He asked. Surely she didn't wish she could stay longer. That was too much to hope. Staring at the centerpiece, she whispered, If Governor Nearest can't count on a Death Star anymore, he'll have to rely on threats closer to home. A more realistic menace. Luke rubbed his chin. If it weren't for the sissy rook, you'd be in for more purges? Garil's cheeks faded. How do you know? She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Standard Imperial procedure. We've seen it on several worlds. Garil seemed to withdraw momentarily. Across the table, Han and Leia sprang up and walked in opposite directions. Neither looked happy. Just another tiff. Are you sure you believe in the Empire? Luke murmured. She frowned. She blinked her mismatched eyes. She swallowed a last sip of Namana nectar, and then stood up with him. It's a balance. All things contain darkness and light, even Jedi, I suppose. Yes, he whispered. If only the evening could last for a week. Asked to see her again. Was the suggestion Ben's, or just his own impulsiveness? Could we finish this conversation tomorrow? I doubt there'll be time. Looking gracious but relieved, she offered her hand. Hadn't he seen that Imperial officer kiss Leia's hand? Was that the proper gesture here? Gambling, he raised it toward his face. She didn't snatch it away. It smelled like Namana candy. Hurrying before his nerve failed him, he mashed her knuckles with his lips. He felt like a clod, but he didn't dare try it again. She tightened her fingers on his hand, then pulled loose and walked toward Senior Senator Belden. Luke stood still, rubbing his hand and trying to visualize Garil as a part of his future. By the Force, he'd make time to finish that conversation tomorrow. Chapter 10. Dev tottered to his feet. He'd awakened on the deck of a round, uncomfortably warm cabin, full of lights and mechanical sounds. Above, instrument panels, bulkheads curved inward to join the ceiling. This had to be the bridge. He was rarely allowed up here. Bridge security was supreme priority. But the Shrewer's captain and Admiral Ifpicus hunched beside Bluescale. All three slowly blinked at him. Apparently the presence of another Force user mattered a great deal. He'd known that and forgotten it. What games were they playing with his mind? Was he in his right mind now, or deluded by manipulation? Had his contact with the stranger, brief as it was, unsettled his mental patterns completely? Tell them what you told Elder Shittikth, Master Firewong urged from Dev's left side. It felt like your mother's presence, but male. Barely able to recall the feathery touch of his mother, Dev studied metal ductiles. He hadn't felt homesick like this since finding Firewong. He had thought they were home. Like, he said softly, but different. How? Asked Firewong. This one has the shape, the sense of training that Mother had, but Mother was not so strong. Admiral Ifpicus's left eye swiveled from Dev to the captain. The captain clicked his foreclaws and repeated, Strong. Look at me. Bluescale thrust his head forward. The beautiful eye seemed to swirl. Up from the corner of Dev's mind bubbled a spring of excitement. This was his right mind. He loved them. Why, if this one's trained, Dev exclaimed, he could contact other humans, even from a distance. Firewong's massive V-marked head turned toward him. This is an interesting idea. How far do you think? Dev felt freshly energized. I don't know, he admitted, but we were many light years away when I felt the Emperor's death for you. True, whistled Bluescale. He touched Firewong's shoulder scales. With a strong enough direct contact, could you not conduct entechment from a distance? Possibly. Firewong twitched his tail. We might have to modify an apparatus. Yes, modify it to keep this strong one alive in a fully magnetized state, calling energies from outside. Admiral Ichthys' tail quivered too. A pipeline to humans. We could own all known space, not merely this empire. Catching their excitement, Dev interlaced his fingers and squeezed hard. I observe, said Admiral Ichthys, the need for another shift in strategy. First, we secure the strong one. Then we test this theory. If in practice it works, we can call back to the main force of our fleet. They spoke hurriedly among themselves. Ignored by Bluescale, Dev wilted. He could barely follow their speech. He had always been their special pet, their beloved human. Would their tails sweep him aside? He touched his throat. He might get his battle droid at last. But at what cost? His anticipation curdled like the slop he'd cleaned off the bulkheads. Entekment was to have been his reward, not... They might entech him simply because they no longer needed him. He wanted his battle droid, but he craved their love. They turned around simultaneously. Firarung stroked Dev's arm, lovingly raising red welts. Help us now. Stretch out to the unseen universe. Give us a name, a place. Help us find him. Master, Dev whispered, will you always put me first? Firarung stroked harder, bringing tears to Dev's eyes. We have never doubted your devotion. Surely you don't mean to make us question it. No, no. Dev felt his face go pale. He had made Firarung his family, Firarung's cabin his home. He had given up his humanity. If Firarung replaced him, what was left? Bluescale lurched forward. Dev Sabwara, we need your service as never before. Dev couldn't tear his eyes off Firarung. The Entekment chief had always implied that he loved Dev, but had he ever actually sang the word love? Shaken, Dev took a step backward. A Poek wrapped brown foreclaws around Dev's shoulders and held him toward Bluescale. The elder lifted a hypospray. They couldn't be doing this. The hypospray wouldn't hurt much, but he remembered now what would follow. How could they be so unkind after all he had done? Didn't they love him? Didn't Firarung? Recognition filtered up out of Dev's memory. They'd been unkind before, and before that, too. This was his right mind. This was Dev Sabwara, human, restored by touching the outsider, but he couldn't beat his master's drugs or Bluescale's direct domination. He was slipping. The hypospray relaxed him as before, though he fought it for the sake of his secret. Firarung bent close. Look outward, Dev. Serve us now. Where is this one? What is his name? How can we find him? Firarung's head blurred. Dev squeezed a salty river out of each eye. Then he closed out his grief and his awareness of the Shirura's deck and escaped into the Force. He let the swirling universe carry him past his master's dim auras. The outsider felt as strong and as close as before, undeniably masculine and kindred, though a second diffuse feminine presence hung close by. The first one's sharply focused light almost washed out the second. An echo, perhaps? He didn't understand. All that he knew was that love and security came from Firarung. He avoided touching the outsider's force presence. In the capital city, he murmured, half-conscious. Salastar. The man's name is Skywalker. Luke Skywalker. Distracted by the effort of speaking, he opened his eyes again. Firarung's shallow, happy breathing tore at his heart. The master didn't care. Maybe didn't even know. How jealous their attention to the outsider made him. Perhaps the Siruk never were jealous. Skywalker, repeated Bluescale. An auspicious name. Well done, Dev. Dev relaxed into the Force. Their glee and grief vibrated around him. With an unlimited supply of intact humans, Admiral Ichthys could rapidly conquer known space. Dev would be part of it. Yet he felt humiliated. As much as he resented the outsider, he opened himself to a bare touch, almost a forced caress, a farewell. Firarung bent close and sang, Are you unhappy, Dev? His sentiments had seesawed so many times in the last few minutes that he was sure of only one thing. If they manipulated him once more, he might lose his sanity. He shut his eyes and nodded. I am content, master. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. They would not twist his humanity. No more games with his mind. Yet he could not hate Furirong, the only family he had known for 5 years. The emotion softened. He dared to reopen his eyes. "Master," he whispered, "my highest pleasure is to help those who love me." He forced himself to gaze fondly at Furirong. Furirong honked thoughtfully. Plainly, the encampment chief's pleasure was not compassion this time, but control. He touched Bluescale with one foreclaw. "Elder, Dev has grown close to having true love for our kind. Let him stretch a little. Let the decision to serve me be of his own free will. That is higher affection." Dev shuddered. Furirong had already enslaved him, spirit and soul. Now he wanted Dev willingly to tighten the cords of his own bondage. That might be Furirong's mistake. Dev laid a hand on Furirong's upper forelimb, making the gesture as to see Ruby as he could. "This is my master," he crooned. At any moment Bluescale might look into his eyes or smell the deception. "You see," said Furirong, "our relationship broadens." "Take your pet and go," said Admiral Iphicus. "Abuse it as you will. We have work to do, as do you. Busy your mind with modifications. For Skywalker." Furirong rocked his head gravely and swept a foreclaw toward the hatch. Every step away from Bluescale took him that much farther from enslavement. Dev reached the hatchway, then the corridor. The hatch slid shut behind Furirong. An hour later, forgotten, as Furirong busied himself with schematic drawings, Dev curled up in the sleeping pit's warm center. How had his mother taught him to open contact? It had been 5 years. His ordeal had exhausted him. He wanted to lie still and fondle sweet memories. But he must try before Bluescale renewed him again, and there wasn't much time. The Sissy Rook would catch him eventually. They renewed him every 10 or 15 days, even if he didn't feel needy. He'd pay for this with the deepest renewal of his life, but he owed humankind one effort. He closed his eyes and emptied himself of hope, repentance, and bitterness. Fear wouldn't leave. It tinged his control, but he touched the force through it. Almost instantly he felt that brilliance again. He flicked at its edge for attention, then formed an urgent warning in his mind. Luke flung thermal covers away into darkness. One slithered off the edge of his bed's repulsor field. For a cold, sleepy instant, he couldn't remember what had wakened him. Then he recalled a dark, urgent sense of fear and warning. Humanity was in peril because of him. The aliens meant to take him prisoner and... Whoa. Exhaling, he lay back down. R2 burbled at him from the foot of the bed. "I'm all right," he insisted. What a dream. He had to guard against inflating his ego. He might be the last, and first, Jedi, but he was no focal point for humanity's enslavement. Yet the memory didn't fade as a dream would. Perhaps someone had honestly warned him of something. "Ben?" he called. "Obi-Wan? Why is this happening?" "Forget questions," he commanded himself. "There is no why. Search your feelings." He cast aside fear and false humility, and reconsidered the warning in light of the Sissy Rook's known intentions and methods. In that context, the concept felt chillingly real. What kind of terrible mistake had Ben Kenobi made, sending him here? Jedi Masters weren't perfect. Yoda had believed Luke would die at Cloud City. Ben had thought he could train Anakin Skywalker. He curled his arms around his knees. If Yoda and Ben could make mistakes, Luke Skywalker could too. Fatal ones. If the warning were real, some trace would show in the future. Like ship sightings from a distance, visions of the future sometimes conflicted, but any hint that he could help the Sissy Ruvi war effort would confirm the eerie warning. He calmed himself, steadied his breathing and heartbeat, and reached forward to scan the future in his mind. Some things were hidden from him, and some possibilities he glimpsed looked ludicrously unlikely. Seconds, minutes, months later, he spotted the possibility. A map of the future showing the Sissy Ruvi Imperium stretching into the core worlds. As Han feared, they had blundered into a trap, but it was worse than they'd anticipated, and the Sissy Rook were about to invade Bakura. Dev rolled over, clutching cushions. It was a Jedi out there. This time he'd felt the unmistakable trained control, even when barely awakened. Fururung's cabin gleamed under brilliant lights, but he didn't feel rested. "Master," he murmured, "is it time to get up?" Fururung climbed out of the pit. "Hatch alarm," he whistled. "It's for me. Go back to sleep." Dev curled up tighter, but kept one eye open. When the hatch slid aside, a massive blue shape appeared. "Come in." Fururung's greeting warbled with surprise. "Welcome." Bluescale marched toward the bed pit. Dev tried to uncurl, but his muscles stayed taut. He guessed what was coming. The elder had changed his mind and doomed him. The round rim guard of a paddle beamer protruded from his shoulder bag. "Admiral Ifpicus has conceived a new mission for our young human ally," Bluescale sang. "He must be freshly renewed before it begins." Panicking, Dev wanted to spring up and run away. But where would he run? Fururung blinked slowly. "Then it is my honor to submit Dev to you." Bluescale closed a massive foreclaw around Dev's right arm and yanked him upright. Dev kicked and tried to settle his feet on the firm deck. Bluescale released him. "Precede me," he whistled. "Fururung shall follow." Dev plodded out the hatch and up the dim, night-shift-lit corridor. He could fight this. He could survive a little longer, free to think if not to act, but only for a few minutes. And if Bluescale bullied, cajoled, or hypnotized him into confessing what he'd just done, the Sissy-Rook might kill him outright, waste his life energy in their justifiable anger. He'd seen them beat a Poek to death just using their broad, muscular tails. Worse, if the Sissy-Rook knew Skywalker expected them, they'd find a way to take him anyway. More force, greater numbers, inventive technology. Even a Jedi didn't stand a chance. The galaxy would fall. Dev could think of only one escape. Using what little he knew of the Force, he could plunge willingly into the renewal trance, bypassing Bluescale's hypnotic awareness. He recoiled from the idea. Renewal would mean the death of Deb Sawara, human. He would forget all that had made him free. Free for how long? Hanging his head, he grimaced. He had thrown down his life countless times already for no purpose. This time he could save dozens of millions of humans, including one Jedi. His was a small, poor, unsung sacrifice to buy so many lives. But he'd help them if he could. He'd honor his mother's memory. Standing straighter than he had stood in 5 years, Dev led Bluescale through a too familiar hatchway. "Are you awake, small thing?" Dev blinked. He lay on a warm, nubbly deck near a pair of massive clawed hind feet. He knew that whistling song and the scent of that breath. A narrow-faced blue head bent close to him. He felt pristine and fresh, like a hatchling emerged from its egg. "I have healed you," said. Dev struggled to remember the name. "Welcome back to full joy." Dev reached up and wrapped his arms around Bluescale, and squeezed embarrassing moisture out of his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. "You have only the thoughts, emotions, and memories that will strengthen you. None of the overburdening clutter that complicates life for your masters." Bluescale crossed slender forearms over his chest. Dev inhaled deeply and gladly. "I feel so clean." He couldn't remember how Bluescale did this. He never could remember. Obviously, then, that memory wouldn't have helped him continue his life of selfless service. Anything that gave someone this much peace had to be right. Anyone who gave it must be wholly good. It must be long, hard work. Master Fururung waited outside Bluescale's chamber, muscular tail flicking anxiously. Dev cringed at the concern narrowing his warm black eyes. Evidently, Fururung had worried for him. That made him guess something evil had been cleansed away. "I'm much better, Master," Dev volunteered. "I've thanked our dear elder. Thank you, too." Fururung touched his left shoulder with his right foreclaw and bobbed his great head, scent tongues extended. "You are welcome," he answered. "Now we will go to Admiral Ifpicus," sang Bluescale. Yes, the mission. He remembered that now, too. A supreme privilege for the sake of the Sissy-Ruvi Imperium. Dev walked between the elder and his master with his head bowed and clawless hands clasped. He had white eyes, furred skin, and small, stinking, tailless body. Who was he to deserve such effort on their part, such happiness and service, such important life work? Jangling noises jostled Luke out of a fitful doze. A light blinked at his bedside, but other than that the room remained dark. "What?" he asked drowsily. There'd been a macabre nightmare. No, a warning. "What is it?" "Commander Skywalker," spoke a male voice out of his bedside council. "Are you awake?" "Getting there," he answered. "What's wrong?" "This is Solace Star, Spaceport Authority. There's been a disturbance with some of your, troops. We have several speeders at the Bakura complex for official use. How quickly could you get to the roof port?" Could this be a trap? Did it have anything to do with the dream warning? He jumped out of the warm, comfortable bed. At least he felt rested, and his aches had left him. "I'm on my way." He dressed hastily and decided to wake Chewbacca and take him along. Chewie wouldn't need to waste time getting dressed, and he'd be extra eyes, brain, and especially muscle. Han had to stay with Leia, though. She'd said something about a breakfast appointment with Gareel's uncle. A disturbance. He couldn't imagine rebel troops making trouble. Well, yes, he could. He clipped on his lightsaber. He dashed out his bedroom door and around the corner into Chewie's, then stepped back from the bed. He didn't want to tangle with a suddenly roused Wookiee. "Chewie," he whispered. "Wake up. We got trouble." "Slow down, Chewie." Chewbacca steered the land speeder around the spaceport's outer arc access road. Luke peered ahead and to the right. Pad 12, the temporary Alliance ground base, lay just beyond the next radial road outward from the control tower. Spaceport lights gleamed on this side of the radial, but on the other side, dark night was lit only by occasional flashes that looked like blaster fire. Either someone had shot out Pad 12's lights, or someone had shut them down. Where was Spaceport security? They swooped left, past Pad 12, then onto its access road through an open gate in its high, metal chain fence. Unguarded, Luke observed. Maybe the guards had gone in to settle the disturbance. He pulled down the hitched-up back of his parka. Out here in the night between two rivers, damp air wasn't so pleasant. 4 multi-ship launching/landing bays lay in a cluster between these radial roads and the spaceport boundary, and in the middle of that cluster sat a small, unattractive cantina that looked like 2 bungalows joined at right angles. Someone standing next to it waved them down. Chewie grounded the speeder in the angle between bungalows. With the repulsor engine shut down, eerie silence rang for about 10 seconds. Then another whiz of blaster fire brought up the hair on the back of Luke's neck and lit the silhouette of a tall repair gantry. The dark-haired person sprinted toward them. "Manchisco!" Luke exclaimed. "What's happening?" The Flurry's captain shook her black braids. "Our allies, right over there, insist they've got a pair of Sissy Rook trapped behind one of our ships. I can't get in close enough to confirm it. They're shooting everything that moves." "Nobody has any macro binoculars?" Han had a pair in the Falcon a quarter of a kilometer away. Manchisco shook her head. "Well, come on. You too, Chewie." Luke ran toward the gantry, unhooking his saber. Before they reached it, a devout voice shouted, "You, get down! Get back! If you're unarmed, the aliens have landed. They killed 2 of us." Manchisco ducked into the pitful cover of an R2-sized recharge unit. Chewie edged closer to the gantry. "Sissy Rook wouldn't kill people," Luke muttered. "They'd take prisoners. Chewie, cover me." If the Sissy Rook were here, he'd rather deal with them himself, despite that eerie warning. But he had an unsettling hunch. He drew and ignited his lightsaber. By its glimmer, he spotted Chewbacca aiming his bowcaster into the darkness. "Stay there," Luke said softly. "That's close enough." Eerie silence had fallen again. "Everybody hold your fire," Luke shouted. Step by step he advanced, holding the saber upright in front of him. Although its light was dim compared with the spaceport beacons, it was all the light in Pad 12. He rounded an Alliance gunship. 2 human bodies lay sprawled on that odd, rough, glassy surface. He paced past them, listening hard for hostile intent. All he felt was panicked fright. Geometric forms sparkled ahead, metallic surfaces of another repair gantry reflecting the light of his saber. "Who's there?" Luke shouted. "Show yourselves." A domed calamarian head appeared behind the gantry, then another. Luke groaned and sprinted toward them. "What are you doing down here?" he demanded. "Shore leave," wheezed the nearer one, straightening his stiff, high, round collar. "Authorized?" Luke asked. Surely their commanding officer had more sense than to... The Calamarian waved a finny hand. Of course, Commander. Our rotation came up. We're as tired as anyone else, but these strangers spotted us. So you killed 2 of them? Commander, they were charging us. 10 of them. They fired first, Commander. Luke wanted to go back to Endor. One of you, come with me. Sir? The Calamarian backstepped, clenching his blaster. That's an order, Luke said quietly. Follow close so I can cover you. Slowly the tall alien wormed out of his hiding spot in the gantry. A blaster bolt zinged in from across the way. Luke whirled and deflected it, then shouted, Hold your fire! Chewie, beat their heads together if you have to. A Wookiee roar echoed across the empty area between ship and gantry. All right, said Luke. Come on. Walking a little more slowly this time, the Calamarian wouldn't move any faster. Luke retraced his steps toward the gunship. He avoided the spot where the bodies lay. Chewie, where are you? Another burst of blaster fire flashed in, then another. Luke leaped and spun, parrying without thought. Just as suddenly, the firing stopped. A weird creaking groan came from the gantry ahead, and the unmistakable roar of a furious Wookiee. Luke held up his saber to get a better look. The metal tower rocked violently. High overhead, several dark forms clung to struts in the black night. Blasters clattered to the ground. Good work, Chewie, Luke called. He adjusted his grip on the saber. Okay, he shouted. Everybody down. Get a good look. This is a Mon Calamari, not a Sissy Rue. Look at him. He heard scuffling noises, but no faces appeared in the green-lit circle. Come on, he called, losing patience. After 3 seconds of silence, he heard Chewbacca waffle. Then out they came, 10 humans, 8 males and 2 females, dressed in an assortment of loose, bulky coats and warm hats. None appeared to be armed now. One male, shorter and thinner than the others, pointed at the Calamarian. He's right, it's not a flutie, he said. Luke recognized the voice. This was the man who tried to warn him away. A larger man pushed forward, squinting. Green light flattered nobody, but Luke guessed his character wore dark circles under his bulging eyes in any light. Quiet, Vane. The thin man shut his mouth but shuffled closer to Luke and the Calamarian. Tessa Manchisco stepped into the circle of light. Her eyes reflected green anger. This pad is blocked off for the use of Alliance crews, Luke said sternly. Why are you here? Dark circles crossed his beefy arms. This is our planet, Sword Boy. Well, thank you to keep critters like that fish and that hairy one off of it. Chewbacca edged toward that side of the gang. Luke needed information, and he needed it quickly. Had these ruffians been sent in by the Empire, or were they acting alone? The thin Bakuran stood close enough for Luke to attempt probing his mind. Briefly. Luke felt certain his motives were good enough that he didn't risk drifting toward the dark side. Still, he hesitated before focusing his attention tightly toward the thin man, opening himself to listen for the man's feelings. Confusion, fear, embarrassment, suspicion. He thrust past them into memory. He didn't have to search very deeply. A little something, direct from the governor's office, had been promised if they hung out close to Pad 12 and made certain that Sissy Rook didn't infiltrate Bakura by way of that closed-off Alliance landing area. Luke broke off the contact and lowered his lightsaber. Go home. He hoped his voice sounded as disgusted as he felt. Tell Governor Nearest that we'll police Pad 12 ourselves. No one moved. A deep, throaty rumble started from Chewbacca's direction. Picking up the cue, Luke added, Go on. You still haven't seen a Wookiee get really mad. The thin man slunk out of the green-lit circle toward the bodies. One by one, the others followed. Soon, a bedraggled little group shambled toward Pad 12's main gate, carrying their comrades. No sooner had they passed through the gate than the main bank of lights lit up again. Someone must be watching from the Imperial garrison only a few kilometers south, and spaceport security was unquestionably busy at Pad 2 or 6 or 9, on Imperial business. He exhaled hard. Let's go make sure the Falcon's okay, Chewie. When 3PO wakened Leia early, she found a message from Luke. He'd taken Chewbacca to the spaceport to oversee ship repairs. She dressed hurriedly in the bathroom and braided up her hair. Scurrying back out, she caught sight of a tall human standing against the mural wall. She gasped and stopped in mid-step. By dim room light, he glimmered faintly and washed out the real-time image of a sparkling city. Luke had said he sometimes saw Ben Kenobi like this. Backing away, she squinted. This man didn't look like the old general, nor anyone else she'd met before. Whoever he was, he didn't belong in her apartment. She eyed her blaster, just out of reach of the repulsor bed. It probably lacked a certain threat against apparitions if this was one. "Who are you?" she demanded. "State your business." "Do not fear me," the figure said softly. "Tell Luke to remember that fear is of the dark side." Who was this person, bringing messages for Luke into her allegedly private quarters? A Bakuran? An Imperial? "Who are you?" The stranger stepped sideways into a darker spot, where his glow brightened. He was tall, with a broad, pleasant face and dark hair. "I am your father, Leia." Vader. A chill started at her feet and shivered its way to her scalp. His very presence stirred every dark emotion she owned. Fear, hatred. "Leia," the figure repeated, "do not fear me. I am forgiven, but I have much that I wish to atone for. I must clear your heart and your mind of anger. Anger is the dark side, too." Her blaster definitely wouldn't help. Even when he'd lived, he deflected blaster bolts bare-handed. She'd seen him do it at Cloud City. "I want you to leave." The dark chill froze her voice. "Disincorporate, fade out, or whatever you do." "Wait." He did not move away from the wall. If anything, he seemed to shrink in size and proximity. "I am no longer the man that you feared. Can you not see me as a stranger, not an old enemy?" She'd lived too long with the fear of Darth Vader. "You can't restore Alderaan. You can't bring back the people you murdered or comfort their widows and orphans. You can't undo what you did to the Alliance." Old pain jabbed her like a fresh wound. "I strengthened the Alliance, although that was not my intent." He extended a glimmering arm. The mellow voice sounded wrong. The mild, naked face didn't look as if he'd hidden for decades behind a black breathe mask. "Leia, things are changing. I may never be able to return to you." She glanced away. Maybe she couldn't harm him with her blaster, but it would feel good in her hands. If she stretched, she could almost reach it. Good. "There is no justifying my actions. Yet your brother saved me from darkness. You must believe me." "I heard Luke." She crossed her arms and clenched her hands around her elbows. "But I'm not Luke, or your teacher, or your confessor. I'm only your daughter by a cruel trick of fate." "Of the Force," he insisted. "Even that served a purpose. I am proud of your strengths. I do not ask for absolution, only your forgiveness." She set her chin and kept her arms crossed. "How about what you did to Han? Are you going to beg him for his forgiveness?" "Only through you. My time here is short." She swallowed. Her throat felt dry. "I can almost forgive you torturing me." He bowed his head. "And the evils you did to other people, because those drove so many worlds into the Alliance. But cruelty to Han? No. If you want to go through me, you won't get his forgiveness. Never." The figure shrank farther away. "Never is too large a word, my child." Darth Vader lecturing her about virtue and eternity? "I will never forgive you. Dematerialize. Go away." "Leia, I may not speak to you again, but I'll hear if you call me. If you change your mind, I will be watching." She stared. How dare he, after all his cruelties and perversities? Let Luke deal with him. She would not. How did Luke stand, knowing this was their father? She rushed out of the bedroom. Morning light streamed through the main room's long window, lighting yellow walls and dark flooring. Han pushed up out of the closest corner lounge. "You're going to be late, Highnessnesses." 3PO waddled toward her. "Are you ready, Mistress Li?" She had seized up the owner and shut off 3PO. Now she turned to watch the bedroom door. No one emerged. "He can't do this to me," she muttered. "To my life. He can't do it." Han glanced at the comically frozen droid, then crinkled his mouth. "He who? Did you get a call from that captain guy?" Flinging out her arms, she paced past the windows. "Oh, fine. That's all you can think of. You're petty." She grabbed a couch pillow. "Lousy." She twisted it between her hands. "Jealousy. Vader's been here, and all you can think of is, ugh." "Whoa, princess." He showed her his palms. "Vader's dead. Luke burned him. I took a speeder bike out and saw the ash pile." Leia's stomach hurt. You saw his body. I just saw the rest of him. You're seeing things now, too? He stood hip-hitched, hands in his pockets, eyebrows raised. Either you're getting stronger in this Force stuff, or Luke's a bad influence. Maybe both, she said bitterly. If I had to see ghosts, I could have put up with that Yoda of his. I would have enjoyed talking to General Kenobi. Who do I get? Dropping the pillow, she struck the yellow wall with a fist. Easy, he murmured. It's not my fault. I know it isn't. Now her knuckles hurt too. Frustrated, she pivoted to lean against the wall. She glared back across the lounge pit's blue and green cushions toward her bedroom. What did he want? You're gonna love this. To apologize. Han gave a short, disbelieving laugh and ran a hand over his eyes. Yeah, she said. My sentiments exactly. You know, you've just been jumping at everything that reminded you of him. Now you faced him down. Maybe the worst is over. It's not. She let her shoulders sink. Han, he's still here. I'm... Unable to finish the sentence, she shut her eyes. So what? Han stepped closer and laid a hand on her shoulder. Hey, nobody gets to be as big a deal with the Empire as he was without a lot of strengths and abilities. You got 'em, you're just using 'em differently. How could he be so insensitive? Thanks a lot, Han. She considered taking a swing at him. Leia? He spread his arms. I'm sorry, too. I guess. Sorry made a stink about that Alderaanian guy, anyway. She drew a long, slow breath and stayed against the wall. Go away. All right, Han exclaimed abruptly. Okay, I can take a hint. Glaring, he stalked around the lounge pit. Han, wait! What had she done, venting her anger on the one person she shouldn't hurt? He passed 3PO, then the darkened comm station, almost reaching the main door. Han, it's the Vader in me. I can't help what I am. As the impact of what she said flooded through her, Han stopped beside the Black Council. He turned slowly. No, he said. It's a Skywalker in you. That name. Luke's name didn't raise her hackles the same way. A fleeting thought flashed through her mind. What had Vader been like before he was Vader? I'll tell you one thing. Han walked up to the edge of the lounge pit. Governments need each other. Yeah. Planets do. Species do. But so do people. Governments. She was going to be late for breakfast with the Prime Minister. Yeah. She paced back to his side. Right. Anyway, he's gone. He didn't hurt me. Maybe he can't hurt me anymore. That'd be good. Han ran a finger around the tight braids pinned to her head. She yanked out the pins and pulled off the end clasps. Han stood with his eyebrows at attention as she ran her fingers from scalp to ends and tossed her head. Her hair swung loose. But I'm not going to forgive him, she said softly. Are you sure you're all right? He fingered the dark cascade, then wrapped an arm around her waist. His shoulder made a firm, warm pillow. I love you, Nerf herder. I know that. Do you? He stroked the back of her head. What makes you think I don't? I'm sorry, she whispered, straightening her neck. She held her lips near his chin. Accepting the invitation, he bent and kissed her. She felt her life energy drop into the kiss until nothing existed but barely perceptible movements of Han's mouth. She flattened her hands on his shoulders. His legs shifted toward her. All perception vanished but the taste of his breath. Her pulse quickened in her ears. The comm center blatted behind him. Han cried before she could disengage. Once he pulled free, he shouted, No, that's not fair. Laughing at her own despair, Leia pushed her hair behind her shoulders. Want to get it? Or shall I? Well, you're... He looked her up and down and smiled crookedly. Lovely. But I'm not presentable. It isn't your usual image, he agreed with a sad headshake. I'll get it. Leia backed aside. Han touched a control and then blinked. Luke, he exclaimed. What's up? There's been a little trouble, said Luke's voice. Leia whisked back to Han's side. Luke looked calm. She tried stretching out with the Force to feel his presence, but she couldn't. She must be still too agitated. I thought you were going to check on ship repairs, she said. I didn't think the comm center was secure enough to leave messages. Our Mon Calamari crew came downside for an authorized shore leave. Some Bakurans on the wrong side of the spaceport, at Nearest's suggestion, spotted them and thought the Sissy Rook had landed. By the time I got here, the Calamari had blasted 2 in self-defense. Oh no. Treaty papers burned in Leia's imagination. Sorry I missed it, Han grinned. Looks like you made out all right. Luke nodded. It was still dark enough that one lightsaber lit up the whole pad area. Once Chewie and I had both sides' attention, and the Bakurans got a good look at our people, they declared a ceasefire. Han raised one eyebrow. Not bad, farm boy. But Luke... Leia pushed her hair behind her shoulder again. What about the injured Bakurans? He pressed his lips together and shook his head. Did I say injured? Sorry. Dead. Their families need formal apologies. Could you do it for me? You're better at that kind of thing. Leia didn't relish the idea, but he was right. She wanted it done correctly. I will. She tried stretching out for him again. What she touched frosted her blood. The crisis might be over, but in its deeper sense hid a dark disquiet. Luke, what's wrong? His cheeks colored. Come on, Leia. This isn't a secure channel. Luke was deeply afraid. What else had happened in the night? Han cocked an eyebrow at her. She shook her head. Later, then, she said. Han and I will go straight from here to the Prime Minister. I'll apologize to him first. I'm also taking him 3PO and R2 to try translating. Good. R2's probably still in my bedroom plugged in. Han, I'm leaving Chewie here to keep things calm. I'll try to talk to Belden next if I can find him. Belden? The senior senator. I have a feeling, he said softly. About the shooting? Asked Han. Right. See you two later. The image faded. Han folded his arms. I suppose the sooner we get on with it, the sooner we can get away from this planet with our skins. Leia stretched a hand toward the comm board. I'll send Prime Minister Kapitsin a message that we'll be late. Good thing they'd been late, otherwise they'd have missed Luke's transmission. Frowning, she punched in Prime Minister Kapitsin's code. Maybe someday she would wish she'd accepted Vader's apology. Anakin's, whoever he was. He had been polite. Watching her, was he? Freshly furious, she shook her fist at thin air. Chapter 11. Luke stepped out of the comm booth closest to Pad 12, glad he hadn't settled for the cantina's non-visual commnet. From watching Han and Leia's faces, he felt sure they'd be all right. Better than all right. While he was online, he'd also filed an incident report on the mainframe and looked up an address. Chewie stood on watch. Luke grabbed a handful of arm fur and said, Thanks, pal. The Wookiee slapped Luke's shoulder in reply, then stalked past the shabby cantina back toward the Falcon. A thorough investigation had assured them that nobody'd messed with it. Captain Manchisco lounged against the cantina's corrugated wall. Heading out, Commander? She must have cleaned up for shore leave, but gray spaceport dust had smudged her cream-colored ship suit during the fracas. 3 black braids still dangled jauntily on each side of her head, dusted with leaf fragments and twigs. On board the Falcon, she declared that she, sensibly, offered her Duro navigator triple overtime to stay shipboard. Luke wished the Mon Calamari captain had thought of that. Credit poor the Alliance might be, but its leadership would rather pay triple overtime than provoke incidents that cost Bakuran lives. Say, how's the flurry? He asked. Manchisco frowned. Small problem with her starboard shield. It's fixed, but I had to let an Imperial maintenance team on board. All her specs are probably on Thanos' computer now. She thrust her hand into a deep pocket. Did they do good work, though? Looks all right, she shrugged. I don't know if I told you, it's been a pleasure making your acquaintance. I like working with you, too, and I'm sure we're not finished here. Her battle-hard face lost a few smug lines. You're the one who knows about these things, but I've got this odd feeling we won't meet again. Another warning. Or had Manchisco experienced a premonition of her own? I don't know, he answered honestly. The future's always in motion. She waggled her left hand. Doesn't matter. We do what we can for as long as we can. Eh, Commander? Exactly. A 2-seat speeder cruised through the gate to Pad 12, overloaded with 4 Alliance crewers. Just what he needed. Spaceport Authority had reclaimed the speeder he arrived in. Hot night downside, Manchisco observed. Let's hope there isn't any more trouble. The crewers looked bleary-eyed but non-violent. I think they're all right. Force be with you, Captain. Luke commandeered the speeder and drove it out of the perimeter road. 5 minutes later, he parked atop a residential tower. He found Senator Belden's apartment near the drop shaft, ran a hand over his hair and straightened his gray ship suit, then touched the alarm panel. While he waited for an answer, he glanced up the hall in both directions. This musty corridor, with plating peeled off several door frames, was a far cry from the Kapitzin mansion. Perhaps the Belden family owned a finer home elsewhere, or maybe Governor Nearest made sure that the dissidents' credit balances stayed slim. The door slid aside. He stepped back. Garil here too? He stammered. Hello. I was hoping to speak with Senator Belden. He's out. She was sliding through the doorway into the hall when a cracked voice behind her called, "Let him in, Garil, let him in." "That's Madame Belden," Garil whispered, "and she's not well." She touched her forehead. "Come in for a moment. Kliss, her caregiver, had a family crisis, so I'm having tea this morning." "I'll just say hello," he murmured. "I didn't mean to bother you." A wizened woman sat propped up on cushions in a brocade chair with wing-shaped armrests. She wore yellow-orange, almost the color of Nirmana candy, and she dyed her sparse hair auburn. "You're back, Rovidin. Why did you stay away so long?" Luke shot Garil a puzzled glance. "She thinks you're their son," Garil whispered against his ear. "He was killed in the purges 3 years ago. She thinks every young man is their son. Don't argue. It's better." Was there an escape route? Luke saw spindly wooden furniture that was probably antique, a gray box that was probably electronic, and Garil's bare feet beneath her space blue skirt and vest. But no way of gracefully evading a filial masquerade. Hesitantly, he took Madame Belden's hand. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "So much work to do. For the rebellion, you know." He added on a gamble, "Son killed in the purges." She squeezed his hand. "I knew you were working undercover somewhere, Rovidin. They told me. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Garil's missing, you see, and—" "No, she's—" he began. "I'm here, Eppie." Garil sat down on a furry repulsor footstool. "You're—" Madame Belden stared from Luke to Garil, shaking her head helplessly. "I'm—" She shut her eyes and set her chin. Garil shrugged. "You're fine, Eppie. Would a nap feel good?" "Nap," repeated the woman in a tired voice. Luke followed Garil back toward the door. "Tell me about Madame Belden. How long has she been like this?" 3 years. Garil shook her head sadly. "Unfortunately, she was deeply involved in resistance to the Empire. She broke down when Rovidin died. It destroyed her." "Maybe that's why they let her live," he guessed. Garil's sharp chin tilted angrily. "You can't." Madame Belden thrashed in her chair. "Don't leave without saying goodbye," she cried. Wedged too tightly into the awkwardness to run away, Luke hurried back and knelt beside Madame Belden. He cleansed his mind of concern and desires and focused inward, examining Madame Belden's deep presence. It pulsed too powerfully for someone who needed full-time care. The mind remained, affecting the force, creating a life pulse so strong that Luke guessed she had untrained strength of her own. But some of the links connecting mind to senses and communication didn't operate. They'd been severed. The Empire did this, he guessed. He blinked up into sad, watery eyes. Garil was watching him from behind. If he used the force, she might throw him out. Or she might begin to respect his abilities. Regardless of what Garil wanted, Eppie Belden needed healing. Luke stroked the spotted, bony hand. Should he go on pretending to be her son? That seemed like a dangerous dishonesty, using the force. "I want to show you something," he murmured, ignoring Garil. That was hard. "If you can do this, you may be able to heal yourself." Her sense brightened and became eager. "No," he directed. "Be calm and still. Listen deep." He pressed into her awareness and showed her how he had healed himself, traveling in hyperspace, the silence, the focus, the strength. And he made certain she saw, even if she didn't understand, that he hadn't been able to do it perfectly. Then he turned her focus inward. "Something has been damaged," he told her. "I think the Empire did it. Find it. Heal it. Fight back, Eppie. May the Force be with you." Yoda would have called her too old for training, but this wasn't training. Not exactly. And Yoda, she's not going to go off chasing trouble like I did. A wave of her gratitude washed him out of her mind. He inhaled deeply and pushed up off his knees. Eppie Belden rested against her cushions, eyes closed, breathing tranquilly. "What did you do?" Garil stood in an unconscious fighting stance. Luke studied her eyes. Somehow the gray one calculated while the green one looked angry. There's still a very sharp awareness in there, he murmured. I don't think her problem is natural. I really think she was harmed. Garil hesitated. Deliberately? Luke nodded. Feeling her hostility swing away from him, he stayed silent a moment longer and let her process the implications. Someone had harmed her. Who but the Empire? Then he elaborated. I know a little about self-healing. I showed her something she might try. That's all. Is that so little for you? She asked bitterly. A non-Jedi couldn't do that much. I did nothing to her. My word as an honorable man. At last she shrugged, dismissing the matter. Come out here. Sit down. She strode through a door arch into a white-tiled dining room, both hands brushing her long vest as she walked. She motioned him past a fragrant, simmering tea warmer toward a seat at a transparent table. If you can do so much with the Force, she said, why don't you simply get into a fighter, blast your way onto the Sissy Ruvi flagship, and get rid of them? I might try it if you told me to. He sighed away the impulse and explained. If I used my powers in anger or aggression instead of for knowledge and defense, the dark side would take me. It took... He strangled a terrible temptation. Some day he must admit his ancestry. He almost wished he had it over with, but the time hadn't arrived when his humbling, provocative revelation would count for something. Telling Garil would be disastrous. It took many Jedi. They became agents of evil and had to be hunted down. I should have guessed. Garil looked him up and down, then cocked an ear toward the open door. He might yet win her through Epi. If she tries what I showed her, she might seem to sleep for, well, days. That might be a blessing. Relaxing, Garil crossed her ankles under the table. What did you need to talk with Orn about? Oh, blast. Commanding the flurry was easier than admitting this. Some of your people attacked some of mine at the spaceport this morning. Mine had Alliance aliens with them, and yours thought they were Sissy Rook. I suspect Governor Nearest found some Bakurans who liked trouble and tried to make some for them. He felt her suspicions. Were there casualties? 2 Bakurans. Princess Leia is making a formal apology. He added hastily, I wish we could do more. It shouldn't have happened. He glanced out a broad window. The morning sun was turning brilliant, but he felt chilly. He'd have been warned. Somewhere out there, the Sissy Rook would soon be looking for him. He didn't think he was in any serious danger, but he still wasn't certain why they wanted him. What was he doing here, endangering Garil and Madame Belden? If Senator Belden has any thoughts on the incident, please have him contact me. He stood up. I hope Madame Belden improves. What I sensed underneath her troubles... He searched for words. I think I would have liked her. She was a fighter, wasn't she? Garil's left eyebrow arched. Great. He'd reminded her of his Jedi abilities again. Staring at the floor didn't help either, because her bare feet suggested a light-hearted spirit. Except when I'm around. Thanks. I'd better leave. He glanced at Madame Belden on his way to the door. She hadn't moved. Garil slipped out into the drab hallway behind him. Luke, she murmured. Thank you for trying. Luke. She finally used my name. He hurried to the roof port with a lighter heart. Leia caught herself bustling as she led 3PO through a guarded door arch in the Bakura complex's old corporation wing. R2 wheeled silently behind, and Han followed at rear guard. Reddish wood paneled Prime Minister Kapitzin's inner office. His massive desk had been sawed freeform out of the weathered burl of some rainforest giant. He sat near its center, where a flat space had been carved and polished, and he was frowning. Was she that late? Abruptly, she realized he was frowning at 3PO and R2, not at her. She brandished the restraining bolt owner to show Kapitzin she had both droids under control. She'd also programmed 3PO not to speak until she rescinded the command. Asking him to keep quiet on his own just didn't seem kind, or plausible. I'm sorry to have been delayed, she said. Kapitzin wasn't a large man, but like Luke, he radiated assurance. I hope you were able to take care of your personal problem. Yes, thank you. He extended his hands toward 2 repulsor chairs. Han pushed one toward her, then took the other one. Sideways. I love you, nerf herder. Leia silently repeated as she sat down on the gently bobbing seat. I must make a formal apology for the deaths this morning. May I contact the families of fighters who were killed? One corner of Kapitzin's mouth twitched up as he watched Han. I think that would be appreciated. Yes, I'll arrange it for you. There has also been a reconfiguration of Sisiruvi's ships outside our defense web, Kapitsin added. The web reconfigured to compensate. So much I hear from Commander Thanos, at any rate. Leia caught Han's sidelong glance. Does he report to you and Governor Nearest? Han asked. Kapitsin shrugged. I've asked him to. Seems the least he could do. Leia puffed out a breath. Maybe you don't know how unusual it is for an Imperial officer to pay the slightest attention to the people he's allegedly defending. Really. Maybe Kapitsin did know. Maybe he'd cultivated Commander Patir Thanis. At any rate, here are the droids I offered. May we try translating whatever you have? I'm not fond of droids, Kapitsin said dryly, but at this point I'm willing to use them, if there's a chance they could help. She shot at 3PO with the owner. It whirred softly. As if he'd never been silenced, 3PO chimed in. I am fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, sir. Leia had heard that sentence so many times she'd forgotten how impressive it was. Kapitsin's sudden interest reminded her. That's right, Your Highness said so over dinner. He touched a panel on his desktop console. Zilpha, key in those ship-to-ship recordings we picked up from the Fluties. He leaned back in his chair and explained. We've got plenty of their chatter. Sounds like a flock of birds. Great big ugly ones with deep voices. Well, if anyone's good at talking, it's our goldenrod. Han rapped 3PO's metal shoulder. 3PO's head whipped toward him. Thank you, General Solo. A light changed color beside Kapitsin's elbow. Here we go. Have your droid listen to this. You can talk to him directly, Leia put in. His full designation is C-3PO, and he answers to 3PO. All right, said Kapitsin. Listen, 3PO. Tell me what they're saying. The council emitted a series of whistles, clicks, and grunts, some as high as an alto voice, and others eerily bass-like. The flutie played a very large instrument. As Leia listened, she stared around Kapitsin's office. His dual windows looked down on a round park scattered with stone figures. Bordering the clear window panels, tall, leafy trees with straight trunks had been executed in three-dimensional colored grass. Namana trees, she guessed. 3PO's head cocked. He shook it. I am sorry, Prime Minister, but I can make nothing of it. It is entirely outside my comprehension. I've been in service for many years, and I can communicate in every language ever used within Republic or Imperial space. Our fluties are from outside Republic and Imperial space, Kapitsin declared. I believe that was mentioned. Han rubbed his chin. Leia couldn't think what to say. From behind her came a whistling echo. Startled, she spun around. R2 stood his place in a wood-paneled corner, warbling what seemed to be a perfect imitation of Prime Minister Kapitsin's recording. 3PO, she said when R2 finished. Wasn't that exactly how the Sissy Rook sounded? No, 3PO answered firmly. He missed one note by a full 4 vibrations. R2 honked. Soak your own transistors, 3PO retorted. I won't stand for that language. Kapitsin raised a white eyebrow. It can duplicate that closely? I wouldn't doubt R2, though it never occurred to me that he'd be able to do that, Leia admitted. Sir, I'm certain that given enough time and recordings, 3PO could make a solid effort at decoding that language. If he can, Kapitsin said, pointing at the little blue dome droid. We've got a native speaker if we need one. Take your metal friends to my aide's office. Zilpha will set them up with enough recordings to keep them busy well into tomorrow night. Governor Wielek Nearest bit the end off a Namana twist and chewed thoughtfully. In this cool greenway lined with tall fern trees and passion bud vines, he could momentarily ignore the menace surrounding Bakura and ponder his own career. With both Palpatine and Vader dead, the Rebel Alliance, down-talked so disdainfully on all official communiques, became rather more of a threat. Still, all odds favored the Empire, and he had 2 high Rebel leaders within striking distance. He could weaken the alliance substantially. He thrust the distraction aside. Strolling down the greenway, he returned to his original thought path. Someone new would undoubtedly spring onto the Imperial throne. Nearest would have cautiously evaluated the risk of attempting that leap himself, except that this far out on the rim he didn't stand a chance. And anyone who jumped and failed was ruined or dead. So he must watch for a new emperor to emerge, flatter and praise him, and meanwhile make Bakura a shining example of pacified, profitable enterprise. If the Sissy Rook didn't take it away. He despised them on principle, even without the entechment complication. As a youth, he'd pursued 2 hobbies. alien parasitology and alien dentition. The Empire had quietly used both talents. Aliens were creatures to dissect or fight, not to ally with. His aides snapped to attention several paces away from the southeast greenway's central fountain. Nearest had issued strict orders that he was not to be disturbed, and he let the messenger wait. He'd come here to enjoy a few minutes' peace, and by all the forces and balances that those idiots worshipped, he was going to have it. He took another fruity bite and stared into the fountain's heart, measuring the pleasant glow the candy gave him. He controlled his Namana habit, nectar in the evenings only, and only 2 candy breaks a day, usually here by the fountain. Water leaped from 100 sonic motivators and gravity-defying swirls, finally captured by Bakura and pulled into the turbulent blue pool. The Empire could weather turbulence, too. Nearest's imperial colleagues had made the galactic bureaucracy self-perpetuating and employed by the Empire. Willick Nearest would rise farther, grasp more authority, and wield more power than in any other system of government. Therefore, he would sell anyone and anything to keep the Empire on Bakura. The loss of another Death Star peeved him. Fear was his ultimate tool for keeping Bakura subdued. Well, the natives were afraid now. Sighing, he turned to the aide. "It's important, I trust?" "Sir," the aide saluted, "you have a personal message waiting on Hollow from the Sissy-Ruvi fleet." The Fluties had captured several Imperial ships since sending the Ciboire recording, so now they had access to Imperial HoloNet. "Idiot," Nearest snapped. "Why didn't you speak up? I'll take it at my desk." The aide pulled a communicator from his belt to relay the reception order. Nearest marched up the Greenway's mossy path. 2 uniformed guards held glass doors open at the corner of a long, artificially lit tunnel connecting this Greenway with the other. Nearest strode sharply left, then left again through his personal staff station and into his broad-windowed private office. On the HoloNet reception pad alongside his desk, a green light blinked. He straightened his collar and whisked one hand over the rank insignia on his chest to make sure they hadn't picked up any passion bud pollen, then swiveled his repulsor chair to face the transmission pickup. "Receive," he told his desk. He curled his hands around his armrests. What did the Fluties want now? A meter-high, translucent figure appeared over the reception grid, human, in striped white robes. "Governor Nearest." The figure bowed at its waist. "Perhaps you remember me. I'm—" "Dev Ciboire," Nearest growled. Now that was an alien parasite. "I know you as well as I want to. What joyful news do we have this time?" Ciboire shook his head. "Less joyful than before, I fear, but perhaps in the short run it will please you better. The mighty Sissy-Rook, seeing your hesitancy to join the Imperium's request for galactic unity, to experience freedom from physical limitations." Nearest snatched a long ivory lilican tooth off a pile of flimsies. "Make your point." Ciboire extended one hand. "Admiral Ivapicus is willing to move our fleet out of your system if you'll grant us one boon." "Keep talking." Nearest fingered the tooth's serrated slashing edge. If the hollow had been flesh, he would have sliced it just so. "Among the new visitors in your system is a man named Skywalker. If you can hand him over to a special Sissy-Ruvi delegation, we'll leave immediately." Nearest made a deprecating sound. "What do they want him for?" Ciboire cocked his head and squinted, looking reptilian. "We simply mean to rid you of an unpleasant presence." "I don't believe that for an instant." Still, if the aliens went elsewhere for human droid charges, he might suggest Endor. Then Bakura returned to status quo. He remained in power, and he could alert the Empire to oncoming danger. Ciboire said, "I'm told to admit that he would be useful in certain experiments." "Oh, certainly." Ha! Whatever they really wanted Skywalker for, it had to have something to do with Entechment. He trusted neither Ciboire nor his reptilian hosts. If they wanted Skywalker, they mustn't get him. Yet surely he could work this proposition to his advantage. "I will need time to arrange things." Killing Skywalker outright was one option, or... yes. He could help the Sissy-Rook take the young Jedi, but ensure that he died before they made use of him, killing 2 dangerous birds with one carefully planned strike. But would rebel officers serve Thanos if their commander vanished with the alien fleet? He tapped the long tooth. They would, if it were their only hope of survival. Still squinting, Sibwara pressed his palms together and touched his fingers to his chin. Would a day be sufficient to make your arrangements? Nearest despised him. I believe so. Contact me again tomorrow noon, local time. 3 quick raps on Gril's office door interrupted her effort to regain a lost morning's work. Luke Skywalker's insinuation that the Imperials took Eppie Belden's mind had preyed on her all the way back to the complex. Immediately on arriving, she checked Eppie's criminal record. Every rebel-rouser arrested during the takeover of the Purges had one, even including Uncle Jorg, a very minor offense. But not Eppie. Either it had vanished, or it was under an extremely high-level security seal. Why would the Empire bother covering up? She put her revenue review program on hold security and called, "Come in." A slim woman in a dark green jumpsuit glanced over her shoulder and then slipped through the glide door. Greel sat straighter. "Ari, what is it?" "Monitor," Ari mouthed. "Nearest's office." Greel motioned Ari closer. Her aides had broken several of Governor Nearest's security systems, but surely his aides had ears in her office as well. "What did you hear?" Ari's lips brushed Gareel's ear as she whispered, "The Sissy Rook just made Nearest an offer if he'd turn Commander Skywalker over to them." A lump of ice formed in Gareel's stomach. Luke Skywalker had seen the Emperor die. Obviously he was not simply a new Jedi. He had to be one of the pivotal individuals in the Alliance. In the changing galaxy. So what did they want him for? Gareel curled her toes tightly inside her shoes. Luke had deliberately risked her goodwill by using his powers to help Eppie, and frankly, she admired his decision. If Jedi were self-serving at heart, why had he acted on his conscience, despite her disapproval, when he so obviously, and frighteningly, hoped to be her friend? Evidently, the Sissy Rook thought they could handle him. If so, any human, even Wi'lek Nearest, ought to know to keep Luke away from them. Either Nearest didn't understand what surrendering Skywalker could mean to humankind, or he was obsessed with getting Alliance people off his world, or he'd tried to kill Luke before they could abduct him. The third possibility meant Luke Skywalker, whatever he was, had no time left. Should she warn him? To do nothing would give weight to Governor Nearest's side of the balance. To aid Skywalker might unweight the rest of the universe. But it was hard to think in universal terms when danger threatened the Bakuran people. Luke had finally convinced her that he'd do everything in his power to help Bakura repel the Sissy Rook. "Thank you, Ari." She stood up and checked her chrono. Sensible people would already be eating dinner. "I'll take care of this."